Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice, Chapter 2, Part 1, the Inquisitorial Process. In considering the judicial functions of the Inquisition, we shall meet with much that is abhorrent to our conceptions of justice. We shall see that the accused was assumed to be guilty, and that the object of the tribunal was to induce or coerce him to confess his guilt; that, for this purpose, he was substantially deprived of facilities for defense, and that the result, for the most part, depended on his powers of endurance, which the judges, at discretion, could test to the utmost. It would not be easy to construct a system more repugnant to rational methods for the ascertainment of truth. At the same time, the vices of the inquisitorial process, at the period under consideration, were not wholly confined to the Inquisition. It is true that it was responsible for their origin in the 13th century, when the jurisprudence of Europe was undergoing reconstruction, and the methods which it framed for the conviction of heresy offered such advantages to the prosecution that they were adopted in the secular courts of nearly all the lands where the Holy Office found a foothold, and became an essential part of criminal codes. The judge, in place of an impartial dispenser of justice, grew to be virtually a prosecutor, with unlimited power of wringing confession from the accused. The latter was practically compelled to prove his innocence, and the trained and subtle intellects of the bench were engaged in conflict with the cunning or stupidity of the miserable wretches brought before them. On the one side was the pride, resolved not to be baffled; on the other, the desperate effort at self-preservation, and, in the unequal struggle, innocence was much more apt to suffer than guilt to escape. So completely did this identification of judge and prosecutor dominate the critical jurisprudence of Latin Europe, that in France, until the law of December 8, 1897, after the jury system had been in use for a century, the judge, armed with the summaria or dossier of incriminating evidence, opened the trial by interrogating the accused and assuming his guilt, an interrogation which was liable speedily to degenerate into a duel between them, in which the judge endeavored to break down the line of defense which the accused was obliged unskilfully to reveal. In this the kingdoms of Aragon were strikingly exceptional, for the inquisitorial process, as we have seen, was prohibited. In Aragon itself the interests of the accused were carefully guarded. There were elaborate provisions against arbitrary arrest, although admission to bail was limited. Accusers had to give security, and were liable to double costs and damages in case of failure to prove charges. Witnesses were diligently cross-examined, and, in cases involving serious punishment, 5 disinterested jurists were associated with the judge in passing sentence, against which there was right of appeal. There was no public prosecutor before the revision of procedure by the Cortes of Monzon in 1510, and then it took many years to bring the office into general use. The abuse existed of prosecutions in absentia, though, if the accused subsequently appeared, he had the right to appeal, and still worse was the custom of keeping the prisoner chained until his trial was concluded. In Valencia, and probably elsewhere, there was a peculiarly valuable privilege that no one, whether defendant or witness, was compelled to answer questions that would criminate him. In Biscay, the fueros, as revised in 1526 and in force until the Revolution, were very emphatic in providing the accused with all information necessary to his defense. In Castile the processes by accusation and by inquisition were both employed. An accuser, however, was obliged to give security and was subject to fines if it appeared that he acted through malice. If there was no accuser, the judge, or alcalde, made inquisition and proceeded summarily to try the case. When, under the impulse of Isabella and the guidance of Alfonso Diaz de Montalvo, the Cortes of Toledo in 1480 revised the criminal jurisprudence of the land, their action served as a basis for all subsequent legislation. It breathes the spirit of justice, the rigorous punishment of guilt and avoidance of punishment of innocence. The courts were enjoined to quick dispatch; the accused was to have all necessary opportunities for defense; if poor, counsel was supplied at the public expense; he could recuse any judge for cause and appeal from any decision, and he was always entitled to give bail. Prosecution in absentia, however, was allowed. After 3 summonses of 9 days each, the accused could be prosecuted in rebeldia, as contumacious, and be condemned. While thus in Castile legislation was dictated by a sincere desire for justice, in practice the accused was subjected to unnecessary disadvantages and hardships. We chance to have the proceedings in the case of Francisco Fernandez de Montemayor, of Seville, tried in Ciudad Real in 1499, on a charge of petty thefts on fellow lodgers of an inn, in which the general course of procedure bears sufficient resemblance to that of the Inquisition to show that the latter borrowed its forms from the secular courts with modifications to facilitate conviction. When Montemayor was arrested in his inn, September 10th, his effects were sequestrated, locked in his chest and left in charge of the innkeeper. When money was needed for his prison expenses, the judges, on his application, sent the prison scrivener to take out a prescribed sum in the presence of witnesses. The witnesses on both sides were examined on a series of written interrogatories, a most imperfect method, and were not cross-examined. Their names were not concealed, but the accused was kept in jail and was not present. His own examination was made by the judges in an audiencia de carcel. He was allowed to retain an advocate who presented a written defense. The charges were frivolous and, on October 28th, the judges pronounced that the fiscal had not proved his case, which acquitted the prisoner. His treatment in jail had been harsh. He was an hidalgo and, a few days after arrest, he asked to be treated as a man of good lineage and not to be herded with criminals, whereupon he was placed in a cell with a heavy chain under close guard. On acquittal, he begged to be released from his fetters, which was done on his swearing not to leave the prison, for he was not discharged. Unluckily, the testimony contained some heretical speeches, though the witnesses believed them to have been uttered in jest, as he was always striving to be jocular. The secular court could take no cognizance of them, but the Inquisition claimed him, and he was delivered to it in chains, November 9th. His trial had occupied 6 weeks; the Inquisition kept him for 2 years and, on November 10, 1501, it penanced him and made him abjure de vehementi. Doubtless the poor wretch was ruined. If we find reason to believe that the tribunals of the Inquisition were largely actuated by passion or greed, they were in this no worse than the secular courts. The constantly reiterated complaints of the Cortes, during the 16th century, assume that the whole judicial system of Castile, from the highest to the lowest, was not so much an instrumentality of justice as a venal organization to extort the largest possible sums from pleaders, and to oppress the poor for the benefit of the rich. We might, perhaps, regard this as rhetorical exaggeration if we had not the opportunity of seeing how a court of the highest rank, the Royal Audiencia of Seville, in 1598 disregarded all law and justice when it sought to gratify its spite on the magistracy of that city. We have seen (Vol. 1, page 362) the absurd quarrel raised with the judges by the inquisitors on the occasion of the obsequies of Philip II. The judges, unable to avenge themselves on the tribunal, discharged their wrath upon the civic authorities, who had sought to mediate and keep the peace. They arrested on the spot several of the highest officials, including 2 members of the great house of Ponce de Leon, and, in spite of the indecency of sitting as judges in their own case, they prosecuted their prisoners. They took the testimony of 37 witnesses on written interrogatories, containing leading questions, and accepted hearsay evidence of the veriest gossip. The accused were allowed to see the accusation framed by the fiscal, but not the evidence, and no opportunity of making defense was permitted. Thereupon their advocates recused the judges, but the recusation was not only rejected on the day of its presentation, but the accused and their advocates were all heavily fined for offering it, and, the next day, sentence was pronounced condemning the prisoners to various terms of suspension from office, exile, fines, and costs. Both they and the fiscal appealed, and a second hearing was held, in which the defendants at last were allowed to see the evidence. Both parties meanwhile had been applying to the Council of Castile, which ordered that the sentence should not be confirmed without being first submitted to it, but the judges anticipated this, and, the day before the order was received, hastily assembled with closed doors, and in the absence of the accused and their counsel, affirmed the decision, and ordered its immediate execution, with the exception of Ponce de Leon Almanza, who was of kin to one of them. The sentences were carried out with cruel vindictiveness. There was pestilence in the district to which the exiles were sent, and they were brought back sick to Seville, where the alcalde mayor, Juan Ponce de Leon, died, and the others were treated with the utmost harshness. When the royal courts permitted themselves such arbitrary perversions of justice, we need not be surprised that the Inquisition was reckless, shielded as it was from responsibility by impenetrable secrecy. Between them, the Spanish people were sorely vexed. To this the spiritual courts offered a contrast in their customary benignity towards clerical offenders, amounting almost to immunity. The course of procedure was that, when a denunciation was made to the provisor or vicar general, he took testimony or sent an official to make inquisition. The accused was summoned and was admitted to bail. The trial took the shape of an action between him and the fiscal, who presented an accusation to which the defense made reply. Witnesses for the defense were examined, publication of evidence was made, and, when both parties had concluded, the judge named a day for pronouncing sentence. From 2 cases of the 16th century, of which the papers are before me, it would appear that there was little delay, that formalities were loosely observed, and that the proverbial leniency shown to the cloth rendered the whole a matter of comparative indifference. One of these illustrates the expiring episcopal jurisdiction over heresy and its supplantation by the Inquisition. In 1551, Diego de Carcano, a priest of Ciudad Real, was tried for heretical acts and speeches, which he freely admitted, saying that they had been in jest, and that he ought not to have trifled with the things of God. The trial was concluded within 3 weeks, and Diego was confined for a few days in a parish church with spiritual exercises, besides paying costs, amounting to about 32 reales. 2 years later, Inquisitor Valtodano, on a visitation, chanced to hear of the affair. He treated the episcopal trial as invalid, and vindicated together the faith and the inquisitorial jurisdiction by a second prosecution of the unlucky priest. The laxity of the Church towards its erring members was still further illustrated by the reforms adopted in the Provincial Synod of Toledo, held in 1565 to receive the Council of Trent. The fiscal was ordered not to denounce any one to the judge. No inquisition was to be made, unless there was a legitimate general report against a culprit, and then the judge was required to investigate carefully whether it arose from malevolence or from reputable persons. If the fiscal desired to accuse anyone, he was subjected to the laws concerning accusers, and if he failed to prove the charges, he was liable for the costs and to punishment at the discretion of the judge. All pecuniary penalties were to be expended in pious uses, and not for the advantage of the bishop or his vicar general, and an official was to be deputed to receive them and render a strict account. The most marked distinction between the procedure of the Inquisition and that of the other jurisdictions was the inviolable secrecy in which all its operations were shrouded. There were, indeed, other evil peculiarities, but this it was which inflicted the greatest wrong on its victims, and exposed the inquisitor to the strongest temptation to abuse his power. It was an inheritance from the 13th century, when the Inquisition early discovered the greater freedom of action and the increased popular dread resulting from the mystery which emancipated it from public opinion and veiled all its actions, until their outcome was revealed in the solemnities of the auto de fe. The Roman Inquisition retained it, but in a somewhat modified degree. All its officials were sworn to silence as to everything that occurred in the congregation, but, in 1629, this was explained as restricted only to matters that might prejudice cases. Very different was the awful silence so enforced in Spain that it formed an important factor in the power of the Holy Office. It is not a little remarkable that, when the institution was introduced in Castile, so little was known of its practical working that its procedure was public, like that of the secular and spiritual courts. Thus, in 1483, the record of a trial in Ciudad Real speaks of the inquisitors sitting in public audience. The notaries specify as present at the hearing certain persons by name, "and many others who were there present." The inquisitors were listening to all who came before them, while the fiscal and notary were making reports. It was deemed necessary that there should be spectators to bear witness to the proceedings. Sometimes these were connected with the tribunal, sometimes they were citizens called in for the purpose, whose names were regularly entered upon the record. Even the prison, subsequently guarded so jealously, was not as yet known as the Cárceles Secretas, but as a Cárcel Pública. In 1488, the Instructions order the records to be kept "in a public place where the inquisitors customarily perform the duties of the Inquisition." The earliest indication of a change in this respect occurs in the Instructions of 1498, where the oath prescribed for inquisitors and other officials contains a pledge of secrecy. This did not, as yet, however, extend to a complete exclusion of publicity, for some Toledo trials of 1501 describe the fiscal as presenting his clamosa, or demand for prosecution, where the inquisitors were sitting, as customary, in their public audience, but during the trial itself they sat in the "audiencia de cárcel." From the expressions used we may assume that as yet the Inquisition building and the prison were separate, that public audiences were held in the former, and that the latter contained a room to which the accused could be brought from his cell when on trial. The secreto, which subsequently embraced the prison and everything beyond the antechambers, as yet only designated a chest or a room in which the records and registers were kept in safety. Yet even during this early period there had commenced, in certain portions of procedure, a practice of secrecy which markedly differentiated the Inquisition from the ecclesiastical and secular courts. The suppression of the names and identity of witnesses, and the strict seclusion of prisoners from the outside world are matters which will be more fully discussed hereafter, but already they had become distinctive features of the inquisitorial process, inflicting great hardship on the accused, which was keenly felt. The tendency of all such abuses to development, the facility with which the reasons alleged in justification could be extended over all the acts of the Inquisition, and the attraction of the arbitrary and irresponsible power thus gained, readily explain the rapid evolutionary process which enveloped, with an impenetrable veil of secrecy, everything connected with the tribunals, from the preliminary inquest and the arrest of the accused to his discharge or appearance in an auto de fe. The obligation of the oath of secrecy was rigidly construed when, in 1523, the Vicar General of Saragossa seems to have babbled about what he had heard when called in to vote at a consulta de fe, and the Suprema ordered the inquisitors to summon him and warn him not to reveal the secrets of the Holy Office. In 1544, Mari Serrana, on trial at Toledo, was charged with impeding the Inquisition, because she had endeavored to ascertain whether a certain person had testified in another case, and what he had said. The mere attempt to learn what went on within those mysterious walls was treated as a crime. In 1547, when the tribunal of Granada was moved into new quarters, it found its secrecy imperiled by the fact that it was overlooked by some windows in the house of Francisco de Santa Cruz, and, on its complaint to Prince Philip, he ordered the corregidor to have those windows closed up, apparently without compensation to the owner. So impenetrable was the shroud enveloping all that took place within the tribunal that, when Philip II deemed it imperative to consult a distinguished surgeon who had been arrested, Inquisitor General Quiroga left 2 applications unanswered, and to a third replied that, if the person was there, he could not be taken out, nor could it even be told whether he was or was not a prisoner, whereupon the king desisted from his request. On this, the comment of an inquisitor is that to all inquiries the answer must be that nothing is known. So when, in 1643, the Suprema argued against the claim of the Justicia of Aragon to grant his manifestacion or habeas corpus in secular cases, the chief reason alleged was that, if a tribunal could be required to differentiate cases of faith from others, and to admit that it had a certain person in its prison, and the cause, its secrecy would be violated. This was emphasized, in 1678, by a declaration of the Suprema that an inquisitor admitting that any individual was in the secret prison would incur excommunication, movable only by the pope. It is easy to understand why the prison was habitually designated as the Carceles Secretas, and why, when a person was arrested, he disappeared as utterly as though the earth had swallowed him. At every step in the progress of a case, minute precautions were taken to ensure absolute secrecy. It was not only all officials who were thus sworn, but accuser and accused and their witnesses were subjected to the same obligation. As early as 1531, a witness when dismissed was ordered to observe silence as to all that he had said or heard, under pain of excommunication and 1,000 ducats, and of the other penalties of those who violate the secrecy of the Holy Office. As late as 1817, in a trifling case which was suspended, the informer was fined for not having preserved secrecy. It was the same with the accused. At the very first audience, the oath administered to tell the truth contained a clause pledging him to silence, not only as to his own case, but as to all that he might see or hear. When he was dismissed, whether to punishment or to freedom, he was required to sign a pledge under oath to the same effect, to which was added a threat of punishment, occasionally taking the shape of 100 or 200 lashes. In the later years of the Inquisition, this was frequently reinforced by including in the sentence a clause prohibiting the culprit from talking in any manner about his case. The tribunal thus was relieved from responsibility and could commit injustice without fear of unpleasant revelations, and the Holy Office could boast, as it customarily did, of the exquisite equity of its judgments, without danger of contradiction. To what extent this was justified may be guessed from a remark of Peña, that no inspection was allowed of the acts of the tribunals, because they were often in conflict with the common law and the universal opinion of the doctors. End of Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 1. Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice, Chapter 2, Part 2, The Inquisitorial Process. Nothing connected with the proceedings of the Inquisition was allowed to remain outside of its walls. Every letter, or mandate, or instruction, or warrant sent out was invariably required to be returned with the answer or endorsement of its execution. Even the edicts of faith and anathemas given out for publication in the churches were returned with statements of the day on which they were publicly read. This applied to the counsel entrusted with the defense of the accused. Not only was he sworn to secrecy and to communicate with no one concerning the cases, but the scanty papers entrusted to him were to be kept under lock and key and be scrupulously returned to the tribunal, so that there should be no trace or memory of them. The formal defense which he prepared had to be written by his own hand, and no rough draft of it be preserved. No printer was allowed to print such a document, nor, indeed, any other paper relating to the Inquisition, without special license from the Inquisitor General or Suprema, under pain of excommunication and 100 ducats. This jealous reserve explains the form in which the records of the Inquisition reach us. Those of each process rudely but firmly sewed together and never bound, for they could not be given out to a binder, nor could one be admitted into the sacred precincts of the secreto. These injunctions of secrecy were not allowed to be a dead letter. In the edicts of faith special clauses called for the denunciation of all cases of violation, or of papers concerning its acts being in the possession of any one. Its procedure was guarded with the same anxious care from public knowledge. In 1573, Leonardo Donato, the Venetian envoy, who regarded the Inquisition as necessary to Spain, describes its action as so secret that nothing was known of its victims and their cases until their sentences were published in the autos de fe, but the fear entertained of it was so universal that little was said concerning it through dread of arousing suspicion. He had been able to learn nothing of its methods, but was told that they were good and that the sentences were always just. No one, in fact, was allowed to know what was its form of procedure. The instructions, it is true, were necessarily printed. There was an edition of the Antiguas in Seville, in 1536, reprinted in Madrid in 1576. The Nuevas of 1561 were printed in 1612, and the whole were re-edited by Argüello, an official of the Suprema, in 1627 and 1630, but these were strictly reserved for use in the tribunals, and their details were constantly subject to modification by the cartas acordadas of the Suprema, which never saw the light. Experienced inquisitors drew up manuals of practice, many of which are still preserved in the manuscripts of the archives and libraries, but this knowledge of the estilo or methods of procedure was strictly confined to officials sworn to secrecy. It was apparently soon after the preparation of the Instructions of 1561 that a Dr. Blasco de Alagona had the audacity to ask for a copy of them, when the fiscal, to whom the petition was referred, declared that the granting of such a request would be unexampled, and he had no difficulty in proving that parties before the tribunal had no business to inquire into its methods. The instructions were solely for its guidance, and were to be known to others only by their results in the administration of justice. If they came to public knowledge, evil-intentioned men could debate whether the estilo of the Inquisition was good or bad. The extreme importance of the seal was fully recognized in assuring freedom of irresponsible action and in creating the popular impression of mysterious impeccability. Philip II, in his instructions to Manrique de Lara in 1595, dwelt on this and pointed out that, "without it the Holy Office could not preserve the untrammeled exercise of its functions," wherefore any official violating it must be punished with the utmost rigor. Apparently cases of infraction occurred, drawing from the Suprema a carta acordada pointing out that all the power and authority and reputation of those serving in the Holy Office rested upon secrecy. The more secret its affairs were kept, the more they were venerated by those from whom they were concealed. The neglect of this had aroused in the Suprema the greatest resentment, as it was a matter of so great moment to the estimation and respect in which the affairs and the members of the Inquisition had always been held. Therefore, it had been resolved that the oath of secrecy, taken on admission to office, should be so construed that its infraction should constitute perjury and infidelity. Single witnesses should suffice for conviction. On a first offense, the culprit should be suspended irremissibly for a year and pay 50 ducats, and on a repetition be perpetually dismissed. Even if not convicted, he should realize that, in the forum of conscience, he could not draw his salary. This secrecy covered not only matters of faith and depending thereon, but all votes, orders, determinations, letters of the Suprema, informations of limpieza and all other matters, no information concerning which was to be given to the parties concerned or to any outside person, while even the public utterances of the tribunals were not to be spoken of. Moreover, the above penalties and major excommunication were incurred by all who, knowing the infractions of secrecy, did not report them to the Suprema. Finally, this carta was ordered to be filed with the instructions, to be read annually to the assembled officials. The instructions to commissioners warned them that the existence and preservation of the Inquisition depended chiefly on the absolute secrecy to be observed as to all its affairs. This continued to the end. A decree of the Suprema, December 7, 1814, speaks of the seal which is the soul of the Inquisition. In fact, there is no hesitation in assimilating it to the seal of confession and in employing the casuistry which justified a confessor in denying under oath what he had learned in the confessional. Similarly, the official was told that no oath was binding when the affairs of the Inquisition were concerned. He could depose as to what he knew as an individual, but not what he knew as an official entrusted with its secrets. We can understand the significance of the popular saying, "Con el rey y la Inquisición chitón," keep silence as to the king and the Inquisition. Even within the tribunals the same mystery was observed in investigating cases of infraction. When an intimation was received that secrecy had been violated, the junior inquisitor examined into it and wrote out the information with his own hand and without allowing any one to know of it. This was then deposited in a separate chest, of which the senior inquisitor held the key. The Suprema was advised of the matter and its instructions were awaited. Not the least important result of this secrecy was the fact that it enabled the Inquisition to combine legislative and judicial functions in a manner known to no other tribunal. It framed its own code and administered it in darkness. It is true, as we shall have occasion to see, that many of the regulations and limitations of the instructions were inspired by a sense of justice, but this mattered little when the secrecy, so jealously preserved, practically left everything to the discretion of the tribunal, until the Suprema absorbed and centralized everything into itself. Shielded from responsibility, save to the more or less perfunctory occasional visitation of an inspector, there was scarce any injustice that could not be safely perpetrated, or any enmity that a perjured witness could not gratify. The secrets of those dark prison houses will never be known, even by the records, for these were framed by those whose acts they recount, and they may be true or falsified. What was the real administration of so-called justice can only be guessed by occasional revelations, such as we chance to have in the trials of Archbishop Carranza, of the nuns of San Placido, of Jeronimo de Villanueva, of Fray Froilan Diaz, and, when the principles of justice were set at naught by the chiefs of the Inquisition in the cases of those so prominent, it is not likely that the obscure were treated with greater consideration by the tribunals. At its best, the inquisitorial process left much to the temper and disposition of the judge. As modified by the Inquisition, the fate of the accused was virtually at the discretion of the tribunal, and that discretion was relieved of the wholesome restraint of publicity. At a time when, as we have seen, the secular courts, although open to the public, were little better than instruments of oppression and extortion, it is not to be imagined that the inquisitorial tribunals, shrouded in impenetrable secrecy, and largely dependent for support on fines and confiscations, were scrupulous in the administration of the cruel laws against heresy. In the original medieval Inquisition the procedure was a pure inquisitio, the inquisitor frankly acting as both prosecutor and judge, collecting testimony, examining witnesses, seeking to make the accused confess or convict himself, and passing sentence. As the institution, in the 15th century, declined and became disorganized, its duties were to some extent resumed by the bishops, in whose courts the pressure of multifarious business had long rendered necessary a prosecuting officer, known as the promotor fiscal, duly trained in the civil and canon law. Cases of heresy inevitably followed the routine of the court, and consequently assumed the form of actions between the fiscal and the accused, as plaintiff and defendant, with the bishop or his official as judge. This, at least in appearance, removed one of the most repulsive features of the pure inquisitorial process, as the judge was no longer a party to the case, and could affect a semblance of impartiality, even though he were, in reality, the instigator of the prosecution. When the Holy Office was established in Castile, it assumed to be merely the continuance of the old Inquisition. In its collections of privileges it included papal 13th century bulls, along with the modern ones, and the ferocious laws of Frederick II with the cedulas of the Catholic kings. Yet it knew so little of the older formulas and procedure that it adopted those of the secular and spiritual tribunals of the period, and thus its practice assumed the external form of accusatio rather than of inquisitio, with a fiscal or public prosecutor as an accuser. While, on the surface, this is a step towards fairness and justice, care was taken that the interests of the faith should not suffer. It gave to the inquisitors the assistance of a trained lawyer, whose business it was to prove his charges, who lost no opportunity of exaggerating the offences imputed to the accused, who assumed that they had been proved, who resisted all the efforts of the defense to disprove them, and who was free from all the penalties and responsibilities of an accuser. The form of sentence, adopted at the beginning and steadfastly adhered to, asserts that the judges have been listening to a case pending between the fiscal and the defendant, and they find that the fiscal either has proved his charges completely or partially, or that he has failed to do so. This was an assumption perfectly false and intended to deceive the people when read in an auto de fe. It was the inquisitors who gathered testimony. The Instructions of 1484 expressly order the examination of witnesses to be made personally by an inquisitor, and not to be committed to a notary, unless the witness is too sick to appear, and it should be indecent for the inquisitor to go to him when he could empower the ecclesiastical judge to perform the duty with a notary. Business was too pressing, however, for the inquisitors always to examine witnesses, and they frequently deputized persons to act for them, but those deputies were never the fiscal, and the apologetic tone of the commission shows that it was irregular and demanded an excuse. As time went on, the tendency to shirk the labor increased. The notaries were allowed to examine, by the Instructions of 1498, provided it was in presence of the inquisitor. Then this condition was neglected, in spite of vehement remonstrance by the Suprema, and finally, in the later period, when there was little serious work to be done, special commissions, as we have seen, were common, apparently with no greater excuse than the indolence of the inquisitors. Still, the fiction was preserved that the witnesses were presented by the fiscals, although the Suprema, in 1534, informed them that it was no part of their duty to collect evidence, although if they obtained any, they were to communicate it to the inquisitors. Their duties, in fact, in addition to seeking the condemnation of the accused, were those of a superior clerk of the court: to draw up accusations, to conduct correspondence, to advise the inquisitors, to marshal the evidence, to keep the records in order or to see that the secretaries did so, to attend to the execution of sentences, and to exercise a general supervision over the officials, besides attending the meetings of the Junta de Hacienda and looking after the financial interests of the tribunal. The fiscal, moreover, served a useful purpose as a bogey to frighten the accused, who were constantly threatened with what would happen if they did not confess before he was admitted to present a formal accusation, in which he customarily demanded torture and relaxation for them. But, after all, his chief use was to preserve the fiction that the prosecution was an action between parties. As Simancas says, even when the culprit confesses, the fiscal must present an accusation in order that a judgment may be based on accuser, accused and judge. In short, he was simply one of the officers of the court who, as a trained lawyer, gave to the inquisitors, who were apt to be theologians, the benefit of his legal knowledge. His only real position as a party to an action was a distinct disadvantage to the accused, for in case of acquittal or of a sentence which he deemed too light, he had the right, not infrequently exercised, of appealing to the Suprema, and consequently his assent to the decision was necessary. As his dignity gradually increased, he was classed among the judges by the Cortes of Aragon in 1646. We have seen how he finally came to be known as Inquisitor Fiscal, and how his place was generally filled by one of the inquisitors, who, however, abstained from the final vote on the case. The fiscal, indeed, from an early period was admitted to the consulta de fe, where he could state facts and advance arguments, a most indecent privilege, though he was required to depart before the vote was taken. In 1660 this was discontinued, not in consequence of its shocking incongruity, but because there was a troublesome question of precedence between him and the episcopal ordinary, whose duty it was to be present. There was nothing in the function of the fiscal to prevent the inquisitor from initiating proceedings on the strength of any rumors that might reach him, or of compromising evidence gathered from the confessions of others. He had not to wait for the fiscal's action, but could order an inquest to be made and testimony to be taken, and, when this was done, it was given to the fiscal to be put into shape for the formal prosecution. No matter how upright might be the inquisitor, the mere fact that he had ordered an arrest and trial necessarily committed him to belief in the guilt of the accused. He was unconsciously prejudiced from the start, and to acquit cost a greater effort than to convict. Thus, although externally the form of procedure was accusatio, in reality it was inquisitio, and the injection of the fiscal as accuser only diminished the chances of the defense, by giving the inquisitors a skilled legal assistant in the conduct of a prosecution, in which they were all prosecutors. Yet, whatever we may think of the morality of the inquisitorial process, there can be no doubt as to its efficacy. In studying the long and minute records of the trials, where every detail is set forth in writing, it is instructive to see how often the accused, who commences by boldly asserting his orthodoxy, comes in successive audiences to make some admission of which advantage is skillfully taken, and gradually the denial breaks down, or perhaps yields to the terrors of the accusation and the publication of evidence, ending in complete confession and eager implication of kindred and friends. The situation of the accused, in fact, was helpless. Standing up alone before the stern admonitions of the trained and pitiless judge, brooding in his cell, cut off from all external communication during weeks or months of interval between his audiences, apparently forgotten, but living in the constant uncertainty of being at any moment summoned to appear, torturing his mind as to the impression which his utterances might have made or the deductions drawn from his admissions or denials, balancing between the chances of escape by persistent assertions of innocence and those of condemnation as an impenitente negativo, and urged by his so-called advocate to confess and throw himself on the mercy of the tribunal, it required an exceptionally resolute temperament to endure the prolonged strain, with the knowledge that the opponent in the deadly game always had in reserve the terrible resource of the torture chamber. The whole course of the procedure was based on the assumption that the accused was guilty; that it was the province of the tribunal to induce or compel him to confess his guilt, and, in the great majority of instances, the assumption was correct. To those who regarded aberrations from the faith as the greatest of crimes before God and man, and their punishment as the most acceptable service that man could render to God, this presumption of guilt served to justify the cruelty of the procedure, and the denial of all facilities for defense, which, to those trained in the principles of English justice, seem the imprescriptible right of the accused, whether innocent or not. There can, indeed, be no doubt that, amid such greed and callous indifference to justice, there were men engaged in the service who deemed themselves to be doing the work of God, and that their methods were merciful. The Inquisition was not as other tribunals, which only punished the body. It asserted its high and holy mission to be the saving of souls. As the inquisitors of Valencia said, in 1536, to Miguel Mesquita on his trial for Lutheranism, they required of him nothing but the truth, and, if he had fallen into error, they sought to disabuse him and to cure his conscience so that his soul might not be lost. The Instructions of 1561, which remain to the last the basis of procedure, are emphatic in cautioning inquisitors not to be led astray, either by the witnesses or by the confessions of the accused, but to determine all cases according to truth and justice. They must preserve strict impartiality, for, if they lean to one side or the other, they can readily be deceived. If we may believe the veteran inquisitor Paramo, the Holy Office was so conducted on this lofty plane as to be an unmixed blessing to the land. Its holiness, he says, is so conspicuous that there is no opening for hatred, favor, subornation, love, intercession, or other human motive. Every act is performed with such conscientiousness and regard for equity and justice, the inquisitors so investigate everything, undisturbed by the multitude, that they inspire all men with dread of the crimes which are brought before them, and, in the all-pervading silence, they act with incredible conscientiousness. The evidence of witnesses is scrutinized in the light of their character and quality, and those who are found to bear false witness are most severely punished. The accused, while detained in the prisons, are treated kindly and liberally, according to their condition. The poor and the sick are abundantly furnished with food and medicines, at the expense of the fisc, and are favored in every way. Not only are the utterances of witnesses investigated with distrust, but, as time is the revealer of truth, cases are not hurriedly finished, but are prudently prolonged, as is requisite when there is such peril of the life, fame, and property, not only of the accused but of his kindred. If his innocence appears probable, every effort is made to prove it, and, if it is proved, to avert from him any loss of reputation, for which reason he is carried on horseback, adorned with laurels and palms like the victor in a triumph, a spectacle inspiring to the souls of the timid, depressed by the severity with which the guilty are punished. Those who are restored from such peril to their former condition never cease to thank God for placing on earth a tribunal of which the chief care is to uphold the honor of the innocent. When inquisitors punish heretics, it is not with the desire to destroy them, but that they shall be converted and live. In judging and chastising, the Holy Office labors to amend him whom it punishes, or to benefit others by his punishment, so that they may live in security when the wicked are removed. To what extent this idealization of inquisitorial methods was justified, we have had some opportunity to see, and we shall have more. End of Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 2.
Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 6, Practice, Chapter 3, Part 1, Arrest and Sequestration. Although the power to arrest arbitrarily was inherent in the inquisitorial functions, and all secular officials were bound to lend assistance if necessary, still in practice it required justification by sufficient evidence in hand. This was obtained in various ways. The inquisitor might learn that public rumor designated a person as guilty of heretical acts and might cause secret inquests to be made in verification. In the prevalent forms of heresy, such as that of Jewish and Moorish apostates, the most frequent source of incrimination was the confessions of accomplices on trial or under edicts of grace. In other matters, the initiative came largely from denunciations, which were stimulated and favored in every way, especially by the secrecy which relieved the informer from responsibility. No duty was more strenuously inculcated on the people than that of denouncing any utterance or act partaking of calidad de oficio, that is, which came within the cognizance of the Holy Office. Divine law required this under penalty of mortal sin, and ecclesiastical law under that of excommunication. From this no ties of blood furnished release. It is true that under the imperial jurisprudence accusations of near relatives were forbidden. A mother could not accuse a son except of offences against herself, and even a man brought up in another's house could not accuse his benefactor. But Simancas, while highly approving of this, says that there are two cases in which a son must accuse his father: one, when under examination by the Inquisition; the other, when the father is a persistent heretic, and, as the obligation of the son to the father is of the highest, this includes all other cases. The Instructions of 1484 offer mitigation of punishment to minor children who spontaneously denounce their parents, and Alfonso de Castro relates that he denied absolution to a young man, perfectly orthodox in faith, who in confession, in response to interrogatories, admitted that his father was a Judaizer, but refused to denounce him in view of the consequences to himself of poverty and infamy. The annual publication of the Edict of Faith, with its accompanying anathemas, proclaimed this imperative obligation in the most solemn manner, and at the same time furnished a list of the offences to be denounced, thus rendering every one a spy upon his neighbour. The denunciation might be either verbal or written, and, if written, either anonymous or signed. It could be made to a tribunal or to any commissioner, and it was expected to contain the names of witnesses to be summoned in its support. These denunciations came in more frequently after the publication of the Edict of Faith, and also about Easter, when the faithful confessed in preparation for the indispensable Paschal Communion, and the confessors inquired whether they had denounced whatever they had heard, seen, or understood that was, or appeared to be, contrary to the faith or to the rights of the Inquisition, and absolution was withheld from those refusing to do so. This denunciation and the evidence of the witnesses summoned in its support, or the testimony acquired by inquest, or by the confessions of those on trial, constituted the Sumaria, the Instruction Préparatoire of French practice. The tribunal, however, was held not to act summarily in so grave a matter as an arrest casting infamy on an entire lineage. After the first tumultuous period, when no one was safe from arbitrary imprisonment, the portions of the evidence which conveyed the nature of the charge without the name of the accused underwent the process of calificación or censorship to determine whether they presented calidad de oficio. We have seen in the cases of Carranza, of Villanueva, and of Froilan Diaz how important was the function of the calificadores or censors, and how much sometimes depended on the manner in which the evidence was submitted to them. In the rehabilitation of the nuns of San Placido, they were careful to declare that, if they had had to act upon the testimony laid before their predecessors, they would have reached the same conclusion. Against such garbling there could be no guarantee, in the profound secrecy enveloping every act of the tribunals. The calificadores were learned theologians, whose duties we have already referred to. Some were regular appointees, but any one could be called upon, nor could he refuse to serve without pay. When there was not unanimity, the inquisitors decided or submitted the case to others. There seemed to have been no settled or absolute rule. In 1634, in the case of Jacques Garrige, a wandering French beggar, professing sanctity and curative powers and claiming to be a messenger of God, not without indications of insanity, the two inquisitors joined with 4 calificadores in considering the evidence before arrest, but this seems to be exceptional. The resource of calling in successive calificadores in obscure cases frequently led only to a hopeless divergence of opinion, bewildering rather than assisting the inquisitors. When, in 1640, the Bernardine Fray Tomas de Nieva defended some subtle conclusions in scholastic theology, there were 11 calificadores called into service, of whom some found nothing to censure, others that the doctrine was a condemned one, others again that it merely approached to error. In the same year, in the similar case of the Franciscan Fray Juan Lazaro, one calificador pronounced his doctrine to be obscure and perilous, if not formally, at least virtually heretical; another that to defend it was a most grave error, while 2 others could find in it nothing objectionable. Yet Lazaro was put on trial and, after the case had traversed its various stages for months, it was suspended, though Lazaro was ordered in future to teach the opposite opinion. At length a Carta Acordada of October 8, 1708, sought to regulate the system. In all cases requiring calificación, a correct extract was to be made from the evidence as to the acts and speeches charged, with all circumstances contributory to a clear understanding. This was to be sent to one of the calificadores, who was to keep it at least 3 days, and return it with his opinion, not only as to the requisite censure, but also as to the defense that could be made. It was thus to pass from one to another, after which the tribunal was to call them together to frame a common opinion. Books and papers were to be treated in the same way, and there was no obligation of secrecy between the parties called in. All classes of charges were not subjected to calificación, for there were numerous and important groups of offenders who were deprived of this safeguard, slender as it was at the best. Judaizers and Moriscos, renegades, bigamists, those administering sacraments without being in priestly orders, and solicitors of women in the confessional were not entitled to it. Thus, taken as a whole, up to the middle of the 18th century, the major portion of the business of the tribunals was exempt from calificación, and practically it was limited to the refinements of venturesome theologians, to the degree of heresy involved in more or less picturesque blasphemy, the culpability of careless or reckless talkers, and the implied pact with the demon in the conjurations of wise women and treasure seekers. Like much else in the Inquisition, designed for the protection of innocents, its working effect was reduced to a minimum. At what period calificación was introduced, it would be difficult to say with precision. Llorente assures us that in 1550 it was not as yet in use. This is incorrect for, in 1520, we find the Suprema ordering that calificadores shall not be appointed without its consent and on the simple petition of aspirants. By that time the custom was evidently established, and in 1556 the Suprema explained it, not as a protection of innocence, but as a means of placating the Ordinaries in showing them that inquisitors were not seeking to extend their jurisdiction beyond heresy. The Instructions of 1561 merely provide that, when there is sufficient testimony in a case pertaining to the Inquisition, if it requires calificación, theologians of approved learning and character shall be consulted, thus inferring that this is unnecessary when ceremonies known to be Jewish or Moorish are concerned, or manifest heresy or fautorship. The Suprema felt it necessary, in a Carta Acordada of July 11, 1569, to warn calificadores to confine themselves to defining the nature of propositions submitted, and not to say whether or not there was calidad de oficio, a limitation which they outgrew. Another Carta of November 22, 1577, shows that it had become by this time a recognized preliminary to arrest by ordering that, if an arrest should be necessary without it, there should at least be calificación before the formal accusation is presented, which occurred in a later stage of the proceedings. In the gradual absorption of all initiative by the Suprema, so that eventually no arrest could be made without its order, the importance of calificación declined. Calificadores continued to be appointed, but they seem to have been rather ornamental than useful members of the official family, if we may judge from the variation in the number attached to the different tribunals. The table in the appendix shows that in 1746 Madrid and Llerena had none, while Valencia rejoiced in 40. They still had a function, however, in the censorship of the press, and tribunals that were insufficiently supplied could always summon theologians to their aid when necessity demanded their services. As the Sumaria was careful to recite that there was sufficient proof that all formalities had been observed and that further investigation was unnecessary, the calificación completed the preliminaries. The next step was the presentation by the fiscal of his clamosa or demand for the arrest of the accused. In the fully developed formula of this, he presented and swore to the Sumaria and embodied the calificación as showing that the culprit merited the severest punishment, to which end he asked for arrest and imprisonment with sequestration or embargo of property, promising in due time to present a formal accusation and asking that meanwhile the registers of the other tribunals be examined with a view of securing further evidence. Forms of this were provided suited to the various classes of offences and to the cases of the absent or dead. It manifests a praiseworthy desire to avoid precipitate action that a consulta de fe, or consultation of the inquisitors with the consultores and ordinary, was still technically required before issuing the warrant of arrest. The existence of something of the kind is indicated, as early as 1509, by an order of the Suprema that when there is not unanimity, it must be consulted before arrest is made. Yet in 1521 a special order requiring such a consulta de fe in the case of Moriscos would infer that the rule was otherwise obsolete. That it was so is shown by subsequent cases, and even as regards Moriscos, in a number of prosecutions at Daimiel between 1540 and 1550, the warrants are issued immediately on presentation of the clamosas. The Instructions of 1561 revived the practice, but did not enjoin it as essential, leaving it virtually to the discretion of the inquisitors. After this we find it frequently observed, and in the case of Elvira del Campo, accused of Jewish practices in 1567, there is a consulta prior to the clamosa and a second one afterwards before the warrant of arrest is issued. When solicitation in the confessional was subjected to the Inquisition, the desire to shroud the offence in obscurity led to a regulation in 1564 that only the vicar general should be called into consultation, and in 1600 even he was excluded. The inquisitors were to consult only with each other and then await the orders of the Suprema. As the rule became established that the Suprema was to be consulted before arrest, these formal preliminaries became of less importance and, in the 18th century, we are told that the consulta was no longer held, the reason alleged being that the inquisitors then were jurists. Apart from these formalities, there was an evident desire on the part of the chiefs of the Inquisition to prevent injustice arising from hasty and inconsiderate action. In the reformatory instructions of 1498, inquisitors are ordered to be careful and to arrest no one on insufficient evidence, an order the frequent repetition of which proves how little it was regarded. It was thoroughly understood that the mere fact of imprisonment inflicted indelible infamy, and all the authorities urged the utmost caution in the exercise of this tremendous power. In theory, at least, stronger proof was therefore required by inquisitors than by the judges of other courts. It ought to be as strong as that which justified torture, what was known as semi-plena, but this merely consisted in the evidence of a single unexceptionable witness. When there was apprehension of flight, less was required, and Sosa, a Portuguese authority, tells us that in heresy flight is always to be apprehended. It is true that in 1630 the Suprema ordered that arrest on the testimony of a single witness should not be made without its permission, but this exercised little restraint. Such an arrest was made in 1638 of Domingo de Mesquita, with a sort of apologetic explanation that he was a Portuguese and had already been tried on the same charge of Judaism. One or two cases will show how little real benefit in practice the accused derived from all this elaborate parade of preliminary precautions. In Toledo, June 5, 1501, the fiscal informed the tribunal that Isabel, daughter of Alvaro Ortolano, was defamed for heresy and asked for her arrest. The inquisitors replied that they would order it if sufficient evidence was presented, whereupon he offered the testimony of a prisoner that she had heard Isabel say that she observed the Jewish fasts, and on this a warrant of arrest was promptly issued. Considering that the accused was a child 10 years of age, her summary arrest on evidence so flimsy shows how little impression the instructions of 1498 had produced. The Toledan inquisitors did not grow more cautious with time. September 16, 1541, two workmen on the cathedral appeared before them and accused Juan Garcia, a fellow workman, of having revelations from God in his dreams. A warrant was at once made out. The portero was ordered to have him present that afternoon, and if he demurred, to take him to the prison. He accordingly had his first audience the same day. In these arbitrary proceedings, the function of the fiscal was purely fictitious, and he and the inquisitor, if they had any sense of humor, must have smiled as they acted their parts in the tragicomedy. In 1532, before Fernando Loazes, the distinguished inquisitor of Barcelona, the fiscal appears and states verbally that it has come to his knowledge that, when the impenitent and relapsed heretic Joanna, wife of Gil Tasis, was to be arrested, her husband had sought to conceal her, wherefore he should be arrested as a fautor of heresy and impeder of the Inquisition, and in due time the proper information would be presented. The only evidence was that of Joanna, taken by Loazes himself, but he gravely demanded to be informed and he ordered the summoning of all the witnesses whom the fiscal desired to produce. Then the fiscal, to enlighten him, presents the evidence from the record. Loazes orders it to be inserted in the acts of the case, pronounces it sufficient and issues the warrant of arrest. In the secrecy of the tribunals there was thus nothing to prevent the exercise of discretional power to oppress the innocent as well as to punish the guilty. That it was so abused appears from the remonstrance of the Cortes of the kingdoms of Aragon about 1530, complaining that the inquisitors arrested people for the slightest causes and on mere report, and then sometimes dismissed their prisoners without penance or with very slight sentences, thus inflicting infamy on the parties, their kindred and descendants, which was not effaced by the release. Arrests, they urged, ought to be made only for grave offences and on sufficient proof. To this the Inquisitor General disdainfully replied that the laws had been observed. If the complainants thought otherwise, let them produce instances. This spirit did not promise amendment, and although the instructions of 1561 prescribed caution and restraint, matters must have grown worse through subordinates aping their masters, for the Concordia of 1568 provides that familiars must not be allowed to make arrests without orders from the inquisitors. Even after the Suprema had required to be consulted prior to ordering arrest, small respect was paid to formalities. In criticizing, August 25, 1695, the report of cases pending in Valencia, the Suprema expresses astonishment that an arrest should have been made previous to the calificación of the charges. In this case the accused was thrown into prison October 22, 1694, and the calificación followed, February 9, 1695. But the Suprema contented itself with this rebuke and merely ordered the prosecution to be pushed and not be allowed to become immortal. The Suprema need not have been surprised at this trifling informality in view of the atrocity of a group of cases comprised in a Valladolid report of July 1699. Francisco Hernandez Castañeda had been imprisoned August 30, 1697. His case is reported in the same state as before, there being no testimony against him. Baltasar Gonzalez Cardozo, aged 14, was arrested August 15, 1698, and there is no evidence against him. Ana Gutierrez, aged 9, was arrested August 14, 1697, and there is nothing against her as yet. Leona de Paz was arrested September 15, 1698, and there is no proof against her. Thus these poor creatures had lain in jail for 1 or 2 years without a scintilla of evidence to justify their arrest, and the fact that the tribunal coolly makes this report indicates that there was in it nothing unusual or regarded as scandalous. Among the reforms which Carlos III attempted to introduce towards the close of the 18th century was that of requiring manifest proofs of heresy as a necessary preliminary to arrest, but Llorente informs us that his decrees were not obeyed. Still in time there was an improvement in this, as in so many other directions, perhaps partially influenced by the poverty of the Holy Office and its desire to avoid the maintenance of poor prisoners. Thus in the case at Cuenca of Juan Francisco de la Landera, a jubilado notary of confiscations, prosecuted in 1816 on suspicion of being the author of a memorial to the king and of other offences, he was allowed to be at large during nearly the whole course of the trial, and it was not until after the presentation of the accusation and his reply that it was voted to imprison him and embargo his property. The reason commonly alleged in deprecation of reckless arrest was the infamy cast on the accused and his kindred, but this was by no means the only infliction peculiar to the Inquisition. There was a special hardship in the segregation at once imposed on the prisoner. From the moment of his arrest, the utmost care was taken to prevent his exchanging a word with anyone. When it took place at a distance, the commissioner was instructed to observe this with the utmost rigor, both in confining the prisoner on the spot and in sending him to the tribunal. If two or more were arrested simultaneously, they were strictly kept apart, both in prison and on the road. Thus, in 1678, when several Judaizers were to be seized at Pastrana, the instructions from Toledo were that they were at once to be shut up, incomunicado, in houses of officials, and to be sent to Toledo one by one, observing rigid precautions that they should speak with no one. Each was to be under charge of a familiar, and if there were not enough in Pastrana, those of the neighboring towns were to be called upon. The misery caused to the prisoner and his family by the arrest was intensified by the sudden inhibition of all exchange of affection and all instruction and advice as to what they were to do in their affliction. Another feature, falling with especial severity on the poorer classes, arose from the rule of the Inquisition to cast all expenses on its prisoners. The officer who made the arrest was instructed to bring with him a specified sum to be deposited with the alcaide of the prison for the maintenance of the prisoner, also a bed for him to sleep on and clothes for him to wear. If, as usually was the case, the required amount was not found in cash among the effects of the culprit, enough of his household goods was sold at auction to meet the demand. The working of this is seen in the case of Benito Peñas, a poor plough-maker of Cobeña, near Alcalá de Henares, a half-crazed devotee who created scandal by denying that Christ had died on the cross. The order for his arrest by the Toledo tribunal, January 25, 1641, required the familiar to bring with him 30 ducats for expenses and a bed. The only coins found in Benito's possession amounted to 19 cuartos vellon, equivalent to about 2.5 reales. So on Sunday, February 10th, all his little possessions of tools, furniture and clothing, except the garments on him and 2 old shirts, were sold at auction. Even the rosary in his hands was included. But the total proceeds after deducting charges amounted to only 20 ducats. Of this, about a half was absorbed by the expenses of guards and conveyance to Toledo, and only 105.5 reales were delivered with him at the Carceles Secretas, out of which the tribunal refused to pay anything to the familiar for his time and labor. Benito's mental unsoundness developed rapidly in his incarceration, and in August he was discharged as irresponsible. The authorities of Cobeña were obliged to take him home at their own expense, and doubtless to support him afterwards, as he had been deprived of all means of earning his livelihood, while, with customary inquisitorial logic, in spite of his insanity, he was condemned to wear a parti-colored garment of grey and green, in penance for his heresy. In the case of a religious, if his peculium was insufficient to furnish the desired amount, the superior of his convent was required to complete it. End of Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 1. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California.
Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 2 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice. Chapter 3, Part 2, Arrest and Sequestration. Another feature of extreme severity, which, however, was common to secular and episcopal as well as to inquisitorial practice, was the sequestration which accompanied arrest in all cases involving confiscation. The losses and hardships incident to this were fully recognized in secular proceedings, and in 1646 the Cortes of Aragon endeavored to mitigate them, and also to prevent the frauds which were admitted to be frequent. On the other hand, to have the property of the accused in the power of his family was to risk its dissipation before the conclusion of the trial. It had to be preserved at all hazards, and the only way to do this was to make sure of it by seizure at the moment of arrest. The importance attributed to this by the Holy Office is seen in the details which form so prominent a portion of the Instructions. It is true that the canon law strictly prohibited the seizure of property before a sentence of condemnation had been duly rendered. But this had been framed at a time when the temporal lords enjoyed the confiscations, and was disregarded when they inured to the benefit of those who decreed them. The alguazil executing a warrant of arrest was accompanied by a notario de secrestas, or notary of sequestrations, who at once seized all visible property and compiled a minute inventory. It was then placed in the hands of a sequestrador or despitario, who held it until the case was decided, when, if confiscation was decreed, he handed it over to the receiver. If not, it was returned, or what was left of it, to the owner. In the earliest instructions, the receiver and his scrivener accompanied the notary of sequestrations, and 2 copies of the inventory were made. Much conflicting legislation followed, directed to finding means for preventing the receiver from appropriating portions of the sequestrations. But the trouble was perennial, and, in interrogatories drawn up for inspectors on their visitations, there was one which required all officials to declare whether the receiver had taken any sequestrated property before the case of the owner was determined. Irregularities continued, and in 1633 some respect was paid to the interest of the accused by a rule that a representative appointed by him should be present, with the receiver and notary, when seizing the property and making the inventory. In 1635 this was followed by requiring the senior inquisitor to report promptly to the Suprema all details as to kind and amount of property sequestrated, and whether any collusion or secreting of goods had occurred, a mandate of which the frequent repetition shows the difficulty of its enforcement. Finally, in 1654, Philip IV assembled a junta to formulate regulations by which, when farmers of the revenue were arrested, the interests of the royal fisc, of all creditors, and of the owner if acquitted, might be protected. These provided that the first duty, on making an arrest, was to search the prisoner for papers and keys. He was then told to name a representative to be present at the sequestration and inventory. If the hour suited, this followed at once, otherwise it was postponed until the next day, padlocks being meanwhile placed on everything, and 1 or 2 guards being stationed. The inventory was made in the minutest detail, room by room, specifying the contents of all desks, trunks, chests, and other receptacles. The keys were then delivered to the depository selected, who receipted for the property and became responsible for it. Then followed immediately the audiencia de hacienda, in which the prisoner was made to give an account of all of his possessions. If among the effects seized were some of a nature requiring them to be sold, or if it was necessary to provide for the food of the prisoner, they were disposed of at auction, after appraisement made in the presence of his representative. As the inventory was the basis of all further proceedings, from a very early period rigid instructions were issued that it should be complete to the minutest detail. Every paper found in the prisoner's possession was to be enumerated. In 1607 the Suprema complained of negligence in this respect, and ordered that in future, not only must every paper be set down, but also its nature and contents. Such inventories as I have had an opportunity of examining show the laborious trifling entailed by these instructions. In the case, for instance, of Margarita Altamira in 1681, the list covers 4 closely written pages, consisting of entries such as an old pair of scissors, a worn toe towel, an old broom, an earthen pot, etc. She was the wife of an agricultural laborer, apparently separated from her husband and owning nothing save her little household plenishing and clothes. Official zeal sometimes outtrained discretion, gravely affecting the interests of others, as when, in 1597, the Suprema was obliged to issue instructions that, when heretic shipmasters were arrested in the seaports, only their own effects were to be seized, and not the ships and cargoes. It was unavoidable that the property of third parties, in the hands of the accused, should be included in the sequestration, and, as we have seen, from an early period the orders were that such goods should be surrendered as soon as owners should prove their rights. Such cases were of perpetual occurrence, causing much damage or inconvenience, and were attended with exasperating delays. The daughters of Brianda Royce, reconciled with confiscation, presented, March 19, 1530, a claim for some 70 articles of household furnishing, which were not adjudged to them until July 7, 1531. The list included a pair of chickens, which had doubtless long before disappeared in the olla. The case of Margarita Altanara affords some quaint illustrations of the annoyances inflicted on those who chanced to have had dealings with the accused. She was arrested in November 1681, and on April 8, 1682, the priest Francisco Juan Sanz presented a petition representing that, among the effects sequestrated, was a lot of shirts and undergarments, of which he furnished a list, Margarita apparently having been his washerwoman. The paper was endorsed to be filed away, and its proof to be received in proper time. The proper time was slow in coming, for in August a good padre again petitioned for his shirts, but whether he eventually recovered them the documents fail to show. A year later, August 3, 1683, Margarita Batlle made application for a cradle which she said that she had lent to Altanara. The case was referred to the receiver, who reported that there was in the sequestration an old cradle, which if sold might fetch 2 or 3 reales. Then, on August 25th, the inquisitors resolved that, as it was of so little value, it might be surrendered to her on her proving ownership under oath, and on October 6th she was duly sworn and examined. She described the cradle, told from whom it was bought at the price of 2 reales, explained why she had lent it and why she had not reclaimed it prior to Altamira's arrest, whereupon it was ordered to be restored to her. Evidently there was no haste in relieving the necessities of those who were caught in the sweep of sequestration. It was very properly a cardinal principle, frequently reiterated, that sequestrated property was sacred and was not to be diverted, however great might be the necessity. It was easier, however, to enunciate such a self-denying ordinance than to observe it, in an institution practically secure from supervision. Ferdinand set the example by selling or granting as favors numerous houses in Perpignan, abandoned by fugitives before the Inquisition was in operation in Roussillon, and he had no scruple in assuming the condemnation of the owners before their prosecution had commenced. We have seen how, in 1644, the the Suprema admitted to Philip IV that, to satisfy his exigencies, it had sold sequestrated property, for which the owners, who had been acquitted, were clamoring. In fact, the use of such property became habitual, for, towards the end of the century, we find an official depositario of the Suprema in charge of the sequestrations, who was accustomed to meet, from the funds in his hands, the expenses of the Madrid tribunal, subject, of course, to repayment. In one transaction of the kind, the advance made, July 3, 1680, was not refunded until November 17, 1681. The tribunal was thus exposed to the risk that its decisions might be influenced by the condition of its account with the depositario. At first, there would seem to have been no provision for the family of a prisoner whose property was thus suddenly seized. They were cast adrift and deprived of subsistence, regardless of the fact that confiscation might not be decreed. In the early instructions, there is no arrangement for their support during the trial, and any exceptions to this were matters of favor, as when Ferdinand, July 11, 1486, wrote to the receiver of Saragossa that, as the lands and property of Juan Navarro had been sequestrated, as his children had no other support, and as one of them had rendered him good service, all the rents and profits of the estate should be paid to them during the pendency of the case. Common humanity demanded that some attention be paid to the necessities of the innocent and helpless, while confiscation was as yet uncertain. And in time this severity was relaxed, though it cannot be positively stated when this commenced. The earliest allusion to it that I have met occurs in the memorial of Llarena in 1506, which, while denouncing the cruelty of turning the family into the streets at night, admits that some allowance was made to them from the sequestrations. It complains, however, that this was miserably insufficient, and so irregularly paid that sometimes months elapsed without anything being received. In one case, 2 little daughters of a rich prisoner perished of hunger, and their elder sisters subsisted by beggary at night. A woman thus left with 10 souls dependent upon her was allowed 25 maravedis a day, when 250 were requisite, and even of this pittance she had received nothing for 3 months. The matter was one which called for regulation, and various experimental instructions were issued from time to time. Absolute arrangements were not easy to provide, and between 1538 and 1558 a number of utterances show the difficulty of reaching a satisfactory result. The general features of these are that the inquisitors are to consult with the receiver and notary of sequestrations and assign an allowance proportioned to the amount of the property and station of the recipients, while consideration is to be given to the ability of individuals to earn a living, provided it is not derogatory to their rank. A definite policy was finally reached in the instructions of 1561, which remained the standard. These provide that, if the wife or children of a prisoner apply for support, he is to be consulted, and, if he so wishes, an allowance out of the sequestration is to be made to them, proportioned to their station. But if there are some of an age to work, they must provide for themselves. This was a matter of grace and not of right, for a subsequent regulation restricts the grant to a limited time because the trial may be prolonged, and it may be advisable to discontinue the payments. In 1567 it was added that common clothes and bedding could be given, but every article must be specified, as the depositaries were apt to be too liberal unless restricted. It thus became a settled principle that the family of a prisoner was to be cared for out of the sequestration of its head, if he had property, and in the printed form of a warrant of arrest in 1696, this is specified as the object of placing it in the hands of a depositary selected by the prisoner. While recognizing the humanity of these provisions, it may be questioned how far they relieved the hardships of dependence, especially in the latter period, when the dilatory methods of the Inquisition prolonged the trials inordinately. Unless an estate was unusually large, it was apt to be speedily consumed by wasteful methods and an accumulation of expenses. As we shall see hereafter, unless the accused was penniless, the cost of his maintenance in prison was a first lien on his sequestrated property, and if there was not ready money, his effects were auctioned off to supply it. The strictness of the rule to pay all expenses out of the sequestration is illustrated in the case of two children of Antonio Enriquez Barrios, confined with their father in the prison of the Tribunal of Madrid. When they were discharged, 1,423 reales, the cost of their clothing and food, were collected from the sequestrated estate of their father, whose trial was unfinished. It may be assumed, under such a system, that, when the accused escaped without confiscation, only a remnant of his property was restored to him, especially as he had to accept on account from the depositario whatever the tribunal had ordered to be paid out of the sequestration and be content with the balance, while whatever he might owe for his prison maintenance had to be paid before an order was issued to lift the embargo. In this respect, a suspension of the case was equivalent to an acquittal, and entitled him to resume possession of what remained of his property. Of course, nothing could compensate a man engaged in trade for thus locking up during years all his business concerns. To such a one, arrest with sequestration meant ruin, however clearly his innocence might be demonstrated after the prolonged proceedings of the tribunal. A curious inventory of a printing office thus seized shows the breaking up of a business and the destruction of the means of livelihood. One item is, 120 reams of the third volume of Rodriguez, the book at present in hand, which is highly suggestive of the loss inflicted without redress on other parties concerned, as author or publisher, as also of the sacrifice incurred by peremptory auction sales of such material. The office of sequestrador or depository would seem, in the earlier period, to have been regarded as desirable, and it certainly offered opportunities for the dishonest. That these were sometimes improved is apparent from the case, in 1510, of Fernando de Mesa, a jurado of Córdoba, who was sequestrador of the estate of a certain Celamin. By the time the latter was condemned, Mesa had died, and the sequestrated property was not forthcoming. He had placed 4 daughters as nuns in the convent of Santa Inés, and their share of the defalcation was 30,000 maravedis, but the convent pleaded inability to pay through poverty, and Ferdinand kindly forgave it the debt. To the honest, however, the office was in every way undesirable. It involved labor, anxiety, and responsibility without payment, but, when selected and approved, the appointee was obliged to serve, under penalty of excommunication and a fine of 10,000 or 20,000 maravedis. It was recommended that, if possible, he should not be a kinsman of the prisoner or a converso, and he was always to be of good repute and standing. If the accused was a householder, the house was locked and the keys were given to the depository. Otherwise, he was put to the expense of storage. He was obliged to sign a paper subjecting himself to the penalties imposed on him by the alguazil, and pledging his person and property to make good any deficiencies occurring through error or negligence, for which he renounced his fuero and submitted himself wholly to the Inquisition. The perplexities and tribulations to which he was exposed are illustrated by those of Jaime Tajes, who served as depositario in the case of Margarita Altamira. He appealed, April 26, 1682, to the inquisitors, representing that, when the sequestration was made, he was given the key of the house, but he is now required to surrender it to the owner and to have the goods stored safely. He has no room for them in his own house, and petitions to have them delivered to someone else. No attention was paid to this, and on May 14th, the owner of the house, a priest named Francisco Canudes, came forward with a complaint. On March 26th, he had obtained an order for the key, but Tajes refused to surrender it, wherefore he desires that he be forced to do so and to pay him 6 months' rent. The documents fail to inform us what was the solution of the complication which the tribunal had thus created, but the affair illustrates the manner in which the Inquisition was wont to call for gratuitous services, and to pay little regard to the convenience or interest of those on whom it imposed onerous duties. There were some limitations on the power of sequestration. It was confined to property found in possession of the accused. Whatever he owned that was in the hands of third parties could not be sequestrated, and had to await sentence of confiscation before it could be seized. An application of this principle led to the somewhat remarkable rule that there could be no sequestration in prosecutions of the dead, however convincing the proofs of guilt, because the possessions of the offender had passed into the hands of third parties. As early as 1537, this was prescribed by the Suprema in a letter to the Tribunal of Barcelona, and it was embodied in the instructions of 1561. A more important limitation confined sequestration to arrest on charges of formal heresy, and the fiscal was required in his clamosa to specify whether or not he asked for it, though as late as 1575 the Suprema was obliged to notify the Tribunal of Valencia that heresy was a prerequisite of sequestration. The definition of heresy, however, was somewhat elastic, and when, in 1573, a determined effort was made to eradicate the general popular belief that fornication between the unmarried was not a mortal sin, it was ordered to be prosecuted as heresy with sequestration. When formal heresy was involved, sequestration was to be decreed, whether the accused had property or not, and in 1665 the Suprema rebuked the Tribunal of Barcelona for omitting it in the case of a galley slave. The Inquisition at length grew restive under the limitation of sequestration to formal heresy, for as heretics grew fewer, it exempted a vast proportion of the cases which formed the current business of the tribunals, consisting of blasphemy, sorcery, bigamy, solicitation, marriage of clerics, propositions scandalous, audacious, or ill-sounding, the possession of prohibited books, and, in fact, as we are told, all offenses which did not, in law, import confiscation. In these cases, the warrant of arrest, during the 16th century, instructed the alguazil to arrange so that the prisoner could leave his property in the hands of anyone whom he should select, to be used for the maintenance of himself and his family, and an inventory was to be made to prevent misappropriation. In time, the Inquisition outgrew this consideration for innocent sufferers, which reduced it to sharing with them in the use of what was apt, to disappear in the course of the protracted trials. To remedy this, and without, so far as appears, any warrant of law, the expedient was devised of substituting for the word sequestration the euphemistic term of embargo, and ordering the property of all prisoners not liable to confiscation to be embargoed. The words had the same meaning, and, in the earlier time, were used as identical, often copulatively as embargo y sequestro, a mere pleonasm of legal phraseology, the context showing that sequestration was meant. The slight shade of difference was that in embargo the prisoner selected the depository, who was to hold the property and pay from it the expenses of his maintenance in prison during his trial. Thus sequestration, under the flimsy veil of calling it embargo, became a matter of course in all arrests, and the fiscal was instructed, when the calificación was of formal heresy, to ask for sequestration, in other cases for embargo, and, when freales were the culprits, for embargo of their peculium and papers. So universal was this, that in 1665 the Suprema required the Barcelona tribunal to furnish reasons for not embargoing the property in any case of arrest for minor offences. So it continued to the end. In 1815 we find numerous cases of embargo in arrests on charges of bigamy, solicitation, irreverence, propositions, and the like, while the Dominican Fray Tomas Garcia, for celebrating Mass without priest's orders, had his peculium embargoed. In this illegal extension of sequestration there is something peculiarly heartless. When the offense charged inferred confiscation, there was some excuse for making sure that the property would not be secreted or dissipated, but in minor cases to subject the offender and his family to the hardship and perhaps ruin caused by seizing his property and holding it during the leisurely progress of his trial, merely in order to secure to the tribunal the reimbursement of his maintenance in prison, shows how thoroughly hardened the Holy Office had become to human suffering, and how its selfish greed stifled all the promptings of humanity. A practical illustration of the process of arrest and sequestration is furnished by the case of Ana de Torres, a woman of 22, recently married to Gaspar Agustin, a confectioner of Ciudad Real. Testimony of Judaism had been gathered against her, and on May 9, 1680, the Toledo tribunal ordered its familiar, Don Alvaro Muñoz de Figueroa, a knight of Santiago, to arrest her, sequestrate her property, and send her to Toledo with bed and clothing and 100 ducats. On May 17th, Muñoz reported that, after ascertaining her address, he had gone to her house at 9 o'clock that night, with a notary, familiar, and servants, had carried her off to his own, turning out the husband and placing 2 guards, so that the sequestration could be made the next day. From what he could see, all the contents of the house was not worth 100 ducats, and he was told that they belonged to the husband, for she had come to Ciudad Real in September with nothing but her person. Moreover, she was 5 or 6 months gone with child. He asked for instructions, which were given in apparent disregard of the husband's rights, for he was told to make the sequestration and send her with her bed and clothes and whatever he could get for her things. On May 24th, he reported that he had started her on her journey with 400 reales, about 36 ducats, which was all that he had realized on the sale of the effects. Successive relays of familiars carried her gratuitously, and the next day the receiver of Toledo acknowledged the receipt of the 400 reales to pay for her food. Then, on July 6th, the alcaide reported that she was suffering from an inflammation of the throat, which, in her condition, threatened serious complications. The medico was called in, who prescribed bleeding and gargles and removal from the confined air of the prison. She was taken to the house of the alcaide, where she was duly bled, and, on July 18th, was sufficiently recovered to ask for an audience. In due time, on September 13th, the alcaide reported her confinement and that he had provided a midwife, when he was ordered to take care that she had everything necessary for her recovery and comfort. On July 29th, the child was baptized and the mother brought back to the prison, when she was placed in a cell with 2 other women, and in October, orders were drawn for 146 reales to pay for the clothes and swaddling bands of the infant, and for 14 reales to the chapel of the cathedral for its baptism. The redeeming features of these latter details afford a welcome relief to the sordid eagerness of the Inquisition in grasping everything within its reach in order to escape the costs of persecution, regardless of the misery which it inflicted. In the present case, we learn nothing as to the husband, presumably innocent, thus turned out of his house and stripped of his furniture. This was no concern of the Holy Office. End of Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 6, Practice, Chapter 4, Part 1, The Secret Prison. The Cárceles Secretas, or Secret Prison, was the official designation of the place of confinement during trial of those accused of heresy. It formed part of the building of the Inquisition, so that the prisoner could at any moment be brought into the audience chamber without being exposed to public view. Such a case as Carranza's, where confinement was in a different place and the inquisitors went there, being wholly exceptional. The secret prison was exclusively one of detention, the Casa de Penitencia, or punitive prison, being wholly different, and the contrast between the two, the laxity of the imprisonment as a punishment of the guilty and its rigor toward those whose guilt was yet uncertain, is not the least of the anomalies of the Holy Office. As a general rule, it may be said that imprisonment followed arrest, and that admission to bail was an exceptional favor of the early time, virtually withdrawn afterwards. In 1530 we have an example in the case of Antonio de Parejo, a priest whose offences did not amount to formal heresy, who was released by the Toledo tribunal from the secret prison and given the city as a prison on bail in 100,000 maravedis, furnished by his brother Vizcaino, who renounced his fuero. Parejo moreover took a solemn oath not to leave Toledo on his own feet or those of others, and that a certain Mateo Perez could always tell where he was to be found. Various regulations in 1535 and 1537 allow bail in cases where arrest had been made on slender evidence, but in 1560 Valdez ordered that no exception should be made when the charge was of heresy. For those held in less serious charges there was less rigorous treatment. The inquisitorial jurisdiction extended over a wide range of offenses, more or less trivial, and the tribunals did not care to be burdened with the expense of prisoners who were not likely to seek safety in flight or to warn their accomplices. For these there were various grades of confinement. Under the practice known as aplaceria of assigning the city as a prison, or the offender's house, or the less rigorous prison for officials under trial known as the cárcel de familiares. Thus, about 1640, a writer says that in cases of blasphemy, the accused may be assigned the city as a prison, or, if the offense has been especially shameless and scandalous and reiterated, it may be proper to confine him in the cárcel de familiares, or, if flight is anticipated, even in the secret prison, although this is a rigor not now practiced. He adds that when astrologers spontaneously denounce themselves, they are not thrown into the secret prison, but into the cárcel de familiares, or are given their own houses or the city as a prison. Friars often, unless the charges were particularly grave, were assigned for detention to the convent of their order, in accordance with the general policy of guarding the honor of the church. When the prisons of the tribunals were crowded, convents were also sometimes used as subsidiary prisons, as they were provided with cells for detention. In some tribunals we also hear of cárceles medias, cárceles comunes, cárceles públicas, for offenses not of faith. These appear to be similar to the cárcel de familiares, and in all of them confinement was held not to inflict the indelible stain of the secret prison. As a rule, the prisoner in these was not debarred from communication with his friends, although he might be confined sin comunicación. In fact, the whole matter lay at the discretion of the tribunal. We have seen how, in the passionate conflicts of jurisdiction, inquisitors sometimes wreaked vengeance on their opponents by inflicting on them the infamy of confinement in the secret prison. So, on the other hand, culprits charged with heresy, when their proof seemed slender, were sometimes placed in the cárceles medias, and then, as the trial advanced and the evidence grew more compromising, were transferred to the secret prison. Thus, in 1678, Ángela Pérez, on trial for Judaism by the Tribunal of Toledo, was moved, June 22nd, from the medias to the secretas. The same occurred at Valladolid in 1697, in several cases of Judaism, and, as late as 1818, there is an example at Seville where Ana Maria Barbero, tried for superstitions and blasphemies, was similarly shifted when the case reached the stage of formal accusation. In compassionating the hardships of the secret prisons, the horrors of the jails of the period must not be lost to sight, and in the comparison we shall see that those of the Inquisition were less vile than those of other jurisdictions. It is true that the ancient laws of Castile proclaimed that prisons were meant not for punishment but for detention while awaiting trial, and that Ferdinand and Isabella in 1489 ordered a weekly inspection by the judges, who should listen to all complaints made by prisoners, a provision repeated by Charles V in 1525. Yet the petition of the Cortes of Madrid in 1534 shows how little attention these enlightened enactments received, and the condition of the jails can be conjectured from that of Valencia, where, about 1630, Pedro Bonet, secretary of the Inquisition, was confined, while a competencia was fought over him, and when he was surrendered to the tribunal, he was in such a state that he died within 3 days. It is certain that the Inquisition regarded its secret prison as more humane than the royal jail even in modern times, for in 1816, when Don Agustin Perala was tried by both jurisdictions for certain irreligious and anti-political propositions, the Tribunal of Madrid, in procuring his transfer to its cells, asserted that this was to relieve him from the inevitable hardships of the royal jails in which he was confined. This may well be true, for the secret prison had the reputation of being less harsh than those of the spiritual jurisdictions. In 1629, Fray Diego de Medina, when brought before the tribunal of Valladolid for uttering some radical heresies, explained that in his convent de la Victoria he was kept in the stocks of the convent prison, and he had made the heretical assertions in order to be transferred to the milder treatment of the Inquisition, whereupon he was dismissed with a reprimand. We might regard this as an isolated case, were it not for a similar one about 1675, where a cleric confined in the episcopal prison pretended Judaism with the object of being removed to the Inquisition. In this instance the tribunal rebuked him and remanded him to the tender mercies of his bishop. Whether the secret prisons were better or worse than the royal and ecclesiastical jails, they were dismal and unwholesome places of confinement. Of course, as structures they varied greatly. Few, if any, of the buildings of the Inquisition were constructed for its use. In Saragossa, the royal Castile of Aljaferia; in Barcelona, the royal palace; in Valencia, the archiepiscopal palace; in Seville, the castle of Triana; in Cordoba, the Alcazar, were occupied and utilized, and elsewhere such buildings as seemed suitable were taken. Those which had served as castles had dungeons already provided. In the others, cells were constructed. Under the circumstances, there could be no common plan and no general standard of convenience or healthfulness. It is to be hoped that not many were like that of Palermo, where there were great subterranean caverns which the inquisitors constructed cells for their prisoners, but probably not much better was part of the secret prison of Toledo, of which we get a glimpse in 1592. Marie Rodriguez, after lying there for 9 months with a year-old baby, asked an audience and begged to be removed from her cell, for it was entirely dark, and she and her companions suffered greatly, and they were sick, to which the inquisitors coldly replied that what she needed was to discharge her conscience and save her soul, and, for the rest, she should have justice. That the prisons should be unsanitary was a matter of course at the period, and the death rate must have been large, especially during the pestilences, which are of constant recurrence in the annals of time. Statistics are of course unattainable, but the records frequently refer to the death of prisoners during trial. In Valladolid the report of 1630 to the Suprema includes the names of 12 deceased prisoners. With the existing state of their cases, and in the great Madrid auto de fe of 1680, all the dead who were burnt in effigy, to the number of 8, had died in the prisons. Confinement in the secret prison was regarded as one of the gravest misfortunes that could befall a man, in consequence of the indelible stain that it inflicted on him and his descendants. The Consulta Magna of 1696 dwells eloquently on the horror inspired by such imprisonment and the injustice of subjecting to it, at the whim of an inquisitor, those whose offences had no relation to the faith. In support of this it adduces the case of a woman of Seville in 1682, who had some words with the wife of a secretary of the tribunal. The alguazil was sent to arrest her, and, in her frenzied desire to avoid imprisonment, she threw herself from an upper window and broke both her legs. The Consulta adds that those who were guilty only of an insult to a familiar were not infrequently thrust into the deepest dungeons of the secret prisons. The terror thus caused was rated as one of the most efficient powers possessed by the Inquisition. When, in 1622, Gregory XV granted to the bishops concurrent jurisdiction over the crime of solicitation, the remonstrances addressed to him from Spain represented this dread as a deterrent much more powerful than anything that the bishops could bring to bear. In the royal instructions to the Duke of Albuquerque, then ambassador at Rome, it is argued that the fear of the infamy wrought by the prisons of the Inquisition restrains the hardest culprits. Power such as this was liable to constant abuse, even after the Suprema had deprived the tribunals of initiative and, when the attention of Carlos IV was called to it, in 1798, by the case of Ramon de Salas, a professor at Salamanca, he proposed to require special royal permission before consignment to a secret prison. But Llorente tells us that court intrigues prevented the enactment of this wholesome reform. The cruelty which kept all prisoners in chains was not peculiar to the Inquisition, for we have seen that it was a common practice in the secular jails. An Italian visiting Madrid in 1592 describes 3 prisons there, that of the court, of the city, and of the priests, and says that all prisoners, no matter how slight their offences, were fettered. It was evidently a novelty to him, which he sought to explain by the insecurity of the buildings. None of the instructions refer to chains, but a chance allusion of Pablo Garcia shows that their use was assumed as a matter of course, and this occasionally presents itself in the trials, as when, in 1565, Fiere de Bonavilla asked their removal to enable him to change his drawers, and, in 1647, Alonso Velasquez, who had escaped and was recaptured, describes how he rid himself of them. While thus the Inquisition is not to be taxed with special cruelty in following the universal custom, it had its methods of inflicting intolerable hardships in special cases. When a heretic proved to be impotent, a mordaza or gag was applied to him. What was the exact form of this instrument of torture it would be impossible to say, but the allusions to it show that it was regarded as a severe infliction. When thus worn in prison, it was not a mere precaution against the prisoner spreading his heresies, for an order of the Suprema prescribes that no one be allowed to speak with him except the confessor sent to him in the night before his execution, while even then the mordaza was not to be removed. There was another device of pure cruelty, the pie de amigo, an iron fork or crotch, fitted to the chin and secured by a band around the neck or the waist, to keep the head up and rigidly fixed. The customary use of this was on culprits scourged through the streets or paraded in vergüenza, but it was sometimes employed to heighten the sufferings of prisoners, either through mere malignity or to induce confession. When the celebrated Dr. Agustin Cazalla was burnt in Valladolid in 1559, envoys from the tribunal sent to him the afternoon before the auto de fe found him in a dark cell, loaded with chains and wearing a pie de amigo, although he had freely confessed, recanted, and begged for mercy. In 1599, in the case of Jacques Pinzon, a French Calvinist in Toledo, who made a disturbance in the prison, 50 lashes were administered and a pie de amigo was ordered, April 20th. At an audience granted him 6 months later, October 19th, he is described as still wearing it, as well as 2 pairs of fetters, and, in this case, the pie de amigo extended from the neck to the right hand. In spite of fetters, escape from the secret prison was by no means rare, but it was not often finally successful, for the organization of the Inquisition generally enabled it to recapture the fugitive. A description of the culprit was at once distributed, with a mandate ordering the civil authorities to summon everyone to assist with the familiars and commissioners to scour the roads under pain of excommunication and 500 ducats. Thus an army was promptly on foot, every suspicious stranger was scrutinized, and the fugitive was usually soon arrested and returned. In the jurisprudence of the period, breaking gaol was held to be a confession of guilt, and some authorities held that this applied to the prisoners of the Inquisition. But Simancas and Rojas agree in regarding this as excessive severity. If the fugitive was recaptured, the ordinary practice was to give him 100 or 200 lashes. His trial was resumed and carried forward to the end. If he was not recaptured, he was prosecuted for contumacy in absentia. Numerous cases attest to the accuracy of this, although when the culprit was a person of condition, the scourging was replaced by stricter imprisonment and increased severity in the sentence. For those who eluded recapture, the prosecution for contumacy had but one ending. The absentee was held to be a self-confessed and impotent heretic, fit only for the stake. Thus, in 1586, Jean de Salinas, a Frenchman on trial for Lutheranism in Valencia, succeeded in escaping with a number of fellow prisoners. He was not recaptured. The necessary edicts of summons were issued in due order, and, as a contemptuous heretic, he was burnt in effigy, January 23, 1590. Although at the time of his evasion his case had already been voted on, with the insignificant sentence of abrogation de levi and 6 months' seclusion. The cruelest feature of inquisitorial prison discipline was the rigid denial of all intercourse with the outer world. In the secular jails, the state always had the right of imprisoning sin comunicación, where there were special reasons for such rigor. But in the secret prisons of the Holy Office, this was the universal rule, enforced with the utmost solitude as an essential part of its highly prized secrecy. We have seen that from the moment of arrest until delivery to the jailer, the prisoner was not allowed to exchange a word with anyone but the officials, and this was continued with the same strictness when he was within the walls, so far as concerned the outer world, to which he was as one already in the tomb. He could learn nothing of those whom he held dear, nor could they conjure his fate, until, after perhaps the lapse of years, he appeared in an auto de fe as one destined to the stake, or to the galleys, or to perpetual prison. It would be impossible to communicate the sum of human misery thus wantonly inflicted by the Inquisition during its centuries of existence, misery for which the only excuse was that communication with friends might aid in his defense. According to inquisitional theory, the presumption of guilt was so absolute that all measures were justified which would hinder fraudulent defense. This strictness was not observed at first. The Instructions of 1488 call attention to the evils arising from communication with prisoners, and order inquisitors to see in future that it is not permitted, except by the admittance of religious persons for their spiritual benefit. This received scant attention, for the Instructions of 1498 order alguaces and jailers not to permit the entrance of wives or kindred, and whatever is sent to prisoners must be examined to ensure that no letters or messages reach them. Even inquisitors and other officials were forbidden to speak with prisoners except in the presence of another official. This rigor was relaxed for an order of the Suprema in 1514, provided that no one from the outside should speak with a prisoner, except by special license of the inquisitor, and then only in his presence and that of a notary. And a further concession in 1536 was that if a prisoner desired an interview with his wife, the inquisitor, if he saw fit, could grant permission. These slender concessions, however, were soon withdrawn, and in 1546 officials were reminded that only those permitted by the Instructions could be admitted, and that any contraventions would be severely punished. Surreptitious communications were difficult to prevent, and so little were the officials trusted that 2 locks were required on each cell door, so that the alcalde or jailer could not enter without his assistant. The success with which all this was enforced is boastingly alluded to in a report of the Valladolid auto de fe of May 21, 1559, where it is declared that the inquisitorial process was so secret that no one knew what was the offense of any prisoner till he appeared on the scaffold. The increasing importance attached to this is revealed in the Instructions of 1561, which take for granted that all access from outside is forbidden, and which regulate the interior life of the prison with the same object. Everything brought to a prisoner, whether provisions or other matters, was reported to the inquisitors, who decided as to its delivery, if allowed. It was minutely examined to see that it transmitted no message. If it were found that prisoners had communicated with each other, no pains were spared to find out how it was done, and what had passed between them. When prisoners were confined together, if their cell was changed, they were kept together and not scattered among others. The segregation from the world was maintained to the end. At the auto de fe, no one was allowed to speak with penitents, except the confessors assigned to them, and those who were burnt were sent to their last reckoning without being allowed to learn what was the fate of those whom they held dear. When penitents left the prison after the auto, they were subjected to the avisos de cárceles, in which they were examined under oath as to all that they had seen or heard while confined, and were ordered under heavy penalties to reveal nothing of their own experiences. All this was not wanton and cold-blooded cruelty, it was merely the pitiless enforcement of a rule which was superior to all the promptings of humanity. In the fulfillment of the rule, the most minute regulations were multiplied and reiterated. The alcalde was warned to be especially careful about his wife and children, who were never to be allowed to see the prisoners. No one was to be admitted to the cells except the sworn attendant who served the food, and when, as in some tribunals, it was served uncooked for the prisoners to cook, it was not to be wrapped in paper, but was to be brought in earthen pots. In serving food and in cleaning cells, the door of one was always to be securely locked before opening another. No windows which looked upon those of the cells were allowed to be opened. In Murcia, the water carrier who served the Inquisition was not allowed to enter the courtyard to fill the jars, but to do so from a window opening upon the court, or to have the water in a room where the jars could be filled. No precaution was too minute, no watchfulness too careful, when the supreme object was concerned of isolating the prisoners from their friends and from each other. End of Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 2. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Book 6, Chapter 4, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice. Chapter 4, Part 2, The Secret Prison. Yet there were ways of eluding the vigilance of the tribunals, of which bribery of the underlings was the most frequent. Even the alcaides were not insensible to such seductions, and a writer advises them to take warning by the example of those who enter office in honor and leave it in ignominy. The kindred and friends of prisoners were frequently people of means, and there could be no hesitation in outlays to circumvent the cruel rules which forbade to them and to the captives all knowledge of each other's fate. The Inquisition was by no means consistent in its treatment of those who thus violated its regulations. In 1635, Miguel de Maradillo, a bricklayer working on the roof of the prison of Valladolid, carried a message from one prisoner to another, informing him that his wife and son had been arrested. On another occasion, he told the same prisoner that his daughter had been relieved of the San Benito, and he conveyed a paper from him to them. In this, he seems to have been actuated merely by compassion, and his punishment was light: a reprimand, 6 months' exile from Valladolid, and prohibition of future employment on the building of the Inquisition. In 1655, Francisco Lopez Capadocia, on trial by the tribunal of Valladolid, was subjected to a second prosecution for communicating with other prisoners, and was sentenced only to reprimand and exile. Greater severity seems to have been shown when employees of the tribunals were the guilty parties. In 1591, when Don Alonso de Mendoza was confined in Toledo on a charge of heresy, his friends outside established correspondence by means of the cook, Francisca de Saavedra, who conveyed the letters in the dishes. She admitted having received bribes to the amount of 8,160 maravedis, and was punished with a fine of 6,000, besides 100 lashes and 4 years' exile. Still harsher was the treatment, about 1650, in Mexico, of Esteban Domingo, a Negro slave employed as an assistant in the crowded inquisitorial prison. He was detected in carrying for money communications between the prisoners and their friends, for which he was condemned to 200 lashes and 6 years in the galleys. Towards the close of its career, the Inquisition seems to manifest a disposition to relax somewhat in its rigidity. In 1815, the Madrid tribunal referred to the Suprema a petition from Doña Manuela Osorno to be permitted to see her husband, Don Vicente Lema, then in its prison. The answer was that, after he had completed his declarations, she might be allowed to see him once or twice a week, in the presence of an inquisitor, but only to confer on their domestic affairs. To this tendency may also be attributed the leniency shown to Alfonso González, barber of the tribunal of Murcia, who made use of his position to convey letters and paper to Francisco Villaescusa, a prisoner, and who was benigantly treated with a reprimand and disability to hold office under the Inquisition. A necessary feature of the prohibition of communication was that prisoners were debarred from the use of writing materials, except under the strictest supervision. Some use of them was unavoidable, when drawing up a defense or a petition to the tribunal, opportunity for which was never refused. But they were required to apply to the inquisitors for paper, stating the number of sheets wanted. When these were carefully numbered and rubricated by the secretary, at the upper right-hand corner, and were required to be scrupulously returned, so that there could be no withholding of any for another purpose. This device was prescribed by the Suprema in 1534 and remained the invariable rule. Thus, when Fray Vicente Selles, in Valencia, at an audience of June 27, 1692, asked for 2 sheets of paper, and on June 30th returned 1½ in blank, saying that what he had written on the other half sheet was false, and he had thrown it into the filth, he was made to fetch it, filthy as it was. Whatever quantity a prisoner asked was given to him, and some consumed paper by the choir. Indeed, Fray Luis de Leon relieved the tedium and anxiety of his 4 years' imprisonment at Valladolid by writing his classical devotional work, the Nombres de Cristo. While, as we have seen, great care was taken to prevent prisoners from communicating with each other, it by no means follows that confinement was solitary. As a general rule, it was regarded as preferable that male prisoners should be alone, and that women should have companionship. But there could be no hard and fast line of policy followed, except that accomplices and negativos, those who denied the accusation, should not be placed together. Husband and wife were thus always separated, but, when occasion required, there was no hesitation in crowding 4 or 5 persons together, and, in the careless confidence of common misfortune, this often opened a valuable source of information, for there never seems to have been any scruple in betraying that confidence, in the hope of winning favor by reporting to the tribunal the comprising utterances of cell companions. The object in keeping apart those who were accomplices was to prevent their encouraging each other in denial and agreeing on a common line of defense. Men who were confined by themselves asked for a companion, and women more frequently did so. It was impossible that discipline should be uniform at all times and places, and we sometimes find it exceedingly lax. It infers great looseness when, in 1546, the Suprema felt it necessary to enjoin care in permitting prisoners freely to visit each other, and in the trial of Isabel Reiner at Toledo, in 1570, we find her stating, in an audience, that in passing through the prison she saw a fellow prisoner who informed her that her husband and Estefan Carrier were also prisoners, and who asked her why she was imprisoned. In fact, as we gather from chance allusions in the trials, there must have been a certain freedom of movement. In the case of Benito Ferrer, in 1621, at Toledo, there was an investigation as to his sanity, in which the alcaide spoke of his going regularly to the cistern for water, and cooking his food like the rest, while the assistant described taking him to the latrines when desired. From the trial of Jacques Pinzon in Granada in 1599, we learn that, in the morning, the alcaide brought the prisoners water and returned after Mass with their food. The mention of a pan to hold dishes shows that they had fire, and we hear of pots, spoons, and other utensils. There was evidently a diversity of routine in the different tribunals, and when Valdez, in 1562, was obliged to order that prisoners were not to go for their rations, because they met the servants of the purveyor, and that the alcaide must receive the food and carry it to the cells, it argues that, in some tribunals at least, a considerable freedom of movement had existed. In 1652, a minute code of instructions for the alcaide shows us what at that time were the regulations. On rising in the morning, he is to visit all the cells and see how the prisoners are. He is to examine carefully for openings through which they may communicate with each other. Doors are to be carefully closed, and he is not to leave with the prisoners knives, cords, or scissors. If scissors are needed, he is to stay while they are used and take them away. He is not to give them books to read without permission of the inquisitors. Rations are served twice a week, on Sundays and Thursdays, and on the afternoon previous he is to see each prisoner, ascertain what he wants, and set it down in a book so that the purveyor may provide it. Every nightfall he is to examine the cells to guard against attempts to escape, searching under the pillows for articles that would assist flight, or for writing materials. Prisoners able to cook their food will do so in a brasero. For those who cannot, the cooking is done by an appointee of the tribunal. All this shows a commendable desire to avoid unnecessary harshness. Yet the regulations enforce one hardship which appears to have been universal at all periods after the earliest: the prohibition of lights, a severe infliction, for, in the obscurity of their cells, the hours of darkness must have seemed interminable. It is probable that at first this was not the rule, for in 1497 in Valencia there is an item of 7 sueldos 4 dineros for lights, in the account of the expenses of Alonso de Roman, who had lain in the secret prison for 9 months and 9 days. Of course, in the general venality of the period, prison officials were not always inaccessible to bribery, and money could procure relaxation of the rules, but, when detected, it was visited with a severity not often shown to delinquent officials. This is illustrated by a case in Toledo in 1591, when judicious liberality procured unlawful privileges, such as having cell doors open, allowing communications, and other similar indulgences. Francisco Méndez de Lema, the alcaide, attempted flight, but was caught and sentenced to 100 lashes, galley service, exile, and deprivation of office. His cousin and assistant, Miguel de Gea, confessed partially and was tortured without extracting more. He escaped with dismissal, disability for office, and 4 years of exile. There was one regulation which bore with especial severity on the innocent, while it was a matter of indifference to the heretic. This was the deprivation of all religious consolation during the period, often prolonged for years, of incarceration. It is difficult to understand this in the professors of a theology which teaches the infinite importance of the sacraments as aids to spiritual development as well as to salvation, especially when so large a portion of the prisoners were good Catholics tried on charges which did not infer formal heresy. Possibly it may be explained by the customary assumption of the guilt of the accused, who had thus incurred ipso facto excommunication, and the Spanish Inquisition had the example of the Roman, whose prisoners were similarly not allowed to receive the sacraments or to hear mass. Yet the great canonist Azpilcueta, whose attention was probably drawn to the matter by the case of his client Carranza, thus deprived of the sacraments for 18 years, tells us that there is no law justifying the Spanish Inquisition in this, though perhaps it may have special authority and also good reasons. To him, however, it appeared that the sacraments would soften the heart of prisoners and lead them to confess, while it was cruel to leave them exposed without defense to the assaults of the demon during the many years of their captivity. Yet the refusal was absolute. Fray Luis de Leon, whose 3 years of imprisonment, pleaded earnestly for the sacraments, but the only reply of the Suprema to his petition was to tell the Valladolid tribunal to finish the case as soon as convenient. While the sacraments were denied, sacramental confession was allowed, though of course the priest could not grant absolution. The earliest allusion I have met to this is an order by Cardinal Manrique in 1529, and in 1540 formal instructions were issued that, when a prisoner asks for a confessor, if the case admits of it, a proper person should be given to him. This privilege was somewhat abridged by the elaborate provisions of the instructions of 1561, which are framed to turn it to advantage. If a prisoner in good health asks for a confessor, it is safer not to grant the request, unless he has confessed judiciously and has satisfied the evidence. But as he cannot be absolved for heresy until reconciled to the Church, such confession is not of full effect unless he is in the article of death or a woman in the peril of childbirth, in which case the canon laws are to be observed. If a sick man asks for a confessor, he shall have one, who shall be sworn to secrecy, and to reveal to the tribunal any commission entrusted to him, if it is outside of confession, and to refuse it if within confession. The inquisitors shall instruct him to tell the prisoner that he cannot be absolved, if guilty, unless he confesses judicially. If his judicial confession satisfies the evidence, he is to be formally reconciled before he dies, and when judicially absolved, the confessor shall absolve him sacramentally, when, if there is nothing to prevent it, he may receive Christian burial, as secretly as possible. If a sick man does not ask for a confessor, and the physician is apprehensive of the result, he must urge him in every way to confess. The advantage thus afforded by the confessional is illustrated in the trial for Judaism of Ana Lopez at Valladolid in 1637. She had denied, but was taken sick and declared by the physician to be in danger. To the confessor she admitted that, at the age of 17, she was taught Judaism, that she subsequently returned to the true faith, until, on coming to Valladolid, a woman perverted her. The confessor warned her that she must confess judicially. She authorized him to report her confession, and he absolved her sacramentally. An inquisitor with a notary went to her cell, when she repeated her confession and gave the name of the woman who had perverted her, and on her recovery her trial was resumed when she confirmed her confession. It is the kindly rule of the Church that absolution is never to be refused to the dying. He is to be saved from hell, and can settle the account of his sins in purgatory, or by an indulgence, or a mass on a privileged altar. With this the Inquisition did not interfere, as its professed object was the saving of souls, and it even, by a Carta Acordada of 1632, permitted communion to dying heretics who had confessed judicially and satisfied the evidence. It required, however, the wafer to be consecrated in the tribunal, if there was time. If the haste was extreme, it could be brought from the parish church, but without pomp or procession. Even the veneration due to the Godhead had to yield to the secrecy which forbade it to be known that a prisoner was dying in the Holy Office. In the same spirit, when a prisoner died without reconciliation, the alcaide reported it to the inquisitors, who ordered the secretary to identify the body and bury it secretly. It was thrust into a hole without his family knowing his fate, until, if his trial was unfinished, his heirs would be summoned to defend his fame and memory, or, if it had reached a point where sentence could not be pronounced, they saw his effigy reconciled or burnt in an auto de fe. Even when he had confessed and been reconciled on the deathbed, we have just seen that his Christian burial was to be as secret as possible. When the trial ended in acquittal or suspension, if he had property sequestrated, the lifting of the sequestration would announce it to the heirs. Otherwise, it does not seem that there was any provision for their notification. Suicide in prison, which was not infrequent, was regarded as conclusive proof of impenitence, even if the prisoner had confessed and professed repentance, but his heirs were allowed to defend him on the score of insanity, failing which he was burnt in effigy. Sickness was of frequent occurrence, and was treated with creditable humanity. The instructions of 1561 require that the sick shall have every care, and that whatever the physician deems necessary for them shall be provided. Of course, the fulfillment of this command must have varied with the temper of the tribunals, but nevertheless the spirit dictating it is in marked contrast with the conduct of the jails of the period. When cases transcended the resources of the Inquisition, the ordinary course was to transfer the patient to a hospital, in disregard of the cherished secrecy of the prison. Instances of this are common enough in the records, and a single case will suffice for its illustration. November 6, 1641, Juan de Valdez, on trial for bigamy in Valladolid, asked an audience to beg for despatch, as he was very sick. This was confirmed by the alcaide and by the physician, who said that for 19 days he had had a tertian, and was too weak to be bled, and moreover he was suffering from stone and strangury, that he could not be cured in the prison, and should be removed to a hospital. This was done, the hospital authorities being notified not to allow him to escape, and to keep the tribunal advised of his condition. In January 1642 he was reported as being still in mortal danger, but he recovered, was returned to the secret prison, and was sentenced on August 21st. The care of female prisoners was naturally a subject of some perplexity, especially as the refinement of matrons and women assistants were unknown to the Inquisition. When the instructions of 1498 order that the prison for men and for women shall be separate, it does not infer that previously they had been herded promiscuously together, but that in future distinct quarters should be provided for the sexes, a provision which was not observed, as it was deemed sufficient that women should be confined separately so that there could not be communication between them and the men, the condition of helpless women, virtually at the mercy of their male attendants, in the secrecy which shrouded everything within the prison walls, can readily be imagined. And there must have been outrages coming to the knowledge of Ximenes in 1512, that aroused him to a sense of the dangerous opportunities existing, for in that year an order was issued threatening death to any attendant who should have intercourse with a female prisoner. The severity of the penalty measured the gravity of the necessity calling for it, but, like so many other salutary provisions, the tribunals were too merciful to enforce it on their subordinates. In 1590, Andres de Castro, alcaide of the Valencia prison, was tried for seducing a female prisoner, kissing and soliciting others, allowing communications between prisoners, and accepting bribes from their kindred. There were 29 accusing witnesses. He denied the charges, but virtually admitted their truth by breaking jail. On his recapture, for this complicated series of offenses, he escaped with 100 lashes, 3 years in the galleys, perpetual exile from Valencia, and disability for office in the Inquisition, a sentence which, when compared with the habitual severity of the tribunals, shows how lightly his sexual crime was regarded by his judges. It was not that the death penalty had been abrogated, for we find it repeated, in 1652, in the Logroño instructions to alcaides. Doubtless, the rule mentioned above, that women should be gathered together in their cells, was designed to afford them protection against their jailers. In the not unusual case of the arrest of pregnant women, due consideration was given to their condition, and suitable temporary accommodation was found for them during confinement outside of the prison. Thus, in the case of Maria Rodriguez, in the tribunal of Valladolid, who was sentenced June 3, 1641, the delay in presenting the accusation until September 16th is explained on the record by her being pregnant and removed from the prison until she recovered. This was an improvement on the earlier practice, if we may believe the Llarena Memorial of 1506, which states that women in the throes of childbirth were denied all assistance, even that of a midwife. They were abandoned to nature, and many had perished in consequence. It was not only in the general prescriptions of the instructions that regard for the welfare of the prisoners is manifested. Several orders issued from time to time as to details are animated by the same spirit. Thus, in 1517, Cardinal Adrian told the Sicilian inquisitors, in a letter probably addressed to all the tribunals, that they must pay particular attention to the qualities requisite in the jailer. They must sedulously bear in mind that the prison is for detention and not for punishment. The prisoners are to be well treated and not be defrauded in their food, for which ample provision must be made. The prison must be inspected every Saturday by one of the inquisitors, and not fortnightly as provided in the instructions. Those of the prisoners who have trades are to work and thus contribute to their support, and if the officials give the women sewing to do, they must be paid. An extract made, in 1645, from a book of instructions which was read annually in the tribunals, shows that this praiseworthy care for the welfare of the prisoners was the permanent policy of the Inquisition, It prescribes the utmost punctuality in inspecting the cells every fortnight, and learning what the inmates desire, reporting this to the tribunal, which decided what each one should have, and, if there was a surplus in the allowance for rations, from which it could be procured, the alcaide was at once to be ordered to see that the purveyor bought it. If he neglected anything, he was to be reproved for the wrong committed in his lack of punctuality. Special attention was called to serving the rations in the morning, so that prisoners could prepare their midday meal. Meat was to be given daily, and only 1 day's rations at a time in hot weather, lest it should spoil. In cool weather, 2 days' supply. And this was so important for the health of the prisoner that it should be the special charge of someone, while an inquisitor ought occasionally to look to it. All this was admirable in tone and spirit. Unfortunately, its execution depended on its enforcement by the inquisitors, on their regular performance of inspection, and on holding the jailers responsible by rigorous punishment for derelictions. The duty of inspection by inquisitors had been prescribed as indispensable by the instructions of 1488, but it was impossible to make them obey, and complaints of their negligence are frequent. In 1644 we have the testimony of a contemporary that, in some places at least, it was regularly, if perfunctorily, performed, and the Logroño instructions of 1652 make it the duty of the alcaide to remind the inquisitors of it every fortnight, because it is customarily forgotten. The other requisite, severity of punishment for derelictions, was also lacking through the customary tenderness shown to delinquent officials. End of Book 6, Chapter 4, Part 2.
Book 6, Chapter 4, Part 3 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angie Liu. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice, Chapter 4, Part 3. The Secret Prison. It would be manifestly unjust to condemn as a whole the management of the prisons. It will be equally unwarranted to praise them indiscriminately. Everything depended on the conscientious discharge of duty by the inquisitors, and no general judgment can be formed as to the conditions of so many prisons during 3 centuries, except that their average standard was considerably higher than that in other jurisdictions, and that, if there were abodes of horror, such as have been described by imaginative writers, they were wholly exceptional. There were good and there were bad. The memorials of Gerina and Jaen in 1506 described them as horrible dens, overrun with rats, snakes, and other vermin, where the wretched captives sickened in despair, and were starved by the embezzlement of a large portion of the moneys allowed for their support, while no physician was permitted to attend the sick, and the attendants maltreated them like dogs. Making allowance for rhetorical exaggeration, we can imagine that this description was applicable to Cordova under Lucero. Matters seem to have been not much better at Seville in 1560, where the oppression of the alcaide, Gaspar de Benavides, provoked a despairing revolt in which his assistant was mortally wounded. Vengeance was wreaked on the participators in the fray, of whom one Avus burnt alive, and another, a boy of 14, had 400 lashes, and was sent to the galleys for life, while Gaspar, who had provoked it, was let off with appearing in an auto de fe, forfeiture of wages, and perpetual banishment from Seville. When malfeasance in office escaped with such ill-judged leniency, it was impossible to maintain discipline, and the prisoners suffered accordingly. As the result of an inspection of Barcelona by Dr. Alonso Perez, the alcaide Montserrat Pastor is scolded, in 1544, for keeping a mistress in his house, for placing a kinsman in charge of the prison and absenting himself, for receiving presents from discharged prisoners, for frequent absence, leaving the prison unguarded, for combining the incompatible positions of jailer and dispensant, and of making the women prisoners work and taking their earnings, but Pastor was only reprimanded in order to restore the presents and the women's earnings. Virtual immunity invited continuance of abuses, and in 1550, after another inspection, we find the Suprema again adverting to the evil result of combining the functions of jailer and dispensero, and ordering the inquisitors to fill the latter position. The prison of the Canary Tribunal at times seems to have been equally mismanaged. An Englishman named John Hill was brought there from Ferrol, June 23, 1574, with nothing but his clothes, and no money. For 9 months his complaints were loud and frequent. A day's ration was insufficient for a single meal. He begged for more bread and water, also for a mat to lie on, as he had to sleep on the ground, and he could not rest for the lice and fleas. For more than 2 months he prayed for a shirt to cover his nakedness, and though an order was issued January 22nd to give him one, it had to be repeated February 18th. Even as late as 1792, Don Juan Perdomo complained that for 14 months the alcaide had kept him on a diet of salt fish, that he would allow him to change his linen but once a fortnight, and that he caused him to suffer such torment from thirst that he would go into the courtyard and cry aloud, hoping that some passer-by would summon the alcaide. Yet other passages in the Canary record show a praiseworthy desire to alleviate the rigors of confinement, and in general it may be said that the conditions of the prisoners depended wholly on the temper and character of the officials in charge. When these were kindly, the prisoners were spared unnecessary hardships. Francisco Ortiz in 1529, at Toledo, bore willing testimony to good treatment which he had not anticipated. In 1563, Fernando Diaz, a peasant, after a month's detention in Toledo, speaks of improved health. Here, he says, he has mutton to eat, while at home he had only sardines. In 1567, a member of the Suprema, visiting the prison of Valladolid, was told by Leonor de Cisneros that she had nothing to complain of. She had mutton and bread and wine and fruit, and was well treated. As she was a relapsed, whose husband had been burnt 8 years before, she probably had no property, and the expense was defrayed by the tribunal. These are by no means isolated instances. In 1541, at Toledo, Juan Garcia, a day laborer on trial, after 6 weeks in prison, asked that night clothes be given to him as to the other prisoners, as he was obliged to sleep in the garments worn during the day, when the inquisitor at once ordered him to be supplied. In 1657, the accounts of the Tribunal of Madrid show 447.5 reals spent on clothing for a poor prisoner, and those of the Suprema, in 1690, have an item of 688 reals devoted to the same purpose. We have seen that warrants for arrest ordered beds to be brought with the prisoner, as the Inquisition did not furnish them, in accordance with an order of 1525, which assumes that this was to relieve the hardships of those brought from a distance. Yet even in the financial pressure of the 17th century, we find in the accounts of the Madrid Tribunal in 1659 an order, July 11th, to the receiver to pay 230 reals for the hire of beds for poor prisoners up to July 15th. Even more noteworthy are some entries arising from the trial in Madrid of Francisco de Matus in 1680–81. He seems to have had 5 children for whose support was spent, in about a year from September 1680, 3,519 reals, of which 1,284 were paid to the Hospicio Real de Pobres for its care of 3 of them during sickness. The tribunal evidently felt itself obliged to take care of the helpless children, and such incidents serve to show that, when the inquisitors had humanitarian instincts, there was nothing in the policy of the Holy Office to prevent their full manifestation. It is remarkable that, during the period of most active work, there seems to have been no general settled system of defraying the maintenance of prisoners. There is no provision for it in the instructions of 1484, but in Torquemada's supplementary orders of December, the receivers required to pay the expenses. Yet we have seen that immediately after this, the alguazil was in receipt of a salary equal to, or more than, that of the inquisitors, because, as Ferdinand said, he had to meet the great charge of the prisoners. Tien tan gran costo con los presos, and as we find this in the salary lists of Saragossa, Burgos, Medina del Campo, and Seville, it would seem to be a general rule, while the instructions of 1498 appear to show it still in force. Yet the accounts of the Valencia tribunal in 1497–98 indicate that the maintenance of those who had property was drawn from the sequestrations, while the pobres miserables presos en las cárceles were supported by outside friends or kindred, who were subsequently reimbursed by the receiver. The per diem was 9 dineros for men and 8 for women, while Ali divit, a Moor and presumably abstemious, was reckoned at 5. A letter of Ferdinand in 1501, authorizing the receiver of Sardinia to include among his disbursements the cost of maintaining prisoners, would indicate that this was becoming the rule, but another letter of the same date calling for reimbursement to Anton Lopez, a yeoman of his guard, who had been ordered by an inquisitor to support certain prisoners, shows that no definite system was as yet established. These irregular methods afforded opportunity for embezzlement and extortion, resulting doubtless in much suffering among the captives. The memorials of Llerena and Jaen in 1506 complain of a conspiracy among the officials to cut down the rations, and that only 10 maravedis a day were allowed, from which 2 were deducted for shaving, linen, and cooking, when 25 or 30 were required at current prices for bread alone. At length the alcaide or jailer appears as the official handling the funds when, in 1510, Ferdinand ordered Velasquez, the receiver of Seville, to pay him 5,000 maravedis because he had fed the prisoners during a time of pestilence. This was evidently an exceptional case arising from an emergency, but it was adopted in 1516 and 1517 in some instructions of the Suprema to the Tribunal of Sicily. Where there were sequestrations, the amount was to be drawn from them. In cases of extreme poverty, the cost of a moderate diet could be defrayed from the receiver from the confiscations. Nearly 40 years had passed since the founding of the Inquisition, years of intense activity, and as yet no regular system had been adopted in a matter so important. The necessity was felt, and, in 1518, an order was issued in the name of Charles V, which shows that kindred or friends of the prisoner had been expected to bring his food to the prison. The order recites that, as they come from all parts of the district and are far from their families and property, they suffer greatly. Therefore, in the case of non-residents of the city, the receiver is to pay for food and necessities, under instructions from the inquisitor. An account is to be kept with each prisoner, and, if he is discharged, he shall repay the receiver before his sequestration is lifted. If he is poor, he shall not be asked for it, and the auditor shall pass the item in the receiver's accounts. The liberality of this clause seems to have been a novelty, and it took some time to establish the duty of the Inquisition to prevent its poor prisoners from starving. For we find the Queen Regent, in 1531, authorizing their maintenance at Barcelona at the expense of the fisc. Yet this was not held as relieving the family from supporting, as far as possible, an imprisoned member. The account of the dispensero, or steward, of the Valencia prison, from October 8, 1540, to May 5, 1541, shows that during that period there were 25 prisoners thus supported, at least partially, husbands paying for wives, wives for husbands, sons for fathers, etc. The sums received were small and suggest the struggle endured by families to contribute to the necessities of those in jail. They were paid in trifling amounts of from 5 sueldos, 5 dineros, to 8 sueldos, 8 dineros, representing probably a monthly assessment. And this was by no means continuous, for in 8 cases only 1 payment is recorded, and in only 1 case is there more than 2 payments. For the whole period, the aggregate is only 15 libras, 19 sueldos, 4 dineros, while during this time the steward obtained from the receiver 120 libras, 2 sueldos, which probably included what the fisc had to pay and what was drawn from the sequestrations of the wealthier prisoners. With regard to the latter, the rule was to sell the personal property first and then the real estate, and inquisitors were urged in 1547 to be prompt in collecting from the proceeds, as the sequestrations were apt to be consumed in supporting the family, leaving nothing to repay the fisc for its advances. It was the duty of the inquisitor, when a prisoner was brought in, to ascertain from the receiver and notary of sequestrations his station in life and his wealth, and to fix the amount of his allowance in accordance with the current prices of provisions. But a wealthy man could spend more if he chose, and, if a person of quality wished to have 1 or 2 servants incarcerated with him, as in the case of Carranza, this was permitted. What might be left over from their table was to be given to the poor, and not to be made a source of profit to the alcaide and dispensero. There was liberality in this, as, in case of confiscation, the estate was diminished by the extra expenditure. Even the ordinary allowance was at the disposition of the prisoner, who could economize on it and spend it in any manner that he chose. Thus, there was never at any time a fixed and absolute ration, although of course there was a general minimum standard for the poor who had to be supported. Whatever it was liable to alteration, as circumstances might dictate. After Jacques Pinzon was imprisoned in Granada, February 25, 1599, on March 9th, the alcaide reported that he consumed in one day the ration of 2, and was dying of hunger, whereupon the inquisitors kindly increased his allowance to a real per day. This kept him quiet for 3 months, when there was a fresh complaint, and 5 maravedis were added. In 1616, Padre Hieromino de la Madre de Dios, tried for mysticism, sought his first audience to complain that his ration was insufficient. He wished it increased by a real a day, which could be charged to his sequestrated property. Evidently, prisoners did not hesitate to make their wants known, and there was a readiness to listen to them. With the gradual concentration of power in the Suprema, it came to regulate this in all the tribunals. In 1635, Valencia reported that, in consequence of the dearness of bread, the prisoners were suffering from hunger, and it asked authority to increase the ration. The Suprema deliberated for 5 weeks, and then ordered an increase to be made with great compassion. The close supervision exercised is indicated in 1695 in a criticism on a monthly report from the same tribunal, in which one of the omissions noted is that the ration assigned to each prisoner is not stated. The fall in the purchasing power of money, and especially of the debased Visson coinage, necessitated an increase in the ration. In 1641, at Toledo, the ordinary daily allowance was 1½ reals, which by 1677 had doubled to 3 reals. In Valencia, the ordinary ration had increased to 22 dineros in 1688, and in 1756 to 2 sueldos. When the prisons were full and the trials, after the first hurried rush, grew more and more protracted, the expense of maintenance was not small, as can be gathered from occasional indications. Thus, in 1566, we find the Suprema ordering its alguazil mayor to remit the Tribunal of Calahorra 400 ducats to defray the food of prisoners. In 1586, Benito Sanguino, the receiver of Valencia, in settling his accounts, claimed credit for 19,856 sueldos paid to this dispensero for the maintenance of poor prisoners, in addition to what he had disbursed for the purpose on the orders of inquisitors, an irregularity for which the Suprema demanded an explanation. Some light is thrown on the way in which these costs accumulated by the case of Fray Lucas de Allende, guardian of the Franciscan convent of Madrid, and one of the dupes of Lucrecia de Leon, a beata revelandera. When arrested in 1590, his brother, Alonso de Allende, asked permission to give him an allowance of a real a day, a request which proved costly, as the trial lasted for 6 years and 2 months. In 1659, the orders given by the Tribunal of Madrid for the food and incidentals of its poor prisoners, who seem to have averaged about 10 in number, reached an aggregate of 12,874 reals, and in 1681 the amount was 25,748. As the activity of the Inquisition diminished, and perhaps also as its resources fell short, this drain on its finances was greatly reduced. In a statement of the expenses of the Valencia Tribunal from 1784 to 1790 inclusive, the charge for maintenance of poor prisoners becomes trifling. The total expenditure during these 7 years was 501 libras, 18 sueldos, of which 300 libras, 8 sueldos, were recovered from the parties, leaving a net outlay of 201 libras, 10 sueldos, or less than 30 libras per annum. The tribunals were unrelenting in the collection of these expenses from all who could be held responsible. In the case of frailes who could own no property, their communities were liable. Thus, in 1649, the Tribunal of Valencia issues an order to collect from the Provincial of the Augustinians 600 reals for certain members of his order who were in its prison. When the trial of Fray Esteban Rimoneda was concluded, September 12, 1696, the Barcelona Tribunal rendered to his order of Merced a bill of 730 reals for his expenses. The Provincial assessed it on all the Mercenarian converts of Catalonia, and, on November 15th, the inquisitors scolded the prior of the Barcelona convent for delay, when he replied that his convent had paid its share but that others were dilatory. In 1709, the Suprema issued an order that there must be no exceptions even to the barefooted Franciscans, showing that they had been endeavoring to procure exemption. The Inquisition was not likely to be more lenient with the laity. Its determination to secure reimbursement is seen in an order of the Valencia Tribunal in 1636 that when Francisco Morales completes the term of galley service to which he had been condemned, he is to be sold to his neighbors to repay what he had cost to the fisc. These costs were not simply for maintenance in prison, but for expenses attending arrest and trial, including the fees of advocate and procurator and all postage incurred. The whole of this was a first lien on the property of the prisoner, and, if he was a filius familias, his father was liable and could be forced to pay. Before an auto de fe, the dispensero and notary of sequestrations carefully made up the account of every penitent who escaped confiscation, and it was the duty of the fiscal to see that, if he had property, he settled or gave an obligation to settle, and, if he was poor, that he took an oath to pay whenever he should be able. How these accounts were swelled is visible in that rendered by the Barcelona Tribunal in 1756 to Don Antonio Adorno, a soldier of gentle blood in the regiment of Asturias. He was only 58 days in prison, which, at 2 sueldos a day, amounted to a little less than 6 libras, but the aggregate of the bill was 26. He subscribed his name to this as accurate, stating that he had no property with which to meet it, but that, if God should grant him better fortune, he obligated himself to pay it to the receiver or his duly authorized representative. As the sentence was banishment from the Spanish dominions, this was a pure formality, but it could not be omitted. A few months later we have a piteous letter from Dr. Agustin Tamarit, a physician of the town of Salas, whose enemies had involved him with the Inquisition, resulting in a charge against him of 5 libras 16 sueldos. In reply to a demand for payment, he protests that he is miserably poor. During this enforced absence, his colleague, Dr. Rubert, had collected from the town the conducta, or stated salary due to both, and refuses to pay over his share. If the tribunal will compel Rubert to settle, he will endeavor to sell some wheat and satisfy the account. On the whole, we may conclude that the secret prisons of the Inquisition were less intolerable places of abode than the episcopal and public jails. The general policy respecting them was more humane and enlightened than that of other jurisdictions, whether in Spain or elsewhere, although negligent supervision allowed of abuses, and there were ample resources of rigor and reserve, when the obstinacy of the impenitent was to be broken down. The one unpardonable feature was the seclusion which kept the unhappy captive ignorant of all that occurred outside of its prison walls, and deprived him of facilities for defense and of communication with family and friends. This rendered doubly bitter the prolonged detention which often held him for years in suspense as to their fate and deprived them of all knowledge as to him. End of Book 6, Chapter 4, Part 3. Recording by Angie Liu.
Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice, Chapter 5, Part 1, Evidence. In criminal procedure, the character of admissible evidence and the methods employed to test its veracity are of such determining importance that an investigation of the system followed by the Inquisition is necessary if we are to estimate correctly its administration of justice. In this, the fact must be borne in mind that the complicated rules of evidence peculiar to English law have grown out of trial by jury, where those who have to pass upon the facts are presumably untrained to estimate testimony, so that it has to be carefully sifted before it is allowed to reach them, while that which is admitted is subjected to the searching process of cross-examination. All this had no place in the systems which continental Europe inherited from the civil law. The judge was assumed to be a trained jurist, equipped to distinguish truth from falsehood, so that the flimsiest evidence might be brought before him, secure that its worthlessness would not affect his judgment, while it might afford some clue leading to the truth. The defects of this were greatly exaggerated in the Inquisition, where unlimited discretion was allowed to judges, who were mostly theologians, eager to prove and to punish the slightest aberration from the faith, and where the secrecy preserved as to the names and identity of the accusing witnesses precluded all thought of cross-examination, although the story of Susanna and the elders might well have conveyed a warning as to the danger of unjust judgment by an unassisted bench. In the ancient Castilian law, both parties to an action saw the witness sworn, but the judges examined them in secret, apparently as a precaution against their being tampered with. Great care was taken as to their character, and those were excluded who were of ill repute, or had been imprisoned, or perjured, or were Jews, Moors, heretics, apostates, or who were interested in the case, or dependents on one of the parties, or were less than 14 years of age, or very poor, unless proved to be of good fame, while in criminal cases no witness was received who was under 20, and no member of a religious order. In Aragon the utmost care was prescribed as to the character of witnesses. If not personally known to the judge, the fact was to be entered upon the record, and the judge was required to cross-examine them personally as to all minute details that might lead to the exposure of fraudulent testimony. Under the civil law, parents and children were not admitted to testify against each other, nor could a freedman be a witness against his patron. All these precautions, which the experience of ages has shown to be necessary as guards against injustice under systems of procedure where the judge was also, in some sort, a prosecutor, were cast aside by the Inquisition in its zeal to preserve the purity of the faith. The grossest partiality was shown in the distinction drawn as to the eligibility between witnesses for the prosecution and those for the defense. For the former there was no disability save mortal enmity toward the accused. From the earliest times the Church had prescribed 14 as the minimum age for witness, and in Spain, where majority was not attained until the age of 25, minors younger than that were not admitted in criminal cases. Accordingly, in the records of the Inquisition, witnesses are customarily described as mayores or menores, but no difference was made in accepting their testimony, and Rojas tells us that formerly he thought heresy could not be proved by 2 witnesses under 25, but the rule is that the fiscal is not bound to prove that his witnesses are legal. Everyone is presumed to be so, and his evidence must be received until objection is made, which, considering that their identity was most carefully concealed from the defense, is tantamount to saying that none could be rejected on that score. Witnesses of the tenderest years were therefore admitted without scruple. In the case of Juan Vasquez, tried in Toledo for sorcery in 1605, one of the witnesses was a girl of 12. In the same tribunal, in 1579, a witness, only 11 or 12, was heard against Francisco del Espinar for maltreating a cross, and the culprit, who was only 13, was held to be responsible. Witnesses under 12 were not sworn, because they were deemed incapable of understanding the nature of the oath, but their evidence was received and recorded without it, as appears in the report of a Valencia auto de fe in 1607. In the Roman Inquisition the canon law was treated with more respect, and the fiscal was not allowed to present a witness below the age of 14. There would seem to have been, at first, some discussion as to the admissibility of the evidence of slaves against their masters, but it was settled in 1509 by a provision of the Suprema declaring it to be legal, but, as in cases of heresy, they were working for their liberty in convicting their masters. Their testimony should be carefully scrutinized, and if appeared doubtful, it should be validated by torturing them. There was also a question as to Jews, for laws of the Fuero Juzgo forbade them from testifying against Christians, but they were received in the Old Inquisition, and the New was not more rigid. As regards kindred, Simancas tells us that although not allowed to testify for the prosecution in other crimes, in heresy they are the best witnesses, as being beyond suspicion of enmity, and they must be compelled to give evidence, because religion is to be preferred to kinship. In fact, a large portion of evidence was derived from them, for no confession was acceptable as complete that did not include denunciation of accomplices, and those who confessed to save their lives were perforce obliged to betray their families. The agonizing struggle thus induced between natural affection and self-preservation is illustrated in the case of Maria Lopez in 1646 at Valladolid. For nearly 4 months she resolutely denied everything, but her endurance was at last exhausted, and on April 25th and 27th she confessed as to herself and others, and ratified it on May 7th. In her cell she brooded over this until June 25th, when the alcalde reported that she had attempted to strangle herself with a strip of her chemise. The inquisitor hastened to her cell and found the poor creature hiding under the bed. Interrogated as to her motives, she said that a woman who had falsely accused her husband and only daughter, as also her mother and an aunt, did not deserve to live, whereupon she revoked her whole confession, both as to herself and others. As a revocante, the pitiless rules of the Inquisition doomed her to the stake. Her fears triumphed, and on July 8th she confirmed her confession in April, except as regards her husband. On November 29th she was condemned to reconciliation, confiscation, and prison with a San Benito, and she appeared in the auto of June 23rd, 1647. The Roman Inquisition was somewhat less inhuman, and did not require husband and wife to testify against each other. It naturally followed from all this that in the Spanish Inquisition the rule was observed that where heresy was concerned, all witnesses were admissible, no matter how infamous. Excommunicates were not rejected, and it would appear that even the insane were regarded as competent, for in 1680 Thomas Castellanos, on trial in Toledo, confessed to being a Lutheran, an atheist, and to other heresies, for which he was charitably sent, not to the stake, but to an asylum. Yet he was received as a witness against Angela Perez as to her utterances to him while in prison. He was duly sworn by God and on the Holy Cross, although, if sane and an atheist, there could be no force in such an oath. In short, the only incapacity of an accusing witness was mortal enmity. All other exceptions known to the secular law, minority, heresy, perjury, infamy, complicity, conviction for crime, were disregarded, although they might affect his credibility. Mortal enmity was difficult of definition, but the doctors were liberal enough in admitting to the benefit of the term any quarrel of a serious character, but proof was rendered difficult by refusing to receive evidence concerning it from anyone within 4 degrees of kinship or affinity with the accused. It is true that some precautions were prescribed to guard against the admission of worthless testimony, but their very enunciation proves how unscrupulous was the current practice. In 1516 the Suprema cautioned the tribunals that when the veracity of a witness was doubtful, his testimony must be verified, and in 1543 it was ordered that the character of witnesses must be recorded so as to serve as a gauge of the weight of their utterances. There was also the formality used with all witnesses in commencing their examination by interrogating them on what were called the generales de la ley, as to their knowledge of the parties to the case and any enmity or other matter that might prejudice their testimony, the answers to which were always of course satisfactory. In the long run, however, all this, like most other matters, was left to the discretion of the tribunals, which in practice admitted everybody and used their evidence without discrimination. This applies solely to the witnesses for the prosecution. When we turn to the defense, the contrast between the scandalous laxity of the rules prescribed for the former and the equally scandalous rigidity of those applied to the latter is the clearest proof that the object of the Inquisition was not justice but punishment. Throughout the whole judicial system the vital principle was that it were better that 100 innocent should suffer than that a single guilty one should escape. Even the formula of the oaths administered to the two classes in 1484 shows how early the distinction was drawn between them. The witnesses for the prosecution only received a solemn warning from the inquisitor, while those for the defense were sworn under the most terrible adjurations to God to visit on their bodies in this world and on their souls in the next any deviation from the truth. The rules as to witnesses admissible for the defense were carefully drawn so as to exclude all who were likely to be serviceable to him, on the ground that their evidence would be untrustworthy. The inquisitor, thus being sedulously guarded against misleading in favor of the prisoner, while he was trusted to discriminate as to the adverse testimony. Thus no kinsman to the 4th degree was allowed to testify for the defense, even when the accused was blindly striving to prove enmity on the part of those whom he conjectured to be the opposing witnesses. No Jew or Morisco or New Christian could appear for him, although they were welcomed for the prosecution, and the same distinction applied to servants. As formulated in the instructions of 1561, the accused was told that he must not name as his witnesses kinsmen or servants, and that they must all be old Christians, unless his interrogatories be such as cannot otherwise be answered. And Pablo Garcia adds that, under such circumstances, he must name a number from among whom the inquisitor may select those whom he deems most fit. It became, indeed, a commonplace among the authorities that witnesses for the defense must be zealots for the faith, zelatores fidei. Yet in fact all this is of interest rather as a manifestation of the pervading spirit of the Inquisition than from any practical influence which it exercised on the outcome of the trials, for as we shall see, the simulacrum of defense permitted to the accused was so limited that in but very few cases did it matter whether he had or had not any witnesses. Prosecutions, of course, were not to be impeded by reluctant or recalcitrant witnesses. The tribunals had full power to summon them and to punish them for refusal. When they resided at a distance, it was discretional either to have them examined by a commissioner appointed ad hoc, or to make them appear in person. In 1524, Cardinal Manrique even decided that they could be brought from Aragon to Castile, although, as we have seen, this violated the fueros of Aragon, which forbade that anyone should be forced to leave the kingdom. The official summons requires the witness to present himself before the tribunal within a specified number of days, under pain of 10,000 maravedis and excommunication, latae sententiae, this censure being pronounced in advance, with notice that, in case of disobedience, it would be published, and he would be proceeded against according to law. The summons was to be served with the utmost secrecy, and, like all other documents, was to be returned to the tribunal with an endorsement of the date of service. Witnesses were compelled to give evidence and were liable to punishment if suspected of withholding it. In Dr. Zurita's report of his visitation of Gerona and Elne in 1564, it appears that he arrested Maestre Juan Fregola, canon of San Martin of Gerona, because he said that he did not remember a matter at issue. His memory was thus refreshed, and he was released on giving the desired evidence. This continued to the end. In 1816, the Suprema, in confirming the vote of the Tribunal of Cuenca to continue the case of Antonio Garces, added that it must take the necessary steps against the witnesses who refused to testify. The examination of witnesses for the prosecution was a duty of the inquisitors. It was one, however, that they threw upon the notaries, who were ordered by the Suprema in 1498 not to take testimony except in presence of the inquisitors, while Cardinal Adrian, in 1522, said that if the latter were too busy to be present, they must at least read the testimony before the departure of the witness and make the necessary re-examination. All this argues a very loose and slovenly system, in a matter of such primary importance, inherited doubtless from the early time, when the rush of prosecutions precluded all but the most superficial conduct of business. In that period there had been devices for the division of labor, for we hear of an official, in 1485, known as the receiver of witnesses, and of payments made to clerics whose presence was essential in the taking of testimony, devices which were abandoned about the close of the century. As business declined, the inquisitors seem to have taken a more active part in the examination of accusing witnesses, except towards the end, when indolence led them to issue commissions to conduct interrogations. It was the rule that all examinations should take place in the audience chamber, except in extreme urgency, when the inquisitors might hold them in their apartments or houses, a rule of which the Suprema had to remind them. In 1538 and again in 1580, witnesses were sometimes sworn in groups, but were examined separately as a prudent precaution against collusion. When the estilo had been perfected, there was a prescribed form for commencing the interrogatory, by first asking the witness whether he knew or presumed the cause of his summons. This was usually answered in the negative, when the next question was whether he knew or had heard that any person had said or done anything which was or appeared to be contrary to the faith or to the free exercise of the Inquisition. This had the appearance of careful abstention from guiding him, but if he persisted in the negative, the interrogatory rapidly assumed the aspect of letting him know for what he was wanted and what was expected of him. Thus in the trial at Barcelona in 1698 of a woman named Ignacia for sorcery, Jaime Guardiola asserted that he knew little, except that he had forbidden her his house, when Inquisitor Valladares told him that the Inquisition had information of his having employed her on several occasions, which he described, wherefore he adjured him, in the name of God and in his blessed mother, to examine his memory and tell the truth. Sometimes the inquisitor went further, and openly threatened a witness, warning him, by the reverence due to God, to tell the truth and not to make the prisoner's case his own. The Suprema might well restrain the excessive zeal of its subordinates by instructing them not to intimidate witnesses or to treat them as if they were the accused parties. While thus with unwilling witnesses the inquisitor acted as counsel for the prosecution, with those who were willing he made no attempt to ascertain the truth of their stories. He asked leading questions without reserve and abstained from any cross-examination that might confuse the story and expose mendacity. When in the trial of Juan de la Caballeria at Saragossa in 1489, his procurator asked that certain interrogatories which he presented should be put to the witnesses. The inquisitors roughly refused, saying that it was their official duty to find out the truth for the discharge of their consciences. So long as witnesses incriminated the accused, as a rule there was no effort to test their accuracy or to obtain details of place and time or other points which would facilitate defense against false charges. In the case of Simon Nochot in Valladolid in 1642, he succeeded in getting a series of interrogatories put to the witnesses which exposed discrepancies that it was the duty of the inquisitors to have discovered. Even the Suprema recognized the injustice of this. In the case of a priest whom the Tribunal of Barcelona in 1665 sentenced to imprisonment for propositions, and ordered it to recall the witnesses and cross-examine them as to verify their testimony and also to investigate whether they were actuated by enmity. To estimate the conscious unfairness of this, it is only necessary to contrast it with the treatment of evidence presented by the defense. The handling of this was likewise wholly with the inquisitor. All that was allowed to the accused was to offer a list of witnesses and a series of interrogatories to be put to them. It was the duty of the inquisitor to summon the witnesses and put the questions, or to forward the interrogatories to commissioners for the same purpose, but he had full discretional power to omit what he pleased, both as to witnesses and questions. In fact, he received the interrogatories only salvo jure impertinentium et non admittendorum, and he exercised his power without supervision and without informing the accused or his advocate as to what he threw out. In 1572, Luis de Leon, on his trial, presented 6 series of interrogatories to be put to his witnesses, of which 3 were calmly thrown out as impertinent. Not only was all knowledge of this concealed from the accused, but also the answers of the witnesses to such questions as were permitted. It is true that, in 1531, even the Suprema revolted at this, and ordered the evidence in favor of the accused to be submitted to him and to his advocate, so that it might not be said that he was deprived of defense, but injustice prevailed, and the instructions of 1561, in prescribing the suppression of the accused, gave as a reason for it that the accused might thus be prevented from identifying the adverse witnesses, thus showing how one denial of justice led to another. The witnesses for the defense were further subject to cross-examination, which at least at the earlier period could be conducted by the fiscal, an indecency almost incredible in view of the crippling restrictions placed on the defense. In fact, the distinction recognized in the treatment of evidence for the prosecution and for the defense is epitomized in the instructions sent to Toledo in 1550 to its commissioner at Daimiel about taking testimony in the cases of some Moriscos of that place. He is not told to investigate the credibility of the mass of idle gossip and hearsay, evidence gathered for the prosecution, but when examining witnesses for the defense, he is to cross-examine them strictly to ascertain what are the grounds for their assertions. There was one formality not peculiar in the Spanish Inquisition, designed to protect the accused from random or false accusations, the ratification which was required of witnesses after an interval had elapsed since their original depositions. This was occasionally of service, and if preserved in its original form, would have been a considerable safeguard in detecting perjury. It was conducted in presence of two frailes, known as honestas personas, and the fiscal was not allowed to be present, a prohibition which Manrique was obliged to repeat in 1529. In the earliest period, ratification was frequently omitted, doubtless owing to the haste with which the Inquisition worked, but subsequently it was regarded as absolutely essential. Its importance was shown by making it an imperative duty of the inquisitor himself to take the ratification, either summoning the witnesses or going to them, but this was difficult of enforcement. Cardinal Adrian, in 1517, declared that ratification before a commissioner nullified the whole proceedings, yet orders were required in 1527 and again in 1532 to make inquisitors perform the duty, and finally the attempt was abandoned and commissioners were everywhere employed. As a rule, no evidence could be used that was not ratified, and I have met with not a few cases, one as late as 1628, which were suspended and the accused were discharged because the witnesses were not found when wanted for that purpose. This arose from the fact that in strictness, ratification was not to be made till immediately before the so-called publication of evidence, which was the concluding step of the prosecution, involving a considerable interval during which the witnesses might die or disappear. To avert this, relaxations or the requirement of ratification were gradually introduced. In 1533, 1543, and 1554, the Suprema inferentially admitted that when witnesses were absent or dead, their testimony could be used if the fact was noted on the record. There were authorities who held this to be the case in Aragon, and it was so practiced, but elsewhere opinions varied. Finally, a successful device was invented of two forms of ratification, one ad perpetuum rei memoriam, and the other in juicio plenario. They were virtually the same, except that in the former the witness was told that the fiscal would use his evidence in a prosecution to be brought hereafter, and in the latter that it was for a case on trial. It became customary always to obtain the ratification when the testimony was given, and then, if a witness was accessible during the trial, the ratification in juicio plenario was superadded. At what time this expedient was adopted it would be difficult to say, but it was probably about the middle of the 17th century. The earliest use of it that I have met occurs in 1650 in Mexico, where it seems already to be customary. While this ostensibly retained for the accused the protection of ratification, it destroyed whatever value there was in a prolonged interval between the original deposition and its confirmation. At first a delay of 4 days was ordered for the form ad perpetuum, which seems to have been considered sufficient to excite the conscientious scruples of a possible perjurer. Even this was subject to the exigencies of the prosecution. An elaborate series of instructions to commissioners about 1770 informs them that there should be 4 days' interval if possible, but if a witness is dying or about to absent himself, ratification may be immediate. In a case in 1758, ratification is ordered to be taken after waiting 3 hours. In others, in 1781 and 1785, after 24 hours. In another, in 1783, it is recorded that 28 hours were allowed to elapse, all of which shows how purely formal was the whole business. In truth, it was the baldest formality, for the process habitually followed deprived ratification of whatever value it might have had originally. In place of testing the memory and veracity of the witness by making him repeat his testimony, it was merely read over to him. In 1519, and again in 1546, the Suprema sought to set some limit to this abuse, by ordering that after preliminary inquiries the witness should be made substantially to repeat his testimony, and only after this was the record to be read to him. But even this was soon afterwards abandoned, and the instructions of 1561 merely provide that the witness is to be told to repeat his testimony. If his memory fails, questions are to be put leading him to recall it, and if he asks to have the record read, it is to be read to him. Of course, the witness always availed himself of the privilege, and Pablo Garcia says nothing about his repeating his evidence, and directs the reading of the record as a matter of course. So perfectly was the whole business a matter of routine, that tribunals kept printed blanks to be filled in with names and dates of the customary attestation that the witnesses declared it to be his testimony, that it was properly set forth, that he had no change to make in it, for it was the truth, which he ratified, and if necessary he repeated it, not through hatred, but for the discharge of his conscience. In fact, although the witness was free to make what additions, alterations, or omissions that he pleased, it was dangerous for him to diminish the record substantially, for any revocation exposed him to punishment for false witness, and both depositions were duly set forth in the publication. End of Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Güero.
Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice. Chapter 5, Part 2, Evidence. Bishop Simancas tells us that, when there was suspicion of perjury, it was customary to examine the witness again, but that this was not done in other cases, so as not to lead him to commit perjury, a tenderness to the witness which had better have been displayed to his victim. But Simancas wrote before the instructions of 1561 were issued, and Rojas, whose work was subsequent, is very free-spoken in his denunciation of the customary practice. Some doctors, he says, argue that ratification supplies the place of letting the accused know the names of the witnesses, but this is a hallucination, for experience shows that this ceremony, with its two religious persons, is of no value, for it is a trait of humanity to persist in an assertion, whether true or false, especially where there is risk of perjury, and he urges that the witness should not be allowed to see his testimony, but should be examined anew, and the two statements be compared so that, from their variations, his credibility could be determined, and lying witnesses be detected. Few inquisitors could be expected to perform this conscientious duty, but one who wrote about 1640 indicates how fruitful it might prove. He tells us that, in suspicious cases, he had found the advantage of this plan, and had brought to light perjuries which could have been proved in no other way. When witnesses betray their falsity by varying in important details, he can find them in solitary cells, where conscience did its work, and they confess their frauds. He had also seen many ancient processes in which commissioners and notaries were convicted, deprived of office, and punished in public autos de fe, which suggests unpleasantly how little reliance was to be placed on the officials who took down evidence. Before the invention of the formula ad perpetuam, there was a hardship inflicted by ratification in the excessive delays which it frequently caused. Thus Francisco Alonso, a Portuguese of Zamora, accused of bigamy, was thrown into the secret prison of Valladolid on July 10th, 1627. As the alleged marriages had taken place in Coimbra, the evidence of their celebration had to be obtained from there, and it was a year before he had his first audience. When the time came for ratification, the depositions were sent for that purpose to Coimbra on September 28, 1628, but, in spite of repeated urgency, they were not received back until December the 18th, 1629. Then the case dragged on until the poor wretch died on June the 10th, 1630, after 3 years of incarceration, when it was perforce suspended. Of all the devices for encouraging informers and crippling the defense of the accused, the most effective was the suppression of the names of the witnesses for the prosecution. This infamy was an inheritance from the old Inquisition. In 1298, under the pretext that those who gave evidence in cases of heresy were liable to vengeance from other heretics, Boniface VIII provided that, where such danger was threatened, inquisitors were at liberty to conceal the names of the witnesses, but he expressly ordered that, in the absence of such danger, the names were to be published as in other tribunals. That he construed this literally is evident, for when the Jews of Rome complained that in their case the names were habitually concealed, he decided that, as they were few and powerless, there was no danger and the names must be revealed. Permission to commit injustice is apt practically to assume the aspect of a counsel, and then of a command, and, in spite of Boniface's reservation, concealment became the universal practice of the Inquisition. So it was in Spain. At first it was a discretionary power for the inquisitor to use in exceptional cases, as when the inquisitor of Ciudad Real, in the trials of Sancho de Ciudad and his wife, ordered, on January the 7th, 1484, that the witnesses' names be suppressed. It was an exception, which he explained by the fact that Sancho was regidor of the city, with powerful friends, and that the witnesses had been threatened. Similarly, in the instructions of November 1484, the suppression of witnesses' names was permissive, not mandatory. Allusion was made to the danger of testifying against heretics. It was asserted that some witnesses had been murdered or wounded for that cause, wherefore inquisitors could suppress their names, and all circumstances that would lead to their identification. All that was needed was permission, and suppression speedily became the rule. Of course there was occasional danger, and of course there were efforts, by threats or otherwise, to deter informers and witnesses. But this is common in all criminal justice, though there was no thought of applying concealment to the secular courts. It was a privilege exclusively in favor of the faith. Considering the provocation and the number of the victims, attacks on witnesses would appear to be singularly few and wholly inadequate to justify their protection by such means, although the Inquisition never ceased to proclaim it as an ever-present danger. In August 1500, Ferdinand and Isabella asked of Manuel of Portugal the extradition of Juan de Zafra and his son-in-law for seeking to kill Juan Lopez of Badajoz, who had testified against Zafra, and not finding him, had beaten to death his pregnant wife and stabbed his young son, and had escaped to Portugal. They were surrendered, but there seemed to have been no precedents for their prosecution, and in January 1501 we find Ferdinand writing to the Tribunal of Seville to hold a consultation as to the procedure in the case. Again, in January 1502, when a witness in Calatayud was threatened, Ferdinand ordered the inquisitor, if the report was true, to take such action as comported with the honor of the Holy Office and the protection of witnesses. Evidently, cases had been so rare that no method of dealing with them had been formulated. Still, apprehension was lively, and when, in 1507, at Llerena, some conversos living near the Inquisition were suspected of watching to see what witnesses went there, Ferdinand empowered the inquisitors to remove 6 of them summarily and replace them with persons beyond suspicion. The suppression of the names of witnesses was necessarily felt as an extreme hardship by the conversos, not only as impeding defense, but as stimulating false accusations which there was no opportunity of disproving. The Jaén Memorial of 1506 does not hesitate to accuse the officials of the tribunal of thus piling up fictitious charges, and Lucero's career at Córdoba shows how successfully this could be done when witnesses need not be either named or produced. That efforts should be made to purchase relief was natural. When, in 1512, Ferdinand was lacking in funds for the conquest of Navarre, an offer of 600,000 ducats was made to him if he would remove the seal of secrecy from the names of informers and witnesses, but we are told that he preferred his God and his faith and the preservation of religion. Soon after his death an attempt was made to tempt the young Charles V with a bribe of 800,000 crowns. His greedy advisers favored the petition, but Ximenes interposed with a strong remonstrance, reciting Ferdinand's refusal and predicting the ruin of the Holy Office. Recently, he added, at Talavera la Reina, a Judaizing converso, punished by it, obtained knowledge of the informer, lay in wait for him, and slew him, and such is the infamy inflicted by the Inquisition, and such the hatred engendered by it, that, if the names of the witnesses were published, they would be slain, not only in solitudes, but in the streets, and even in the churches. No one would be able to denounce heretics, save at the peril of his life, so that the Inquisition would be ruined, and God would have no defender. Charles was convinced, and the dazzling bribe was rejected. Thus the policy of the Inquisition was settled, and so completely was it embodied in the estilo that it was frequently enforced in cases where its ostensible reason was inapplicable. When Juan Franco was burned for Protestantism at Toledo in 1570, the only witness against him was another Frenchman, Jean de Provins, who had confessed to being a Protestant dogmatizer, and as such was undoubtedly burned. His only evidence had been some idle talk between them 8 years previously. He was eminently safe from vengeance, and yet his name was carefully suppressed in the publication of evidence. For all this, when the rule was applied to the inquisitors, as it was in the visitations, when the inspector was interrogating the officials about each other, they fully recognized its injustice. Thus, in 1574, during an inspection of the Canary Tribunal, when the inquisitor Ortiz de Funes was inculpated, he complained bitterly that it rendered it impossible for him to verify or invalidate the testimony of the witnesses, a scruple which he had never felt when administrating justice in this fashion. The fiction was persistently maintained that the usefulness of the Inquisition depended wholly on the suppression of the names of witnesses. In the struggle over the evocation to Rome of the case of Villanueva, the main argument, repeatedly advanced by the Suprema, was that if appeals to Rome were permitted, they would destroy its efficiency in the suppression of heresy, for no one would denounce heretics or testify against them if there was risk that their names would become known in Rome by the papers being carried thither. The idleness of this talk is indicated by the rarity of cases of injury or threats to witnesses, and the moderation with which they were customarily punished. The most serious case that I have met was that which followed the condemnation to lifelong reclusion in a monastery of Luis Pallas, Lord of Cortes, by the Tribunal of Valencia in 1571, for protecting his Morisco vassals from the Inquisition. Suspicion of having informed on him fell upon Francisco Gonzalez, and the Paez family ordered his murder, for which, in 1577, 4 of the Paez retainers were relaxed to the Captain General for execution. So unusual was the case that the latter had scruples as to his duty, which Philip II told him were superfluous and had unnecessarily delayed the punishment. Like any other murder, this involved the death penalty, but as a rule, offences of minor degree were leniently treated. In 1631, Francisca Muñoz of Segovia wounded Juan Martinez in the face after asking why he had put her mother-in-law in the Inquisition, for which she was only reprimanded in the audience chamber and banished for 2 years from Segovia. In various other cases of threatening witnesses, the severest punishment I have met is 100 lashes, coupled with more or less exile, and this, considering the liberality with which scourging was administered, implies that the offence was not regarded as requiring severe repression. Although thus the penalties were not greatly deterrent, the cases would appear to be singularly few. In the Toledo record from 1648 to 1794, the only one occurred in 1650, when Pedro de Vega, alcaide of Montbeltran, after trial for a proposition without conviction, had threatened and insulted the witnesses. For this he was prosecuted, and escaped with a severe reprimand and warning. To appreciate fully the hardship which the suppression of witnesses' names inflicted on the accused, it must be borne in mind that his only opportunity of knowing what was the evidence against him was in the so-called publication. This will be considered more in detail hereafter, and it suffices here to point out how the effort to mislead the prisoner as to the identity of his accusers led to the garbling of the evidence in a manner necessarily adding impediments to the exceedingly limited opportunities allowed him for defense. Yet we occasionally meet with cases which suggest that inquisitors were less solicitous about the safety of their witnesses than to create the belief in safety that would encourage denunciation. Thus, in the trial of Hans of Antwerp in Toledo for Lutheranism in 1561, there was no scruple in setting forth the evidence in such wise that he could not fail to identify the witness. This could scarce be avoided in the very fruitful source of evidence volunteered by cell companions. Thus, in the Toledo case of Pedro Flamenco in 1570, the testimony of 2 fellow prisoners as to his talk and conduct in prison is so set forth as to render their identification inevitable, and as it included their opinions that he was a scoundrel and villain, there must have been lively times in that cell on his return from his audience. In cases of solicitation, the attempt to prevent identification was futile, for the confessor could not fail, from the incidents freely detailed, to recognize the women whom he had seduced or attempted to seduce. In secular procedure there was occasional recourse to confrontation, bringing the accused face to face with the accuser or the witnesses, and letting them debate the questions that had puzzled the judges, but it was regarded as a doubtful expedient, to be resorted to only when all else had failed. In 1491, in the case of the Santo Niño de la Guardia, where the accused were witnesses against each other and the confessions under torture were irreconcilable, confrontation was tried with dubious success. This indicates that under supreme pressure the veil of secrecy might be withdrawn, and probably the example was occasionally followed, for Valdés, in the instructions of 1561, felt it necessary to say that, although confrontation was practised in other jurisdictions, it was not customary in the Inquisition, for, besides the violation of secrecy, experience had shown that, when tried, it was disadvantageous. This did not wholly put an end to it, for in 1568 the Suprema sharply rebuked the Tribunal of Barcelona for various irregularities, among which was the frequent recourse to confrontation. The latest allusion to the practice that I have met with in Spain occurs in the Valladolid case, in 1620, of the priest Juan de Gabana and his accomplice Jerónima González, when the Consulta de Fe proposed to confront them, but refer the matter to the Suprema. Its decision would doubtless have been in the negative, but was never rendered, as Gabana died before it replied. In the Roman Inquisition, confrontation was sparingly admitted, and only when both parties were of low estate, never between those of higher station or of different classes. While sedulous care was taken to prevent the accused from identifying the witnesses, it often was necessary for the witnesses to identify the accused, to prevent mistakes liable to occur in the arbitrary methods of the Inquisition. This was so managed as to accomplish both objects. The somewhat crude plan adopted in 1528 in the trial at Toledo of Diego de Uceda was to conceal the witnesses in the torture chamber, while he was walked up and down for a quarter of an hour, until they fully identified him. Subsequently, it was found expedient to furnish the audience chamber with a celosía, a jalousie or lattice work, through which the witness could peer without being discovered. Its utility was strikingly demonstrated in 1649 in a Valladolid case of alleged bigamy, when one of the wives, Ana Roman, was brought to inspect the accused through the lattice, and declared that he was not the Juan González whom she had married, as he differed in age, in size, and in features, whereupon he was discharged. In view of the temptation offered for the gratification of malice by shielding informers and witnesses, special care was advisable for the detection and punishment of false witness. This was the more necessary as perjury was a popular failing, and the sanction of an oath was lightly esteemed. In 1555, the Cortes of Valladolid asked that, in cases involving death or mutilation, oaths should be abolished, as they merely led to perjury, and in 1560 the Cortes of Toledo complained of the prevalence of false witness as a matter so customary that there were provinces in which it was as abundant as any other merchandise, and it was openly said that for money a man could get as many witnesses as he desired. We have seen how in 1488 at Toledo 8 Jews were torn with hot pincers and lapidated for bearing false witness against good Christians, with the object of rendering the Inquisition odious. This savage penalty compares strangely with the leniency shown to exculpatory perjury in the case of Mosén Pedro de Santagel, prior of Daroca, who had sought, by the employment of several false witnesses, to save his brother Luis de Santagel, burned for complicity in the murder of San Pedro Arbues. He escaped with the simple penance of holding a lighted candle before the high altar, and they were treated as benignantly. It was probably to secure greater uniformity that, in the instructions of 1498, inquisitors were told to inflict public punishment according to law on those whom they detected in testifying falsely. The matter was one which might well excite solicitude, for it is evident that perjury on both sides was rife, and the tribunals might reasonably hesitate to believe any witnesses. In 1500 and 1501 we find Ferdinand repeatedly interposing to shield those whom he favoured and whom he declared to be persecuted by perjurers, and the career of Lucero shows how readily and unscrupulously they could be employed in the secrecy of the tribunals. The Jaén Memorial of 1506 speaks of a certain Diego de Algeciras, whom Lucero kept for 5 years to testify against all whom he desired to destroy, and whom the inquisitors of Jaén borrowed for the same purpose, besides other adepts of the kind whom they employed and rewarded. When a raid was made on Arjona, the notary Barcena brought with him Luis de Vilches, who, by changing his name and garments, testified repeatedly in different characters. One of the petitions of the Cortes of Monzon in 1512 bears eloquent testimony to the same state of affairs in Catalonia, for it asks that, when a man was burned through fraudulent testimony, the inquisitors should not prevent the king from punishing the false witnesses. Such a system necessarily produced professional perjurers who did for gain what others might do through malice. That the accused should resort to the same means was inevitable. In Segovia, in 1504, there appears to have been a perfect carnival of false witness. On July 10th and 11th there were punished 2 accusing perjurers and 22 who had sworn falsely on the side of the defense. There were others who had died before sentence, and still more who had confessed and were awaiting punishment, which consisted mostly in scourging and exile. Thus far there seems to have been uncertainty as to jurisdiction. In the Catalan efforts for relief, the bull Pastoralis Officii was procured from Leo X on August 1, 1576, which rendered perjury committed in the Inquisition justiciable by the inquisitors and ecclesiastical judges in conjunction, but not severally. The result was naturally discouraging, and papal intervention was again sought. In a brief of December 14, 1518, addressed to Cardinal Adrian, Leo deplored the condition under which, through false witness, the guilty escaped and the innocent suffered, but the only remedy provided was in conferring full jurisdiction on inquisitors with faculties to punish, even by relaxation to the secular arm, without incurring irregularity. The crime was thus placed wholly in the hands of the Inquisition, which was no more likely than before to exert itself in checking perjured accusations. This proved to be the case, and in 1523 the Cortes of Valladolid asked that it should inflict on false witnesses the penalties provided by the laws of Toro in 1502, which decreed the talio for perjury committed in criminal cases. Charles contented himself with replying that he had asked the Pope to appoint as Inquisitor General Archbishop Manrique, whom he would charge to see justice done. That this remedy proved futile may be gathered from the Memorial of Granada in 1526, in which one of the arguments against the suppression of the names of witnesses is the number of souls condemned to hell for perjury, through the facilities offered by the secret system, tempting them to destroy their enemies or to swear falsely through bribery, a thing which happens every day. In fact, the procedure of the Inquisition was such as to encourage the crime, and to render its detection exceedingly difficult, at least when committed for the benefit of the prosecution. When every precaution was taken to prevent the accused from identifying his accusers, it was expecting too much of the average inquisitor that he should depart from the routine work of his office to discover, without assistance from those interested, whether the witnesses, mechanically examined by him or his commissioner, were telling the truth or not. Had there been any zeal in this direction, the Suprema would not have felt obliged, in 1531, to instruct the tribunals that perjurers should be punished as a warning to others, giving due consideration as to whether they were actuated by malice or ignorance. Possibly this may have stimulated some tribunal to inconvenient activity, for in 1536 it saw occasion to moderate zeal by ordering that the rigor of the brief of Leo X should not be observed unless someone had been condemned through false evidence, and even in such case the Suprema was to be consulted before action. The infallibility of the Inquisition was too important to be rashly compromised. Moderation thus remained the rule. Simancas tells us that, under Leo's brief, perjurers should be burned with confiscation. but this should only be done when the accused has suffered severely. In most cases the injury is but slight, for which such penalties suffice as appearing in an auto with a defamatory mitre, and scourging, galleys, or exile. Even when burned, there are no disabilities on descendants. The talio has become virtually obsolete, and should be used only in extreme cases. Subornation of perjury is even worse than false witness, and incurs the same punishment. Theoretically, this reflects the ordinary practice. I have met with but one case in which a perjurer was burnt, and this was in Sardinia in 1562. But about 1640, an experienced inquisitor states that he has seen records of such cases in Logroño, and it is possible that they occurred occasionally. So also we sometimes find scourging and the galleys in aggravated cases, while priests were let off with fines and exile. Still, the tendency was to extreme moderation. In Valladolid, Juan Gómez Rubio suffered imprisonment for nearly 2 years, from 1636 to 1638, on a charge of blasphemous propositions, when his case was suspended and he was dismissed with a reprimand and the corresponding infamy. His accuser was Pedro de la Cruz, who had testified twice against him under fictitious names, and had suborned others to appear against him, for which he escaped with parading in vergüenza and exile. A still more significant case was that of Jean de la Barre, a Fleming, long settled in Madrid, where he was deputy alcaide of the royal palace of the Pardo. He was a man of somewhat excessive devoutness. He had a mass celebrated daily in the royal chapel by a chaplain of his own, until the regular chaplain, a Dr. Robles, who was also commissioner of the Inquisition, forbade it and forced him to the Church of the Trinitarians. He endeavored to form a confraria for celebrating masses, but Robles demanded to be the head of it, and to handle the funds without accountability, when La Barre abandoned the project, although he had spent 500 ducats on a silver lamp for the chapel. They naturally quarrelled, and when Robles sought a reconciliation, his overtures were rejected. He revenged himself in January 1656 by denouncing La Barre for various heretical speeches, for neglecting mass and confession, and, what was perhaps more serious than all, for saying that inquisitors were robbers who seized rich men to strip them of their property. La Barre had discharged several workmen for theft and idleness, and they were readily induced to appear as corroborating witnesses. He easily identified his accusers, and in defense presented 25 witnesses in his favor, among them 5 Trinitarian frailes and some officials of high rank, who testified emphatically to his unusual devotion. His rosary was never out of his hands. He heard mass daily, and spent 3 reales a day for it. They also told of the mortal enmity and threats of Robles and the discharged workmen, and showed the reasons. There could be no clearer case of a foul conspiracy to ruin an innocent man, but he was sentenced to reprimand and exile, and was threatened with 100 lashes if he dared to speak of his treatment. That his case was suspended and he was not required to abjure even de levi showed that there was no suspicion of heresy proved, and that the sentence, with its consequences of infamy on him and his posterity, was a mere wanton exercise of arbitrary power, while the false witnesses were not troubled, for there are no marginal notes on the record showing that extracts were taken from the evidence for their prosecution. It was still admitted that the legal punishment was the talio, but that it should only be inflicted when the perjurer had encompassed the conviction of his victim, thus weighing the crime, not by its criminality, but by its result. How lightly, indeed, false swearing was regarded per se is indicated by a curious case occurring in Valladolid in 1630. A student named Luis Sanchez denounced certain Portuguese of Zamora of endeavoring to convert him. The receiver and an alguazil were sent thither, but could find no trace of the accused, nor even of the street in which they were described as residing. Sanchez was sent for, was made to ratify his deposition, and was then accused of the fraud and mockery of the tribunal. He admitted it, and explained that he had been thrown into a jail in a suit over a mare, and had devised this expedient for getting out, in hopes of escaping to the asylum of a church. His trial went through all the regular stages. The vote of the Consulta de Fe was sent to the Suprema, which contented itself with sentencing him to a reprimand, 6 years' exile from Valladolid, and a fine of 200 ducats, with the charitable alternative that, if he was too poor, he should swear to pay it if he should ever be able. While thus the Inquisition was benignantly disposed towards perjury, the secular law did not relax its severity. In Aragon, the Cortes of Monzon, in 1564, decreed the talio in criminal cases for accusing false witnesses and for those produced by the defense, in addition to the penalties prescribed by the fueros, scourging and perpetual banishment, besides making good all expenses incurred by the other party. In Castile, a pragmatica of Philip II in 1566, confirmed by Philip III in 1603, when the case was not capital, substituted for the talio, scourging, and the galleys for life. The tenderness of the Inquisition for such offences was not derived from any softening of the law of the land. With the development of limpieza there sprang up a new and fruitful source of perjury. Those who were endeavoring to prove immaculate descent had no scruple in filling any genealogical gaps by purchasing witnesses to supply deficiencies, and those who, through envy or malice, desired the defeat of an aspirant, found ready means of putting forward witnesses to swear as to public repute, or that they had seen sanbenitos of ancestors. As early as 1560, and again in 1574, the Suprema found it necessary to issue instructions to meet these cases. Bigamy trials also brought to light a contingent of perjurers, mostly employed by the guilty party desiring remarriage, to swear that he or she was single. End of Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 2.
Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 3 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by HearHis.com. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 6, Practice, Chapter 5, Part 3, Evidence. Notwithstanding these accessions, and of the fact that in most cases there were several accomplices, the number in the records is surprisingly few. Partly this is explicable by the extreme difficulty of detection, owing to the suppression of witnesses' names and the impediments thrown in the way of the defense, and partly by the indifference of the tribunals, which do not seem to have regarded it as their duty to prosecute perjurers, at least those for the prosecution. When, in 1640, Agustin Gomez de la Peña, cura of Perdigon, was tried in Valladolid for carrying unconsecrated forms of the procession of Corpus Christi, and the case was suspended on the ground that the testimony was perjured, the Suprema, in approving the vote, felt it necessary to order that the fiscal should prosecute the accuser and his witness, showing that this was by no means a matter of course. Be this as it may, in Toledo a record extending from 1575 to 1610 and embracing 1,172 trials only contains 8 cases of false witness and a further record of the same tribunal from 1648 to 1794 has not a single one in its aggregate of 1,205 cases. In Valladolid, out of 667 trials occurring between 1622 and 1662, there are but 7 cases of false witness. In Madrid, the records from 1703 to 1751 present but a single trial for false witness, and this arose out of a marriage case. Unfortunately, these slender returns do not prove that perjury was uncommon. Philip V, among his other attempted reforms in a decree of July 26, 1705, called attention to the faculty afforded to the execrable wickedness of false denunciations and false witnesses, imposing on many innocent persons the difficult task of protecting honor, property, and life, to the perversion and scandal of justice. These enormous and pernicious abuses he attributed to the non-enforcement of the penalties prescribed by the laws, because the moderate punishments, so rarely inflicted, encouraged rather than repressed the audacity of the evil-minded. He therefore ordered the Suprema to see that the legal penalties were rigorously enforced, and the Suprema obediently transmitted this to the tribunals with instructions to conform to it strictly. This seems to have had some effect, but not much. In a collection of all the autos held in Spain from 1721 to 1727, out of 962 sentences, there are but 17 for false witnesses, and these represent only about half that number of cases, for in one there were 5 accomplices, and in 2 others 3 each. The punishments remain as of old, scourging, galleys, and exile, and there is no difference made between offenders in marriage cases and those involving the death penalty by accusations of Judaism. One of these latter excited considerable interest at the time. 3 penitents from Cadiz, undergoing punishments for Judaism, accused 14 persons of practicing Jewish rites, but they had not studied their parts well, their stories did not accord, and on being arrested they confessed. Their intended victims were honored with a special auto de fe in Sevilla, November 30th, 1722, to which they were conveyed by familiares in the handsomest coaches of the city. In the church of San Pablo they were seated near to the inquisitors, the evidence was publicly read, their innocence was proclaimed, and they were carried home in the coaches. This was followed June 6, 1723, by the auto in which the perjurers were sentenced to 200 lashes apiece, and the 2 of them, who were men, to 7 years in the galleys. Somewhat similar was a case in Santiago in 1724, when 5 culprits were concerned, of whom the leader, Pedro Garcia Rodriguez, was punished by 200 lashes and 5 years of galleys, which his accomplices had the lashes and 8 years of exile. The moderation shown towards perjury increased in the latest period. In 1817, the deacon Manuel González Ribadeneira was prosecuted for it by the Tribunal of Santiago, but when the Sumaria was submitted to the Suprema, it sent a commission to the Benedictine abbot of Monteforte to warn the offender that in the future he must conform his dispositions to the truth, as becomes a minister in holy orders, for otherwise he would not be treated with the benignity which now imposed on him only 8 days of spiritual exercises in the monastery. Apparently even this was expected to excite resistance, for a further provision threatened him, in case of refusal, with prosecution according to law. Theoretically, there was laudable care as to the sufficiency of evidence for condemnation. The ancient glossator on the decretum says that 2 witnesses are sufficient to convict a pope, but the authorities both of the Old and the New Inquisition hold that, although this is good in ordinary law, yet in a crime entailing such consequences as heresy, especially as the defense is crippled by the suppression of the witnesses' names, there should be much hesitation in convicting a man on the evidence of only 2 witnesses. Still, 2 were reckoned sufficient unless they were accomplices. When 3 were required, and these supported by other indications, yet as 1 witness was sufficient to justify torture, these scruples did not save the accused, but only exposed him to the risk of convicting himself if his endurance did not exhaust the resources of the torture chamber. In fact, in the secrecy of the tribunal, the discretion of the judges was the only rule, and they could construe the laws of evidence as they saw fit, as when a visitation of Barcelona led the Suprema, in 1568, to rebuke the inquisitors because, on the evidence of a single witness, they prosecuted Guillén Contada, tortured him twice, and, without convicting him, abandoned him to the secular arm for burning. Nor was he the only victim of the kind, for they did the same with Juan del Payen. How much of this occurred elsewhere in the world we'll never know. The theory that it required 2 witnesses to prove a fact was developed into the rule that they must be contestes, that is, witnesses to the same individual act of heresy, before it could be accepted as proved. It is often found urged in the arguments for the defense that the witnesses are singulares and not contestes, but in practice such a defense was usually disregarded, or, at most, only led to the unfailing resource of torture. Thus, in the case referred to the Suprema for decision, the tribunal reported that there were many witnesses to prove that the accused was a Jewess, but they were not contestes, for none of them cited the others, but each one named somebody else who could attest the fact. They disposed to the same time and place, but varied as to the years. In the consulta de fe, some members voted for relaxation, and others for torture. The matter was sent up to the Suprema, and, whatever its decision may have been, the accused suffered. Even in the 17th century, Escobar affirms the rule absolutely. If one witness swears that he heard Pedro say in the marketplace that God is not a trinity, and another that he heard him say so in a house, it does not convict him, for neither fact is legally proved. Such a definition, however, threw too many obstacles in the way of the prosecution not to be eluded, and, in fact, there were classes of cases, such as solicitation in the confessional, in which it was impossible to have more than 1 witness to each individual act. So, in prosecutions for Judaism, in which the evidence frequently covered a long series of years and turned on infinitesimal incidents in daily life, concurrent witnesses to any single one could scarce be had. Yet the claims of the Inquisition to extreme benignity required this to be understood as Escobar expresses it, while in practice it was disregarded. It was discovered that witnesses could be contestes in genere when they testified to different acts of heresy, and thus make full proof. It is true that Rojas, after citing authorities on both sides, concludes that the rule requiring 2 concurrent witnesses to a fact must be observed, but one of his authorities asserts that the contrary is the rule in practice, and the Suprema affirmed this July 27, 1590, by ordering that, where formal heresy is concerned, dispositions as to different ceremonies and points of faith are to be held as contestes. This was inevitable, and it was only sanctioning what had long been the custom in the tribunals. There was much laxity in the character of the evidence accepted. In the secular courts, hearsay testimony was not admitted as proof unless a witness had heard a matter from so many persons as to constitute public fame, in which case it was allowed a certain weight. In the Inquisition, the same rule was nominally followed, but in practice hearsay evidence was welcomed and was utilized. All the gossip and tattle of a village was eagerly accepted and recorded, to be reproduced in the publication of evidence furnished to the accused, and it unquestionably had its weight when laid before the consulta de fe which voted the sentence. Witnesses were often brought in to swear that they had heard the direct witness assert that the accused was guilty of the heresy charged, and this was regarded as cumulative evidence. Sometimes it happened that these secondary witnesses made a much stronger statement than their principal, and in such case the fiscal was directed to insert both in the accusation, with the reserve that the direct testimony would be considered when sentencing, the object being to terrify and mislead the prisoner. The kind of evidence that was gravely accepted and recorded is seen in the trial of the Licentiate Luis de Rivera, who was reconciled in the Toledo auto de fe of 1594. In an abstract of the more important testimony, it is stated that the fourth witness had heard a man say that a certain Morisca was a great bitch, for she coupled with other dogs, meaning the said Luis de Rivera. Such hearsay gossip was laboriously accumulated to an incredible degree, and it is easy to appreciate its effect on the defendant when cunningly mingled with the direct evidence of the publication of witnesses, which he was required to answer on the spot, item by item, tending to confuse him and leading him to entrap himself. In the trial at Valladolid in 1641 of Sebastian de los Rios, cura of Tombrillo, there were 14 witnesses de visu, or direct, and 20 de odiis, or hearsay, and in 1659 Guiomar Atunes was thrown into the secret prison with sequestracion on the testimony of one witness de visu and 11 de oidas. Latitudinarianism as to evidence could scarcely go further than in the case of Fray Alonso Capera, tried in 1643 as a curandero for treating disease by conjurations, against whom were testified 20 witnesses, men and women, minors and adults, some direct, others hearsay, and others on suspicion. When it is remembered that no witness, however infamous or unfit, was rejected, we can conceive the quality of the evidence on which depend the fate of the accused. While the Inquisition claimed jurisdiction over all heresy, internal and mental, as well as external and formal, it could only prosecute when heresy was manifested or inferiable by external acts or words, and these had to be investigated with the utmost minuteness. The land was filled with those whose external conformity might be but the cloak for secret dissidence. The new Christian was regarded with suspicion as a possible or even a probable apostate, whose baptism only served to render him guilty and to subject him to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. He might be regular in religious observance, be liberal to church and friar, be a constant purchaser of the Crusada indulgences, and yet be secretly a believer in the law of Moses or of Mohammed. It was the business of the Inquisition to detect and punish these apostates. It was rarely that they betrayed their infidelity by imprudent avowals or hasty speeches, except to so-called accomplices or to cell companions, and in the absence of such witnesses, for the most part, the only proof against them arose from their adherence, in the privacy of their homes, to the rites and usages which, through long succession of generations, had become a second nature. It was on this, then, that prosecutions largely depended, and the simplest acts that savored of Judaism or of Islam were regarded as incontrovertible proofs of apostasy, requiring reconciliation to the Church with all that it implied, and, if subsequently persisted in, proving relapse with its penalty of the stake. Familiarity with the practices of the condemned religions was therefore part of the necessary training of the inquisitor, and long descriptive catalogues were compiled for their information. In order also that the people might be duly instructed, and be on the watch to denounce their neighbors, these were incorporated in the edicts of faith annually published in all the churches. Much of the evidence recorded in the trials, and for the most part accepted as conclusive, consists of acts in themselves perfectly innocent and appearing to us wholly indifferent and unworthy of consideration. Observing the Ramadan or the fast of Queen Esther, of course, would admit of no extenuation. But there were a host of trivial observances which seemed to the modern mind altogether inadequate to the prominence accorded to them in the trials. This extreme minuteness with which such observances were held to prove apostasy was an innovation. Of old, the Church recognized the impossibility of changing abruptly customs so embedded in the routine of daily life, and while such practices were to be repressed, they were not treated as heresy. The Great Council of Lateran in 1215 alludes to their frequency, but contents itself with ordering prelates to force converts to abandon all remnants of their old faith. It was otherwise in Spain, and the evidence on which prosecutions were based and punishments inflicted would often appear to us to be of the flimsiest character. Changing the body linen or table linen on Saturday, lighting candles on Friday, and similar observances were proofs of the most damaging character. Even eating amin, a broth liked by Jews, is enumerated among the offences entailing appearance in an auto de fe. When Brianda de Bardaxi was on trial at Saragossa in 1491, she admitted that, when a child, she had eaten a few mouthfuls of Passover bread given to her by a playmate, and this was gravely detailed in her sentence as one of the proofs of vehement suspicion, for which she was severely punished. Circumcision, in the latter period, was an evidence almost decisive, and with male defendants an inspection by the surgeon of the tribunal was customary, but in the earlier time, before the expulsion and forced conversion of the Jews, it was merely an indication that a man was a new and not an old Christian. Yet in an auto de fe at Saragossa in 1486, Pedro and Luis de Almazan, on this evidence alone, were sentenced to perform penance with lighted candles and to 10 years of exile. Among the Moriscos, staining the nails with henna was held to justify suspicion. Refusing to eat the flesh of animals that had died of natural causes was highly damaging. A propensity to cleanliness by washing oneself was an indication of apostasy, and in the trial of Marie Gomez at Toledo in 1550, as a relapsed impenitent, one of the charges was that, in her former trial, she had not confessed that some 15 years before, a kid had been killed in her house by cutting its throat. How slender was the evidence requisite for prosecution is manifested in the trials of a whole family in Valladolid from 1622 to 1624. When Dr. Jorge Enriquez, physician to the Duke of Alva, died, the body was soiled, required washing, followed by a clean shirt. A number of witnesses thereupon deposed that it was prepared for sepulture according to Jewish rites. The consulta de fe on the arrest was not unanimous, and it was referred to the Suprema, which ordered the arrest of all concerned with sequestration. The whole family, widow, children, and servants, with some cousins, were thrown into the secret prison, and the eldest son, a youth of 20, died from the effects of torture. After nearly 2 years of this, the evidence was so weak that the consulta de fe voted in discordia, and the Suprema ordered the prisoners to be acquitted. So, in 1625, Manuel de Azevedo, a shoemaker of Salamanca, was denounced because he had removed the lump of fat from a leg of mutton which he took to a baker to be roasted. The consulta voted to dismiss the case, but the fiscal appealed to the Suprema, which ordered arrest with sequestration. The trial went on through all the forms, and when at length Azevedo learned from the accusation what was the charge, he said that he was ignorant of this being a Jewish custom, but had been told that a leg of mutton roasted better when the fat was cut out. When the defense was reached, he proved that he was an old Christian on all sides. He was not acquitted, but the case was suspended. Had he been a new Christian, he would have been tortured and penanced, whether he overcame the torture or not. In another case, in 1646, one of the charges was that the accused, in slicing bread, held the knife with the edge turned away and not towards his breast, as was customary with Christians. Trivial as all this may seem, one occasionally meets a case showing that the Inquisition did not always spend its energies in vain in following up the slenderest evidence, however great were the sufferings frequently inflicted on the innocent. In several Jewish cases in Valladolid in 1642, the chief evidence was that the meat before cooking was soaked in water to remove the blood and grease. This led to the discovery and punishment as Judaizers of a group of some 15 or 20 in Benavente, who appeared in the auto de fe of 1644. As soon as one was brought to confess, he implicated others, and the net was spread which captured them all. The fact, however, that torture was freely used casts an unpleasant doubt over the justice of the result. Suspicion might be aroused by negative as well as by positive indications, and, in the Spain of the Inquisition, it behooved every man to be scrupulously exact in the performance of what were regarded as evidences of orthodoxy, as well as the avoidance of what created doubt, for everywhere around him were zealous spies eager to serve the faith. In 1635, Manuel Mardes, traveling with his wife and 2 other women, passed 2 men laboring in a field without saluting them. One of them asked why he did not say, "Praised be Jesus Christ," or "Praised be the most blessed sacrament," to which he imprudently replied that God was not known in his own land. The laborers promptly denounced him to the nearest commissioner of the Inquisition, who arrested him. The calificadores voted that this was manifest Judaism, and he was thrown into the secret prison of Valladolid with sequestration. Then there came additional evidence from a cell companion that he washed his hands on rising and before eating. He denied all intention until he was smartly tortured, when he confessed all that was desired. Naturally, this negative evidence was habitually sought by the tribunals. In the trials for Judaism and Mohammedanism, the accused was always interrogated as to his training in Christian formulas. He was asked to recite the Credo for the customary prayers at the Paternoster, the Ave Maria, and the Salve Regina, and was made to cross himself, to see whether or not he did it in a manner to show that it was habitual. In Spain there were 2 forms of this, santiguarse and signarse, the former consisting in making the sign of the cross, with the thumb and forefinger joined, passing them from forehead to cheek, and from the left to the right shoulder. The latter in touching the forehead, mouth, and chest with the thumb and forefinger of the right hand, or with the thumb alone. This was often a crucial test. Of Maria Gomez it is recorded, July 15, 1550, quote, "She repeated the Ave Maria, she was imperfect in the Paternoster and the Creed, and said she did not know the Salve Regina. She performed the Signo ill, but the Santiguardo well." It has seemed worth while to enter thus minutely into the details of inquisitorial treatment of evidence, as it was so largely a determining factor in the fate of the accused. From this examination it is impossible to resist the conclusion that the system of procedure was framed rather to secure conviction than to ascertain the truth. Guilt was presumed in the fact of arrest, and the business of the tribunal was to prove it. End of Book 6, Chapter 5, Part 3. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Book 6, Chapter 6, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 6, Practice. Chapter 6, Part 1, Confession. The heretic was not only a criminal, but a sinner. This imposed on the Inquisition a twofold function: to discover and punish crime, and to save the soul of the sinner. Its position was anomalous. It could scarcely be called a spiritual tribunal, for inquisitors and members of the Suprema, as we have seen, might be laymen. The jurisdiction over heresy was a special delegation from the Holy See, but although the inquisitor might excommunicate, when the censure was to be removed, he did not do it himself, but empowered any priest to perform the ceremony. He never received sacramental confessions or administered the sacrament of penitence. Even when a Protestant applied to him to be admitted to the bosom of the Church, a priest was called in to hear the confession and grant absolution. Thus, while exercising spiritual jurisdiction, the inquisitor, even if in holy orders, abstained from exercising spiritual functions. Yet, as a judge, his duties were not purely secular. In theory, the object of the Inquisition was the saving of souls. The detection and punishment of heresy were merely a necessary means to that end. The burning of the obstinate impenitent, besides avenging the offense to God, was the removal of a gangrened member to preserve the body from infection. The penalties inflicted on the repentant were not punishment, but penance, and he was not a convict, but a penitent. Whatever statement he made during his trial, even in obstinately denying the charges, was a confession, and the penal prison to which he was consigned was a casa de penitencia or de misericordia. Even denunciations and the evidence of witnesses for the defense were sometimes called confessions. While the distinction was fully recognized between judicial and sacramental confession, and the inquisitor was in no sense a confessor, there was a curious assumption that in the tribunal confession was of a mixed character, partaking of both classes. The whole procedure was directed to induce the accused to confess his errors, to profess repentance, and to beg for mercy. He was adjured by the love of God and his blessed Mother to discharge his conscience and save his soul by a full confession as to himself and others, without uttering false testimony as to himself or to them. The so-called advocate who was furnished to defend him was instructed to urge him to this, and to explain that the Holy Office was not like the other tribunals, whose business it was to punish the body, for here the only object was to cure the soul and to reunite to the Church those who, by their sins, had left the holy congregation of Christians in violation of their baptismal promises. He should therefore cast aside all thought of that which concerns the body, and think only of his soul, confessing his crimes, so that the Holy Office could cure his infirmity, which was beyond the power of any other judge or confessor. No doubt there were many inquisitors who conscientiously believed that this was the lofty duty to which they were devoted. There was another motive, however, which was not without weight in prompting the earnest and sometimes cruel means resorted to, for it was held that confession, however it might be obtained, cured all defects and irregularities in the trial. An inquisitor, conscious of having overstepped the limits, was therefore doubly anxious to extort from the accused admissions which should exonerate him. Thus, from the first audience to the final reading of the sentence at the auto de fe, the effort of the tribunal was to bring the sinner to repentance, or at least to confession, by adjurations, by misleading promises of mercy, by threats, and, if necessary, by torture. On his way to the stake, the man who had persistently denied his guilt was accompanied by confessors, urging him to admit it and to repent. Similar advantage was taken of the deathbed fears of those who died in prison, when, as we have seen, confessors sent to them were instructed to listen to them only in case they confessed sufficiently to satisfy the adverse testimony. This urgency to induce confession produced the natural result that the unfortunates subjected to it were led, not infrequently, to gratify their judges by admitting whatever they thought necessary to win the favor of the tribunal. This was recognized in a warning issued by the Suprema in 1541 that much caution was required in weighing the truth of confessions, because the accused, through malice, were wont to confess against themselves and others in order to obscure the truth. This warning was doubtless needed, but there is little evidence that it was heeded. As a rule, the confession was accepted, provided it was sufficiently criminatory, and, as far as regarded its implication of accomplices, it was used for their conviction. An unexpected feature of the inquisitorial records is the number of espontaneados, of those who, from various motives, voluntarily accused themselves. In 1,172 cases occurring in Toledo between 1575 and 1610, there are 170 of these, or about 1 in 7. This, of course, is attributable to the assumption that self-denunciation was an evidence of contrition which merited benignity. It is true that, in the earlier period, when edicts of grace were published, those who came forward within the term were subjected to reconciliation in heavy mulcts. Their confessions were taken down by notaries to be used against the friends whom they incriminated, and against themselves in case of relapse. It is further true that, after the expiration of the term, spontaneous confession did not avert confiscation and such other penance as the inquisitor might impose. In fact, it was virtually no better than if rendered under prosecution. But, after the first fury of persecution, when spontaneous self-denunciation might be considered as arising from conviction and not from fear of accusation by others, it was regarded more mercifully. In 1568 we find the Suprema sharply rebuking the Tribunal of Barcelona for having condemned to reconciliation and confiscation a French girl of 18, and Antoine Caudry, a Frenchman who had spontaneously confessed to Protestantism, and against whom there was no other evidence. The confiscated property was to be returned to them within 9 days, whether or not it was still in the hands of the receiver. The tribunal was also told that it had erred deplorably in the case of Alonso de Montoya, who had spontaneously confessed to having been a renegade when captive in the hands of the Moors, and whom it had thrown into the secret prison and condemned to confiscation, reconciliation, and appearance in an auto de fe with a mitre. Not long after this, the reports of the Tribunal of Toledo present numerous cases of spontaneous self-denunciation, which show that its influence on the sentence varied with the character of the confession and the motives to which the inquisitors attributed it. There was a curious case of 12 Judaizers of Alcázar de Consuegra, who came forward to accuse themselves and implicate 12 others. All 24 figured in the great auto de fe of 1591, and all had the full penalty of reconciliation, confiscation, and perpetual prison with the San Benito. On the other hand, Andrés de Palacios, in 1586, presented himself and confessed that, when sailing in the galleys, he had made the acquaintance of an English captain who converted him to all the Lutheran heresies. For 6 years, and until within a few weeks, he had believed them, but now with tears he begged for mercy and for readmission to the Church. He was duly put on trial, and was privately reconciled with only some spiritual penances. In the same year occurred the more complicated case of Ursule de la Croix, a French nun in the convent of Santa Margarita at Alcalá de Henares. She confessed to a commissioner there that she had imbibed some of the errors current in her native land. She had deliberately struck a crucifix and had eaten meat on Fridays. The Suprema examined the confession and ordered the commissioner to absolve her. Subsequently she returned to confess that she still held the errors which she had abjured. The Suprema ordered her to be confined in the secret prison and her trial to proceed, during which she repeated her confession, begged for mercy, and professed her desire to live and die in the Catholic faith. The Consulta de Fe was puzzled, and, on reference to the Suprema, it ordered her to be secretly reconciled, the San Benito to be at once removed, and her reclusion for a year in a convent cell. As she was a relapsed, and as Lutheranism was the object of special severity, this mercy shows ample consideration for spontaneous confession, but the event proved that the patience of the Inquisition might be tried too far. The unstable mind of the poor creature continued to torment itself, and in 1594 she again accused herself of the same errors. The tribunal reported this to the Suprema, with the statement that she had already been thrice reconciled, and the order came to relax her to the secular arm, when she was duly burnt. Thus far there appears to have been no formal modification of the instructions of 1484, which made no concessions to espontaneados, except during a term of grace, but evidently each case was treated on its merits. It was not until 1605 that the Suprema decreed that foreigners confessing their errors voluntarily were to be reconciled without confiscation. This did not apply to natives, especially Judaizers and Moriscos, in whose cases the Suprema was consulted, which usually remitted the confiscation. The matter remained in this uncertain condition, with an increasing tendency towards leniency in practice. In trivial cases, such as heretical blasphemy or thoughtless propositions, the offender was reprimanded, warned, and told to confess sacramentally, even though there might have been previous denunciation insufficient to justify arrest. In more serious matters, we are told that the espontaneado was treated with great benignity, even when it appeared that he had come forward through fear of denunciation by accomplices who had been arrested. He was given his house or the city for a prison, unless it was necessary to seclude him from those who would pervert him. If he confessed to formal heresy with belief and intention, it was customary to vote secret reconciliation with the immediate removal of the San Benito and with confiscation, but the Suprema usually remitted the latter or agreed to a composition. In some cases at Santiago in the 17th century, the parties offered a payment nearly equivalent to the value of their property, but the Suprema told them that they could retain it on paying what the tribunal thought proper. Confession, whether spontaneous or after arrest, to be valid in the Inquisition, implied repentance, renunciation of error, and prayer for readmission to Catholic unity. Although judicial, it had this in common with sacramental confession, that it must be full and complete. Every separate heretical act was a sin, and like sins in a confessional, it had to be enumerated. There must be no omission, else the confession was nugatory, ficta and diminuta, and aggravated guilt, for the truly penitent sinner was held to be eager to expose all his sins, in order to gain absolution for them, and to betray all his accomplices, in order to satisfy his new-born hatred of heresy. Thus the diminuto was as bad as the negativo, for he was still a heretic at heart. The instructions of 1484 treat diminutos as impenitents, to be prosecuted if subsequent testimony shows that they have concealed anything as to themselves or to others. Tried by this standard, the confessions in the early terms of grace were apt to be imperfect, and, in the endeavor to avert the awful consequences of this, it became customary to add to them a protest that, if through lapse of memory facts had been forgotten, the penitent, on remembering them, would come and confess them, or, if testimony was received of matters omitted, he now accepted it as true and asked penance for them. These protests availed little. In the case of Mencia, wife of Diego Gonzalez, before the tribunal of Guadalupe in 1485, she added this to her confession, but additional incriminating evidence was given by other penitents. She was duly prosecuted, and the tribunal apologized for not sending her to the stake in view of her youth, her tearful contrition, and her heartfelt desire to return to the bosom of the Church, wherefore she escaped with perpetual prison. Beatriz Núñez was less fortunate. She was reconciled on January 13th, 1485, in the time of grace, after presenting a long confession including all the recognized Jewish practices. On July the 1st, she was arrested on the strength of evidence relating to acts running back for 20 years, embracing details that happened not to be contained in her confession, although it had included a protest admitting all that she did not remember. The tribunal held that her confession had been diminuta, that consequently it was feigned, and she was an impenitent heretic, so she was burnt alive on July the 31st. Similar was the fate of Andrés González, parish priest of San Martín de Talavera, who was reconciled in the time of grace, but, when imprisoned on November the 12th, 1485, made a fuller confession, imploring mercy in terms betraying the utmost despair. There were but 2 adverse witnesses, evidently prisoners on trial, whose evidence was simply confirmatory of the confessions, but it sufficed. There seems to have been some delay in getting a bishop and an abbot to degrade him, for he was not burnt until August the 17th, 1486. Now, in all these cases, the confessions had amply admitted Judaism, and the subsequent testimony was but surplusage in detail. This cruel practice goes far to explain the great number of burnings in the early period, and it long continued to furnish victims. In 1531, the Tribunal of Toledo condemned to reconciliation, confiscation, and prison an old woman named Teresa de Lucena. For nearly 50 years she had been living a Catholic life, but in 1484 she had been reconciled on a confession which subsequent testimony showed had omitted some Jewish observances, and had not named every one whom she had seen practice them. This demand for an absolutely perfect confession exceeded that of the confessional, where forgotten sins are charitably held to be included. It explains why inquisitors labored so strenuously and often so cruelly to make the penitent remember and declare everything testified against him, what they termed satisfying the evidence. It is true that Simancas argues that defective memory may render confession imperfect, that he who admits himself to have been a heretic includes all heretical customs, and that the rigor of the law should not be visited on those who return to the Catholic faith, while Rojas condemns the severity of those who hold that a penitent not stating the full term of his heresy should be burned. Yet the old sternness was held to be in vigor throughout the 18th century, and the only concession of the authorities seems to be that, if the penitent omits in his confession anything worthy of relaxation or any accomplices, when these have been proved by witnesses, he may have the chance of purging himself by torture. Yet this ferocity had become rather academic than practical. As early as 1570, the Suprema ordered that, in all cases of diminución, the matters suppressed or omitted were to be recorded in the process, submitted to the consulta de fe, and then, without taking action, to to be sent to it for its decision. This can only have been for the purpose of mitigating the execution of the law without modifying it in principle. It remained nominally in force, but I have met in the later periods with no case in which its extreme rigor was enforced. It was not an infrequent occurrence that reconciled penitents were found, by testimony in later trials, to have made imperfect confessions. Apparently a careful watch for this was maintained, and, when it was discovered, they were tried again, but in the second half of the 17th century the sentences were remarkably mild, a few years of prison and San Benito, and exile, or possibly a parading in vergüenza. With the recrudescence of persecution in the first half of the 18th century, there was greater severity, irremissible prison and San Benito for life, and, in a Barcelona case of 1723, a woman had 200 lashes in addition. Closely connected with diminutio was the confession of acts accompanied by a denial of intention. As we have seen, the Inquisition relied for proof on acts or words from which heretical belief was inferred, it being assumed that, after baptism, any one practicing Judaic or Moslem rites or customs was an apostate. Many of these were wholly indifferent in themselves, and their significance depended on the intention with which they were performed, so that it was not unusual for the accused to admit the acts while disclaiming knowledge of their religious character. He might confess avoidance of pork, but allege that it disagreed with him. He might acknowledge to washing hands or changing linen, but assert that it was for the sake of cleanliness. He might not deny uttering an heretical proposition, but say that it was thoughtless or jocular. As human intentions are inscrutable, in such cases resort was inevitable to the universal solvent of judicial doubt, torture, at least in the later period. In the earlier time it was more in consonance with the swift justice than habitual to condemn him. Such acts, it was argued, did not admit of doubt. They were in themselves sufficient proof, and the accused was not to be allowed the privilege of torture. In the later period the authorities are not wholly unanimous, for the shades of guilt and the collateral circumstances varied so infinitely that a definite rule was difficult to frame. In general, it may be summed up as admitted that, for heretical acts under the law, no plea of non-intention could be entertained, and that the offender must be relaxed. But in practice he had the benefit of torture. If he succumbed in it, he was reconciled with confiscation, the galleys, and perpetual prison. If he endured it without confession, according to the judicial logic of the age, he was not acquitted, but was punished, less severely, for the suspicion. For words and opinions and heretical propositions, if serious, he was to be tortured on intention, but not for lesser offences, in which the appropriate penalty would be less grievous than the infliction of torture. Yet one writer admits the use of torture when intention is denied in the widely current proposition that simple fornication is no sin. When, in these minor cases, torture was used, if, according to the legal phrase, it was endured sufficiently to purge the testimony, it became customary to suspend the case or to acquit the accused. In the previous chapter there are one or two instructive cases as to the danger of construing Judaic observances as implying heretical intention. In the wider sphere of propositions, an illustrative instance is that of the Augustinian Pedro Retorni, tried in 1601 at Toledo for denying the papal power to release souls from purgatory. He admitted it, but denied intention, asserting that he had only used the phrase in the course of an argument. The Consulta de Fe voted for abjuration de levi and a sharp reprimand, but the Suprema ordered that he should be threatened with torture up to the point of stripping him in the torture chamber. He endured this without confessing, and the sentence of the Consulta de Fe was executed. One of the most essential requisites to completeness of confession was the denunciation of all accomplices, that is, of all whom the penitent knew to be heretics or addicted to heretical practices. This, as we have seen, was required of all who came in under edicts of grace, and in the instructions of the 1500s, the inquisitor was ordered, when anyone confessed, to examine him exhaustively as to what he knew of his parents, brothers, kindred, and all other persons, and this evidence to be used against them was to be entered in registers apart from the personal confession. There was usually little hesitation on the part of the penitent to incriminate his family and friends, for they might, for all he knew, be themselves under trial, and informing on him, so that any reticence on his part would convict him of being a diminuto with all its fateful consequences. The information thus obtained was registered with alphabetical indexes, so that the tribunals obtained a mass of evidence against those who were Jews or Moors at heart, which largely explains the rapid extension of its activity. The value attached by the Inquisition to this source of information is expressed by the Suprema in its remonstrance on February 23, 1595, to Clement VIII against a Jubilee indulgence. One of its chief arguments was that, as heretics were all allied and known to each other, the principal means of detecting them was through the confessions of those who were converted, while the absolution obtainable through the indulgence would release them from pressure, and this mode of extirpating heresy would be lost. In the formulas compiled for interrogating the accused, we find special stress laid on making those who confess enumerate all who had joined with them in belief and worship, or whom they knew to be heretics. These were recorded, one by one, the penitent being required to state all details concerning them, including personal descriptions, so that they could be tracked, or, if there were several individuals of the same name, error could be avoided in identifying them. Any omissions in this exposed the penitent to severe punishment. In the Seville auto de fe of July 5, 1722, there appeared Melchor de Molina, who had been reconciled for Judaism in 1720. From evidence gathered in subsequent trials, it appeared that he had not denounced all whom he knew. He was prosecuted anew, and for this, as a faulter and protector of accomplices, his temporary prison was now made perpetual and irremissible. End of Book 6, Chapter 6, Part 1.
Book 6, Chapter 6, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Wang Anqi, The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 6, Practice, Chapter 6, Part 2, Confession. Perhaps the most striking illustration of the effectiveness of the rule requiring denunciation of others is furnished by a Morisco of Valencia named Francisco Safar y Ribera. He had been a Christian only in outward show, when a miraculous change of heart sent him on a pilgrimage to Montserrat, where he confessed his heresy to a priest. The good padre, unable to absolve him, referred him to the Barcelona tribunal, where, as a condition precedent, he was required to denounce all whom he knew to be Moors. The inquisitors, finding these to be Valencians, dispatched him to Valencia, where he gave the names of no less than 4,000. He had been a wandering tailor, and his acquaintance was extensive. Few of those who fell into the hands of the Inquisition had the heroic courage of Manuel Diaz, a victim in the great Mexican auto de fe of December 8, 1596. Although 10 of his fellow sufferers had testified against him, he steadily denied his guilt and was proof against both the threats and the blandishments of the inquisitors. There was nothing to do but to burn him as a negativo impenitente, except that he might be used to inculpate others, and for this he was sentenced to torture in caput alienum. When this sentence was read to him, he simply said that he was ready for them to do with him as they pleased. He was in his 38th year and a vigorous man, for he endured a torture of unusual severity, and, although he shrieked and begged to be put to death, and called upon his tormentors to have mercy on his 5 children, he denied all knowledge of the law of Moses, and went to the stake without bearing witness against his fellows. This was held to aggravate his guilt, and, in his sentence, he was stigmatized as a faulter and protector of Judaizing heretics. If the inquisitorial records occasionally ennoble human nature with such examples of self-sacrifice, they more frequently exhibit it in its most despicable aspect, through the eagerness with which unfortunates, enfeebled and despairing in their protracted incarceration, seek to gain the favor of pitiless judges, or to render their confessions complete, by hastening to betray the confidences of their cell-companions, who incautiously relieve their hearts in careless talk with comrades in misery. The instances are innumerable in which the recipient of such avowals at once asks an audience and proves the sincerity of his own conversion by detailing what he had heard. There is a certain grim satisfaction, however, in noting that these revelations, however damaging to the victim, seem never to benefit the informer, for I have nowhere observed that they are accepted as attenuating circumstances to diminish his own punishment. The time at which a confession was made was an important factor in determining the grade of punishment. At first these distinctions were crudely drawn, and there was hesitation in accepting confession as an infallible sign of repentance and conversion. The instructions of 1484 merely say that, if it is made early and before publication of evidence, the regular penalty can be commuted to those who manifest contrition. If after publication and before definite sentence, the culprit is entitled to reconciliation or perpetual prison, but the inquisitors must determine whether he is sincerely converted, for if they have no hope of this, they should relax him as an impenitent heretic. It seems to have been thought that, under these rules, too many fictitious converts escaped, for, in 1498, the tribunals were warned to be cautious about admitting to reconciliation those who confessed after arrest, in view of the length of time since the establishment of the Inquisition. Thus, after arrest, confession and profession of conversion by no means saved the victim from the stake, but it depended upon the inquisitor's belief in his sincerity. This excessive severity was moderated in time, and there came to be established a kind of sliding scale which gauged sincerity by the period in the trial at which confession was made. An elementary form of this is displayed in a report of an auto de fe at Saragossa, June 5, 1585, where many Moriscos suffered. There is a group of 10 of whom it is said that, as they confessed at the beginning of their trials, they were imprisoned for 2, 3, or 4 years according to the gravity of their offenses. Then there are others sent to the galleys for terms of from 3 to 8 years, because their confessions were tardy or delayed to the end of their trials. As women were exempt from galley service, this classification was impossible for them, but their terms of prison were regulated in the same way, and 2 of them had their sanbenitos removed at the close of the proceedings, because they had come forward and confessed before arrest, though after they had been testified against. This system was gradually perfected, and, as presented by a writer of the middle of the 17th century, it appears that, if confession was made before the fiscal presented his formal accusation, the prison and sanbenito were inflicted for a very short time. If after accusation, they were for 1 or 2 years. If not till after publication of evidence, for the 3 years styled perpetual. If after torture, irremissible prison, and, if able-bodied, the first 3 or 5 years to be spent in the galleys. This might be modified according to the manifestation of repentance, and whether the culprit was a good confessor, both as to himself and others, and, in the case of slaves, to avoid wronging the owner, scourging was substituted for prison and galleys. Subsequently, this resource of scourging was freely employed for those who were not slaves, and read the frequent autos of 1721 and the following years, the cases are numerous in which men and women are sentenced to 200 lashes and irremissible prison and San Benito as a special punishment for tardy confession. Confession under torture was originally not regarded as voluntary and did not relieve from relaxation, showing that its use on a culprit who denied was either merely to gratify curiosity or to obtain information as to accomplices. Subsequent casuists, however, argued that the ratification of the confession, which was necessary after 24 hours, rendered it voluntary, and the more usual practice was to admit such cases to reconciliation. The instructions of 1561 accept this, but warn inquisitors that they must observe much caution as to such cases and consider the quality of the heresies and whether the offender had simply been taught or had taught others. Still, this distinction was disregarded, and Simancas tells us that the universal practice was to receive to reconciliation those who confessed under torture. It can readily be conceived that those who confessed under the awe-inspiring formalities of the trial, with the pressure of prolonged imprisonment, the threat of torture and the fear of the stake, and whose submissions came gradually with greater or less fullness, as they vacillated between opposing influences, were not infrequently inconsistent and variable in their utterances. This was naturally provoking to the inquisitor, and the vario who thus wavered cast doubt upon the sincerity of his repentance. He was submitted to reconciliation, indeed, but he paid the penalty of his vacillation in extra punishment. Thus, in the Murcia auto de fe of October 18, 1722, Francisco Enriquez de Medina y Melo, besides the regular penance, was sentenced to 100 lashes por vario en sus confesiones. Even more provoking was the revocante, who withdrew or revoked a confession, an occurrence by no means rare, as might be expected from the methods employed to obtain it. The writers all treat this as impenitence, requiring relaxation in cases of formal heresy. In practice it was so regarded, as a general rule, but we find occasional exceptional cases, in which, however, care was usually taken to inflict heavier punishment than if the confession had been adhered to. In the Toledo auto of 1603, a Morisco, Andrés Muñoz, who had revoked his confession and consequently had been sentenced to relaxation, was saved by the Suprema, which ordered torture and, on his overcoming it, gave him 5 years of galleys and a heavy fine. Another case occurred in Granada in 1593, where Jusuarte Lopez, a Portuguese, confessed to Judaism and then, on finding that there was little evidence against him, revoked his confession and was condemned to 5 years of galleys, followed by irremissible prison in San Benito. This apparent inconsistency arose from the infinite perplexities caused to the conscientious inquisitor by the arbitrary methods employed to induce or to extort confession. We obtain a glimpse into this from the remarks of an old inquisitor, about 1640, who, after laying down the rule of relaxation, proceeds to warn the judge that he should proceed with caution and consider the circumstances under which the confession had been made. I have known, he adds, the mere fear excited by the fiscal's formal demand for torture at the end of the accusation, bring a confession which necessitated torture to ascertain its truth. In 1628, I had a case in Saragossa, where a Frenchman voluntarily confessed that he had been a Lutheran and that, as such, he had been reconciled in Toledo. On being arrested, he stated that his father had taught him Lutheranism and that he was reconciled in Toledo. After several audiences, he revoked this, and asserted that what he had confessed in Toledo was false, that there were no heretics where he came from, and that his father had not taught him. And then in his defense he proved this, and that both he and his father were Catholics. I voted for relaxation, but the Suprema ordered torture. He overcame the torture and was finally sentenced to abjure de vehementi, to undergo public vergüenza, and to perpetual banishment from Spain. If the revocation, the writer concludes, is of things of which there is semi plena proof, as of one witness, and it appears that it is made to protect accomplices and friends, then in rigor he is to be relaxed. But in these times relaxation is rare if he confesses enough to justify reconciliation. That the terrors of this situation frequently reduced the prisoner to a mental condition that was practically irresponsible is illustrated in a trivial case concerning the popular assertion that simple fornication was no sin. In 1579, at Toledo, Diego Redondo Prado, on trial for this, denied at first, then, when the accusation was read, with its customary demand for torture, he confessed. Then, when the testimony of 5 witnesses was read in the publication, he revoked his confession, saying that it was made through fear. He did not know whether he had made it or not, but if he did so he was out of his senses. He remembered that he had said he knew not what, and had retracted it, and he did not remember, and this was what he said. This crazed incoherence puzzled the tribunal. It referred the case to the Suprema, which charitably sentenced him to hear high mass at Prado, while his sentence was publicly read, and then to spend 2 years in exile. There was another form of revocation which greatly scandalized the Inquisition in consequence of the reflection cast upon its methods. This was the assertion by penitents, subsequent to trial, that they were innocent and had only confessed through fear of the consequences of denial. It was sufficiently frequent to be included, in the Edicts of Faith, among the offences to be denounced by all cognizant of it. In the earliest instructions of 1484 it is ordered that such offenders are to be held as impenitent and as fictitious converts, and are to be prosecuted as such, which of course meant relaxation. This severity was moderated in time, but the offense was still punished in a manner to discourage it. In 1578, Niccolò Solari, who had been reconciled by the Tribunal of Sardinia, had the imprudence to present to the Suprema a petition revoking his confession. He was tried for this in Toledo, and escaped with 2 years' exile from Sardinia in the royal court. A wholesale case of this kind, in Valencia, in 1540, aroused much excitement. A large number of prominent conversos had been punished, some with relaxation, on the charge of holding conventicles in which Jewish fasts were observed, and a crucifix was scourged. Subsequently, they asserted that their confessions had been extorted by fear. Popular feeling was excited, and there was danger that the Inquisition would be seriously discredited, for ecclesiastics of high repute had recommended them to revoke their confessions, and had joined in a letter on the subject to Inquisitor General Tavera. The honor of the Inquisition was to be preserved at all hazards. Dr. Aceve was sent as a special commissioner to investigate, and his report increased the disquietude. To reinforce the Valencia tribunal in May 1541, Tavera urged Loases of Barcelona to hasten thither and take charge of the matter, promising him support for his advancement. Then, in October, 2 members of the Suprema were sent there to assist, and 2 additional inquisitors were put to work. The crisis was evidently alarming, and there was ample for them all to do. Prosecutions were instituted against all who had revoked their confessions. They were kept segregated to prevent collusion, and, as the secret prison of the tribunal was inadequate, the inquisitors and officials were turned out of their quarters, and 7 adjoining houses were hired and converted into jails. What was the number involved does not appear, but a letter of November 26, 1543, mentions that 22 cases had been voted on. 20 more were in progress, on which they were working night and day and on feast days, and the remainder it was hoped to conclude so that all might be included in a single auto. The prisoners had no chance. A letter of the Suprema suggests that the publication of evidence be omitted, because many of the witnesses had retracted their evidence, and a knowledge of this would encourage the accused in their defense. The consultas de fe were to be packed, taking care to admit none who were favorable to them, and, under such conditions, the result was inevitable. Full details are lacking. We only know that autos de fe were held in which the culprits appeared for the second time. The sentences appear not to have been severe, but the honor of the Inquisition was vindicated. The negativo, who persistently denied his guilt, in the face of competent testimony, was universally held to be a pertinacious, impenitent heretic, from whom there was no alternative save burning alive, although, as Simancas says, he might protest 1,000 times that he was a Catholic, and wished to live and die in the faith. This was the inevitable logic of the situation, for otherwise the guilty could escape, at the mere cost of asserting innocence, and the effort to purify the land might as well be abandoned. There were, indeed, comparatively few who did not at first assert their orthodoxy, nor many who did not ultimately yield to the effective methods to obtain confession. Those who resisted to the end and went to the stake, asserting their Catholicism, were unquestionably good Christians who preferred the most frightful of deaths rather than admit that they had been heretics, and confess and abjure heresies that they had never entertained. For if they were really guilty, there was nothing more to be gained by denial than by the defiant avowal of their beliefs. Cases of this kind were by no means rare. There were 5 in Toledo between 1575 and 1606. There were 3 in a single auto in Granada in 1593. There was 1 in the Great Madrid auto of 1680, and 2 in those of Majorca in 1691. The inquisitors themselves admitted the danger of burning the good Catholic, whose conscience would not permit him of accusing himself of heresy, and Peña considers at some length the question whether, under the pressure of approaching death by fire, it is licit to make a false confession. He concludes that this is in no sense permissible, and he comforts the victim by assuring him that his constancy will win him the palm of martyrdom. The Church will never know how many martyrs of this kind the Inquisition furnished to its row of uncanonized saints. It required indeed persistent constancy for the true believer to persevere to the end in denial, for the Inquisition held open the door to repentance to the latest moment possible. If, at the auto de fe, a negativo asked for an audience, it was at once granted. He was removed from the staging. He had an opportunity to confess and profess conversion. His case was gone over, and such penance was imposed as was demanded by the gravity of the charges and the delay in the confession. Such cases were by no means rare, and bear witness to the awful strain on the weakness of average human nature. When all other means failed to obtain a satisfactory confession, including the denunciation of the accomplices, there was always in reserve the potent persuasive of torture. End of Book 6, Chapter 6, Part 2. This was a recording by Wang Anqi.
Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 1, Edict of Faith, as published in Mexico, November 3rd, 1571. Nos, el doctor Don Pedro Moya de Contreras, Inquisidor Apostólico, etc. A todos los vecinos y moradores estantes y residentes en todas las ciudades, villas y lugares de los dichos arzobispados, obispados y distrito de cualquier estado, condición, preeminencia o dignidad que sean estentos y non estentos, y a cada unos y cualquieres de vos a cuya noticia viniere lo contenido en esta nuestra carta en cualquier manera. Salud en Jesucristo, que es verdadera salud, y a los nuestros mandamientos que más verdaderamente son dichos apostólicos, firmemente obedecer, guardar y cumplir. Sabed que, por parte del promotor fiscal de este santo oficio, nos ha sido hecha relación diciendo que por no se haber publicado carta de edicto ni hecho visita general por el santo oficio de la Inquisición en esta ciudad y arzobispado, y distrito no habría venido a nuestra noticia muchos delitos que se habrán cometido y perpetuado contra nuestra santa fe católica y ley evangélica, y estaban por punir y castigar, y que de ello se seguía deservicio a nuestro Señor y gran daño y perjuicio a la religión cristiana. Por ende nos pedía mandésemos hacer y hiciésemos la dicha Inquisición y visita general, leyendo por ello edictos públicos y castigando a los que se hallaran culpados, de manera que nuestra santa fe católica siempre fuese ensalzada y aumentada, y por nos visto ser justo su pedimento, y quisiendo proveer y remediar acerca de ello lo que conviene al servicio de nuestro Señor, mandamos dar y dimos la presente para vos en la dicha razón. Por lo cual vos exhortamos y requirimos que si alguno de vos supiéredes o hubiéredes visto u oído decir que alguna o algunas personas vivas, presentes o ausentes, o difuntas hayan hecho o dicho alguna cosa contra nuestra santa fe católica y contra lo que está ordenado y establecido por la Sagrada Escritura y ley evangélica, y por los sacros concilios y doctrina común de los santos, y contra lo que tiene y enseña la Iglesia católica romana, usos y ceremonias de ella, especialmente los que hubieren hecho o dicho alguna cosa que sean contra los artículos de la fe, mandamientos de la ley y de la Iglesia y de los santos sacramentos. O si alguno hubiere hecho o dicho alguna cosa en favor de la ley muerta de Moisés de los judíos, o hecho ceremonias de ella, o de la malvada secta de Mahoma, o de la secta de Martín Lutero y sus secuaces, y de los otros heregos condenados por la Iglesia, y si saben que alguna o algunas personas hayan tenido o tengan libros de la secta y opiniones del dicho Martín Lutero y sus secuaces, o el Alcorán y otros libros de la secta de Mahoma, o Biblias en romance, o otros cualquier libros de los reprobados por las censuras y catálogos dados y publicados por el Santo Oficio de la Inquisición, los cuales mandamos se traigan ante nos dentro del término de que justo irá declarado. Y si saben que algunas personas no cumpliendo lo que son obligadas, han dejado de decir y manifestar lo que saben, o que hayan dicho y persuadido a otras personas que no vinieron a decir y manifestar lo que sabían tocante al Santo Oficio, o que hayan sobornado testigos para techar falsamente lo que han dispuesto en el Santo Oficio. O si algunas personas hubiesen dispuesto falsamente contra otras por hacerles mal o daño y macular su honra, o que hayan encubierto, receptado o favorecido algunos heregos dándoles favor y ayuda, u ocultando o encubriendo sus personas y sus bienes, o que hayan impedido o puesto impedimento por sí o por otros a la libre administración del Santo Oficio de la Inquisición, para efecto de los tales heregos no pudiesen ser acusados ni castigados, o hayan dicho palabras en desacato del Santo Oficio, oficiales y ministros, o de los que hayan quitado o hecho quitar algunos sanbenitos de donde estaban puestos por el Santo Oficio, o los que han sido reconciliados o penitenciados por el Santo Oficio no han guardado ni cumplido las carcelerías y penitencias que les fueron impuestas, o si han dejado de traer públicamente el hábito de reconciliación sobre sus vestiduras, o si saben que alguno de los reconciliados o penitenciados haya dicho pública o secretamente que lo que confesó en el Santo Oficio ansí de sí como de otras personas no fuere verdad, ni lo había hecho ni cometido, y que lo dijo por temor o por otros respetos, o que hayan descubierto el secreto que les fue encomendado, o si saben que alguno haya dicho que los relajados por el Santo Oficio fueron condenados sin culpa y que murieron mártires, o si saben que algunos que hayan sido reconciliados o hijos o nietos de condenados por el crimen de la herejía hayan usado de las cosas que les son prohibidas por derecho común, leyes y pragmáticas de los reinos e instrucciones del Santo Oficio, así como si han sido corregidores, alcaldes, jueces, notarios, regidores, jurados, mayordomos, alcaides, maestres salas, fieles públicos, mercaderes, escribanos, abogados, procuradores, secretarios, contadores, consilleres, tesoreros, médicos, cirujanos, sangradores, boticarios, corredores, cambiadores, cogedores, arredadores de rentas, alguaciles, o hayan usado de otros oficios públicos o de honra por sí o por interpósitas personas, o que se hayan hecho clérigos, o que tengan alguna dignidad eclesiástica, o seglar, o insignias de ella, o hayan traído armas, seda, oro, plata, corales, perlas, chamelotes, paño fino, o cabalgado a caballo, o si alguno tuviere habilitación para poder usar de los dichos oficios o de las cosas prohibidas, lo traiga y presente ante nos el término aquí contenido. Ansimismo mandamos a cualquier escribanos o notarios ante quien hayan pasado o estén cualesquier probanzas, dichos de testigos, autos y procesos de algunos de los dichos crímenes y delitos en esta nuestra carta referidos, o de otro alguno tocante a herejía, lo traigan, exhiban y presenten ante nos originalmente, y a las personas que supieren o hubieren oído decir en cuyo poder están los tales procesos y denunciaciones los vengan a decir y manifestar entre nos. Y por la presente prohibimos y mandamos a todos los confesores y clérigos, presbíteros y religiosos y seglares no absuelvan a las personas que algunas cosas de lo en esta carta contenido supieren, sino antes lo remitan ante nos, por cuanto la absolución de los que ansí hubieren incurrido nos es reservada, y ansí la reservamos. Lo cual los unos y los otros ansí hagan y cumplan la pena de excomunión. Y mandamos que para que mejor se sepa la verdad y se guarde el secreto, los que alguna cosa supiéredes y entendiéredes, o hayáis visto, o entendido, u oído en cualquiera manera, sabido de lo que en esta carta contenido, no lo comuniquéis con persona alguna eclesiástica ni seglar, sino solamente lo vengáis diciendo y manifestando ante nos con todo el secreto que ser pueda, y por el mejor modo que os pareciere, porque cuando lo dijéredes y manifestáredes, se verá y acordará si es caso que el Santo Oficio deba conocer. Por ende, por el tenor de la presente, vos mandamos en virtud de la santa obediencia y so pena de excomunión mayor, trina canónica Montinioni permisa, que dentro de 6 días primeros siguientes después que esta nuestra carta fuere leída y publicada, y de ella supiéredes en cualquier manera, los cuales os damos y asignamos por 3 plazos y término, cada 2 días por un término, y todos 6 días por 3 términos, y el último perentorio. Vengáis y parezcáis ante nos personalmente en la sala de nuestra audiencia, a decir y manifestar lo que supiéredes, hubiéredes hecho, visto hacer o decir, cerca de las cosas arriba dichas y declaradas, o otras cualesquier cosas, de cualquier calidad que sean tocantes a nuestra santa fe católica y al santo oficio, así de vivos presentes, ausentes como difuntos, por manera que la verdad se sepa, y los males sean castigados, y los buenos y fieles cristianos conocidos y honrados, y nuestra santa fe católica aumentada y ensalzada. Y porque lo susodicho venga a noticia de todos, y ninguno de ello pueda pretender ignorancia, se manda publicar. Dado en México 3 días del mes de noviembre de 1571 años. El doctor Moya de Contreras, por mandado del Santo Inquisidor Pedro de los Ríos. End of Appendix, Document 1.
Appendix of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix. Document 2. Confessional Letter of Absolution issued by the Papal Penitentiary, December 4th, 1481. Julianus miseratione divina episcopus sabinensis dilectis in Christo Francisco Ferdinandi de Sevilla et Blanxe Ferdinandi eius uxori ac Florae Martin eiusdem Francisci matri quibus hispalensibus salutem in Domino. Sedes apostolica pia mater de vestro et aliorum Christi fidelium salute sollicita libenter vobis illa concedit per quae conscientiae pacem et animae salutem Deo propitio consequi valeatis. Nos igitur auctoritate Domini Papae cuius poenitentiaris curam gerimus et de eius speciali mandato super hoc vivae vocis oraculo nobis facto devotioni vestrae concedimus quatenus liceat vobis idoneum et discretum presbyterum saecularem vel cuiusvis ordinis regularem in confessorem eligere qui vos et quem libet vestrum detestatis prius in eius manibus secrete apostasiae secta superstitionibus et haeresis reatibus ac omnibus haereticis reatibus etiam si de praemissis diffamati suspecti convicti probationibus superati aut per haereticae pravitatis inquisitores seu loci ordinarium vocati et apprehensi ac post eorum monitiones deliqueritis aut etiam quod alios cuiusmodi criminum complices non manifestaveritis censudis ecclesiasticis illaqueati et ut tales publicati ac in eisdem censudis per annum et ultra permanseritis vel ut haeretici diffamati persevera veritis aut alias contra vos praemissorum occasione commodo libet sit processum addictis sectae superstitionibus reatibus et censudis ac excessibus huiusmodi etiam si ritus et ceremonias judaicas observando et illos vel illas alios docendo et ab orthodoxae fidei credulitate recadendo alterius haeresis et apostasiae notam incurreritis etiam a suis errorum sic anathematizzationis et maledictionis aeterne censuris et paenis in tales tam per processus apostolicos quam alias aiure etiam per inquisitores praedictos et suos assessores et ordinaries vel alias commodo libet latis et promulgatis praeter praemissa in cursis absolvat in forma ecclesiae consueta et iniungat vobis pro modo culpae poenam salutarem et secretam ac a vobis omnem infamiae maculam omnesque alias iuris poenas etiam corporis afflictivas absolvat et totaliter remittat et vos ad coitum Christi fidelium et sanctae matris ecclesiae nec non unitatem catholicae ecclesiae ac in pristinum et purum statum in quo eratis antequam in praedictos excessus prolapsi fuisetis auctoritate et mandato praedictis reponat reintegrat restituat et reducat contradictores per censuras ecclesiasticas auctoritate et mandato praedictis compescat et omnibus iuris remediis opportunis vobis assistat datum Romae apud sanctum Petrum sub sigillo officii poenitentiariae 2 antenonas decembris pontificatus Domini Sixti Papa Quatuor anno 12º. Document 3. Revocation of letters of absolution and of exemptions, May 17th, 1488. Innocentius Episcopus, servis servorum Dei, dilectis filiis universis et singulis locorum ordinariis, et inquisitoribus haereticae pravitatis in regnis et dominis carissimi in Christo filii Ferdinandi regis, et carissimae in Christo filiae Elisabeth reginae Castiliae et legionis, illustrium salutem et apostolicam benedictionem. Quia secut accepimus, quam plurimi haeresis et fidei apostasiae crimine polluti infra limites vestrae jurisdictionis de gentes, ut criminum huiusmodi publicam justa sanctorum patrum decreta, abjurationem vestramque jurisdictionem evitent, tam affelici recordatione Sixto Papa IV, quam a nobis superiorum exemptione a potestate et jurisdictione vestra nec non abjurationibus errorum suorum aliter quam in forma iuris faciendis ac alias diversimode litteras obtinuerunt, quibus obstantibus quae vestro incumbunt officio, quo ad eos exequi haetenus non potuistis nec potestis non sine animarum eorundem periculo, orthodoxae fidei detrimento, mali exempli pernicie et scandalo plurimorum. Ne igitur haec via tantae pietatis officio tam grande impedimentum praestetur, et ut commissi vobis officii debitum liberius et plenius exercere possitis felicis recordationis clementis papae quarti, et aliorum praedecessorum nostrorum vestigiis inhaerentes motu proprio et excerta scientia et mera deliberatione vobis committimus et mandamus, ut quoscunque de haeresis et apostasiae criminibus huiusmodi culpabiles suspectos vel diffamatos ac fautores receptatores et defensores eorum in regnis et dominiis praedictis, qui haeternus huiusmodi exemptionis privilegia et inquisitionis de eorum excessibus commissionem et super admittendis eorum abjurationibus aliter quam in forma iuris litteras huiusmodi a nobis seu Sixto praedecessore praefato obtinuerunt ad abjurandos errores eorum publicae servata forma iuris, et si quovismodo relapsi dici possent infra mensem postquam praesentes litterae fuerint in cathedrali et parochiali ecclesia eorum publicatas ita ut de illis nequeant ignorantiam allegare recipiatis et admittatis perinde axi relapsi non forent. Mense vero praedicto elapso, deum prae oculis habentes contra eos et quoscunque alios eiusdem criminis reos, iuxta sacrorum canonum instituta procedatis, commissionibus huiusmodi ad litteris ad alios judices directis, et quas dirigi contingat nec non privilegiis quibuscunque personis cuiusvis dignitatis, gradus, ordinis, vel conditionis existant, etiam si cister cinctium praedicatorum et minorum, aut alterius cuiusvis ordinis et religionis fuerint, sub quacunque verborum expressione, et cum quibusvis etiam motus proprii et certae scientiae ac plenitudinis potestatis aliisve fortioribus et efficacioribus clausulis, etiam derogatoriis concessis et concedendis, quae omnia cum inde secutis pro infectis haberi volumus, nec non constitutionibus et ordinationibus apostolicis, caeterisque contrariis non obstantibus quibuscunque. Datum Romae apud Sanctum Petrum anno incarnationis Dominicam 1488, sextodecimo calendis Iunii pontificatus nostri anno quarto. Gratis demandato sine datum notarium papae F. de Valentia. End of Appendix, Documents 2 and 3.
Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by hearhis.com. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 4. Petition of Jerónimo Zarita. Llamó y rogó, Señor. El contador Jerónimo Zarita dice que va en 24 años, que sube en el santo oficio de la Inquisición. Los 12 servían en consejo de la General Inquisición del secretario y va en 12 que tiene a su cargo la Contraloría General de las Inquisiciones de la Corona de Aragón y en este tiempo ha recibido las cuentas de la Inquisición de Sicilia, que había 20 años que no se recibieron y se financiaron harto beneficio de aquella Inquisición por estar las cuentas de los receptores pasados muy ofuscados y en muy mala orden, como es notorio en aquella Inquisición, y asimismo ha recibido y financiado las otras cuentas que están a su cargo con toda la justicia y cuidado posible, y con menos salario que se dio al contador Mosén Granada, que no entendió en las cuentas de la Inquisición de Sicilia. Y en todo esto se ha ocupado con grande trabajo y fatiga de su persona y con gastar su patrimonio sin recibir merced ni remuneración ninguna de sus servicios. Suplicó a vuestra señoría, llama que considerando que ha envejecido en este oficio y no espera por ello otras mercedes y que ha dejado otros caminos a donde se la ofrecieron mayores esperabas y más ciertos de poder medrar, y todo lo pospuesto por acabar en servicio del santo oficio, se le haga merced de talle por adjunto en el dicho oficio de contador a Miguel Garrita, su hijo, al cual, aunque es mozo de 18 años, es bien hábil y muy bien doctrinado y inclinado con admitirle en el con mejor afición de dispondrá a ejercitarse y industriarse en todo lo que concierne al dicho oficio, y el dicho contador empleará lo que le queda de la vida en su cargo. En la ciudad de Toledo, a 2 de mayo de 560 años, vista esta petición, presentando por Jerónimo Gorrita, contador general, por el rumor señor don Fernando de Valdes, arzobispo de Sevilla, inquisidor general, y por los señores don Diego de los Cobos, obispo de Avia, y licenciado Voltando, y doctores Andrés Pérez y Simancas y Hernán Pérez del Consejo de la Santa General Inquisición dijeron que tenido el dicho Miguel Gurita, su hijo, edad y la habilidad que se requiere para servir el dicho oficio de contador, se eterna consideración a lo mucho y con el cuidado y fidelidad que el dicho Jerónimo Gurita y Juan García su suegro han servido en el santo oficio para le hacer la merced que suplica. Lo que pasó ante mi Pedro de Tapia, secretario del dicho consejo. Pedro de Tapia. End of Appendix, Document 4. Recording by hearhis.com.
Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 5, Details of the Organization of the Inquisition of Murcia, as reported to the Suprema in 1746. All salaries in reales vellón. Felipe Muñoz, Inquisitor, salary 7,352.4 reales. Ayuda de costa 1,470.20 reales. Also, Juez de Bienes, salary 1,176.15 reales. Antonio Silvestre Espinosa, Inquisitor, salary 7,352.34 reales. Ayuda de costa 1,470.20 reales. Andrés de Priego y Cabrejas, Fiscal, salary not stated, but doubtless the same as that of the Inquisitor. José de Buendía, Alguacil Mayor, replaced the Conde del Valle de San Juan in 1717, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Salvador Hermosa y Espejo, Secretary, commenced as receiver in 1713, secretaryship added in 1715, jubilated as receiver in 1723, with salary of 250 ducats in addition to salary as secretary. Salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Pedro de Párraga y Bosaya, Secretary, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Antonio González Campurano, Secretary, serves without salary in place of his father. Will succeed at his death. Fernando Ayllón, Secretary, was a commissioner in 1736, made depositario de pretendientes in 1741, made secretary without salary. Andrés García y Benito, Secretary, in 1739, made honorary secretary without salary. In 1745, made full secretary without salary, but with fees and emoluments. José González Campurano, appointed secretary in 1692, jubilated in 1736 with full salary, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Antonio de Elgueta Vigil, appointed secretary in 1717, in 1732 made receiver with salary of blank, is also jubilated secretary without salary. Salary 5,955.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Francisco de Guzmán, appointed secretary in 1699, jubilated in 1716 with salary of 2,944 reales. Antonio Villafranca, secretary, appointed in 1744, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. José Fernández de Lima, abogado del fisco, salary 294.4 reales. Diego Fernández de Sengano, secretary, serving in Logroño by order of Suprema, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Antonio de Arnuero, secretary, serving in Corte by order of Suprema, salary 2,352.30 reales. Ayuda de costa 588.8 reales. Matías Rosique, abogado del fisco, in the absence and sickness of Hernandez de Lima, and draws his salary. Miguel Morote, advocate of prisoners, absent and sick, salary 294.4 reales. Juan Ignacio Navarro, advocate of prisoners, without salary. Alejo Manresa, notary of sequestrations, office sold by Sotomayor 1632 to 1643 for 4 lives, of which Manresa is the last. Salary 294.4 reales. José de Egea Carreño, notary of juzgado, appointed in 1733 with dispensation of making proofs of limpieza, serves without title but has the salary. This office was sold by Sotomayor for 4 lives, of which this is the 3rd. Salary 294.4 reales. Baltasar Espín y Bienvengut, auditor, appointed by the king in 1745, office served by his deputy, Pedro Carmeno, with salary. This office was sold by Sotomayor for 4 lives, of which this is the 3rd. Salary 729.14 reales. Antonio de Palacio, alcaide of the secret prison. Since 1741, he serves as depositario de pretendientes without salary, but with a fee of 2% on the deposits. This office of depositario was sold by Sotomayor for 3 lives, of which 2 have elapsed. The 3rd belongs to Sebastián de Pineda, who is not qualified and has not the title, so the office is served as above. Salary 2,352.32 reales. Alfonso Manresa, jubilated in 1720, as alcaide of the secret prison, salary 330 reales. José García Ventura, notario de azotaciones, salary 2,491.5 reales. Juan Jiménez, physician, not having furnished proofs of limpieza, he has not a title. Salary 235.10 reales. Pedro Carmona y Bejar, nuncio, also serves as deputy auditor to Baltasar Espín above, also as alcaide of the prison of familiars without salary, except the house. Salary 1,470.20 reales. Felipe García Conde, portrero de cámara, 1,470.20 reales. José de Elizondo, alcaide of the penitential prison, 235.10 reales. Alejandro Rosique, procurator of the fiscal, 235.10 reales. Antonio Roche, surgeon, 235.10 reales. Antonio Fernández Alonso, deputy of the porter, Antonio Irles, deputy of the notary of sequestrations, with salary of 550 reales paid him by the proprietor Manresa. Calificadores en Murcia: Fray Pedro Pablo, Fray Salvador Cerón, Fray Antonio Capestrano Rizo, Fray José Blanco, Dr. Francisco López Oliver, Fray Isidro de Murcia, Fray Joaquín Petrel, Fray Francisco Pérez, Fray Antonio Tomás. Calificadores en Cartagena: Fray Baltasar de la Fuente. Calificadores en Albacete: Fray José Pedreno. Calificadores en Villena: Dr. Juan Alfonso Meínaz. Calificadores en Manforte: Dr. Francisco Cremades. Calificadores en Cuenca: Alonso Camacho, Fray José Fernández Quevedo, Fray Juan Calatrava, Fray Nicolás Clarer. Commissioners at the ports in Alicante: Luis Canicia y Juan, Juan Canicia Doria, with Canon Carlos Campos as notary. Commissioners at the ports in Cartagena: Salvador Garcia Siles, with Pedro de Tapia as notary. Commissioners at the ports in Orihuela: Dr. Juan Timer, jubilado, Francisco Ros de la Ballesta, with Pedro Quiles as notary. Familiars: in Murcia and other parts of the district, there are not only no supernumeraries, but there are many vacancies, so that in many places we have to avail ourselves of clerics and other competent persons to perform necessary duties. Commissioners: it is the same with commissioners and notaries. In many places where there were formerly commissioners, there are no applicants. In other places, there are many applicants, and it has been found necessary to appoint from these to places where there are none. The tribunal finds itself without ministers to execute its commands in many places. End of Appendix, Document 5. Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 6. Commission of an Inquisitor. Nos, don Juan Tavera, por la miseración divina cardenal en la Santa Iglesia de Roma, título de San Juan ante portam latinam, arzobispo de Toledo, primado de las Españas, chanciller mayor de Castilla, gobernador de estos reinos e inquisidor apostólico general contra la herética pravedad y apostasía en todos los reinos y señoríos de sus majestades, etc. Confiando de las letras y recta conciencia de vos, el doctor Blas Ortiz, canónigo de la Santa Iglesia de Toledo, y que sois tal persona que bien y fielmente y diligentemente haréis lo que por nos vos fuere cometido y encomendado, por el tenor de la presente, por la autoridad apostólica a nos concedida, de que en esta presente usamos, vos facemos, constituimos, creamos y deputamos inquisidor apostólico contra la dicha herética pravedad y apostasía en el reino de Valencia y su distrito y jurisdicción, y os damos poder y facultad, simul et insolidum, con el venerable doctor Juan González, inquisidor del dicho partido, para que podades inquirir e inquirades contra todas y cualesquiera personas, ansí hombres como mujeres, vivos y difuntos, absentes y presentes, de cualquier estado, condición, prerrogativa, preeminencia y dignidad que sean, exentos y no sean exentos, vecinos y moradores que son o han sido en las ciudades, villas y lugares del dicho reino de Valencia y su distrito, de que se hallaren culpantes, sospechosos e infamados en el dicho delito y crimen de herejía y apostasía, y contra todos los factores, defensores y receptadores de ellos, y para que podáis hacer y hagáis contra ellos y contra cada uno de ellos vuestros procesos en forma de vida de derecho según los sacros canónigos lo disponen, y para que podáis tomar y recibir cualesquiera procesos y causas pendientes sobre los dichos crímenes o cualquiera de ellos ante cualquiera inquisidor que haya sido en el dicho partido en el punto e estado en que están, y continuarlos a hacer y determinar en ellos lo que fuere justicia, y para que podáis a los dichos culpantes encarcelar, penitenciar, punir y castigar, y si de justicia fuere relajarlos, el brazo seglar y facer todos los otros casos el dicho oficio de inquisidor tocantes y pertenecientes, para lo cual todo lo que dicho es, y cada una cosa y parte de ella con todas sus incidencias y dependencias, anejidades y conejidades, Vos damos poder cumplido y cometemos nuestras veces hasta que nos especial y expresamente las revoquemos. En testimonio de lo cual mandamos dar y dimos la presente firmada de nuestro nombre y referendada del secretario infrascripto, dada en la Villa de Madrid a 5 días del mes de abril del 1540 años. J. Cardenales. Por mandado de su ilustrísima y reverendísima señoría Jerónimo Zurita, secretario. Con señales de los señores licenciado Aguirre y obispo de Badajoz y prior de Roncesvalles. End of Appendix, Document 6. Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix. Document 7. Personnel of the Inquisition in 1746. Inquisitors and Fiscals. Madrid, 2. Seville, 2. Córdoba, 4. Granada, 3. Valladolid, 5. Murcia, 3. Llerena, 3. Cuenca, 4. Logroño, 3. Barcelona, 3. Santiago, 3. Valencia, 3. Zaragoza, 5. Mallorca, 2. Toledo, 4. Canaries, 3. Secretaries. Madrid, 11. Seville, 13. Córdoba, 9. Granada, 7. Valladolid, 4. Murcia, 10. Llerena, 8. Cuenca, 5. Logroño, 9. Barcelona, 2. Santiago, 5. Valencia, 6. Zaragoza, 6. Mallorca, 4. Toledo, 9. Canaries, 3. Auditors. Madrid, 2. Seville, 2. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 2. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 2. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 2. Zaragoza, 2. Mallorca, 1. Toledo, 1. Canaries, 1. Alcaides of Secret Prison. Madrid, 1. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 2. Murcia, 2. Llerena, 3. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 3. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 1. Toledo, 4. Canaries, 1. Porteros. Madrid, 1. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 2. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 2. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 2. Logroño, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 1. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 1. Toledo, 1. Canaries, 1. Nuncios. Madrid, 1. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 1. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 1. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 1. Canaries, 1. Advocates of the prisoners and of the fiscal. Madrid, 1. Córdoba, 3. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 4. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 3. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Zaragoza, 2. Mallorca, 5. Toledo, 1. Canaries, 1. Physicians. Madrid, 2. Seville, 2. Córdoba, 2. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Santiago, 1. Zaragoza, 3. Surgeons. Madrid, 2. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 2. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Llerena, 1. Logroño, 1. Santiago, 1. Alguaciles mayores. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 1. Llerena, 1. Logroño, 2. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 1. Zaragoza, 1. Canaries, 1. Receivers. Seville, 2. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Murcia, 1. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 1. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 2. Toledo, 1. Canaries, 2. Advocates of the fiscal. Seville, 1. Depositaries. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 1. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Toledo, 1. Procurators of the fiscal. Seville, 1. Córdoba, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 1. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 1. Logroño, 1. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 1. Canaries, 1. Chaplains. Seville, 2. Cuenca, 2. Canaries, 2. Commissioners. Seville, 6. Córdoba, 4. Granada, 6. Valladolid, 6. Murcia, 7. Llerena, 6. Cuenca, 2. Logroño, 5. Barcelona, 28. Santiago, 6. Valencia, 7. Zaragoza, 38. Canaries, 23. Commissioners with notaries. Granada, 3. Barcelona, 4. Valencia, 50. Zaragoza, 7. Canaries, 22. Calificadores. Seville, 16. Córdoba, 19. Granada, 14. Valladolid, 12. Murcia, 7. Cuenca, 5. Logroño, 2. Barcelona, 26. Santiago, 3. Valencia, 40. Zaragoza, 29. Mallorca, 24. Toledo, 8. Canaries, 4. Notaries of sequestrations. Córdoba, 1. Granada, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 4. Cuenca, 2. Logroño, 3. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 3. Mallorca, 1. Notaries of the Juzgado. Córdoba, 1. Valladolid, 1. Murcia, 4. Llerena, 1. Cuenca, 2. Logroño, 3. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Valencia, 3. Zaragoza, 1. Mallorca, 1. Toledo, 1. Alcaides of the Penitential Prison. Córdoba, 2. Granada, 1. Murcia, 1. Assistants of D.O. Córdoba, 1. Barbers. Córdoba, 1. Valladolid, 1. Canaries, 1. Proveedores. Córdoba, 1. Valladolid, 1. Llerena, 1. Logroño, 1. Barcelona, 1. Santiago, 1. Mallorca, 1. Consultors. Córdoba, 3. Granada, 4. Valladolid, 1. Cuenca, 1. Santiago, 1. Mallorca, 8. Familiars. Zaragoza, 36. Canaries, 4. Juez de bienes. Mallorca, 1. Alguaciles. Canaries, 11. Totals. Madrid, 25. Seville, 53. Córdoba, 61. Granada, 49. Valladolid, 43. Murcia, 59. Llerena, 32. Cuenca, 32. Logroño, 36. Barcelona, 70. Santiago, 30. Valencia, 118. Zaragoza, 135. Mallorca, 54. Toledo, 31. Canaries, 83. End of Appendix, Document 7. Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 8, Certificate of Limpieza. Don Cristóbal de Cos y Vivero, secretario, etc., certificó que por el excelentísimo señor obispo inquisidor general se hizo gracia de pruebas para ministro oficial del Santo Oficio al excelentísimo señor don Carlos Miguel Fitzjames Stuart, Silva, Stolberg y Palafox, duque de Berbice y de Alba, y la de que se le recibiesen en esta corte por patria común con dispensa de la extranjería de su padre y abuela paterna, y teniéndose por bastantes las partidas que acompaña legalizadas, en su consecuencia por mandado de los señores del expresado consejo se recibieron dichas informaciones al tenor de las memorias de sus padres y abuelos que presentó, y es del modo siguiente. Árbol genealógico del excelentísimo señor duque de Berbice y Alba, don Carlos Miguel. El excelentísimo señor don Carlos Miguel Fitzjames Stuart, Silva, Stolberg y Palafox, duque de Berbice y Alba, marqués del Carpio, alguacil mayor de la Santa Inquisición de Córdoba, nació en Madrid el año de 1794. Padres: el excelentísimo señor don Jacobo Felipe Carlos María Fitzjames Stuart y Stolberg, duque de Berbice y Liria, grande de España, de primera clase, nació en París el año de 1773, difunto. Y la excelentísima señora doña María Teresa de Silva y Palafox nació en Madrid, año 1772. Abuelos paternos. El excelentísimo señor don Carlos Fernández Fitzjames Stuart, duque de Berbice y Liria, grande de España de primera clase, nació en Liria, año de 1752, difunto. Y la excelentísima señora doña Carolina Augusta de Stolberg, princesa de Stolberg, nació en la aldea de Wedem de Alemania, año de 1755. Abuelos maternos. El excelentísimo señor don Pedro de Alcántara Fadrique Fernández de Híjar, Silva, duque de Híjar, grande de España de primera clase, presidente del Real Consejo de las Órdenes, difunto, nació en Villarrubia de los Ojos de Guadiana, año de 1741, y la excelentísima señora doña Rafaela de Palafox Croy de Abré nació en Ariza, año de 1744, difunta. Como agente de la casa de su excelentísima presentó testimoniadas las partidas de bautismo de los señores comprendidos en el árbol genealógico que antecede, cuya procedencia de cristianos viejos, limpios, de toda mala raza, por notariedad certificó y juró en Madrid a 26 de junio de 1815. Miguel Antonio Forrent. Y ejecutadas las referencias informaciones en esta corte por patria común con arreglo a las referidas gracias y según práctica del Santo Oficio, vistas por los señores del mencionado consejo, por su auto que proveyeron con fecha de este día, los aprobaron y dieron por bastantes, para que el nominado excelentísimo señor don Carlos Miguel Fitzjames Stuart puede ser y sea ministro oficial del Santo Oficio, según por menor resulta de dichas informaciones, que por ahora quedan originales en la secretaría de mi cargo a que me remito. Y para que conste donde convenga, en virtud de orden del propio consejo, doy la presente al susodicho excelentísimo señor don Carlos Miguel Fitzjames Stuart, sellada con el sello de la General Inquisición en Madrid a 24 días del mes de mayo de 1816. Don Cristóbal de Cos y Vivero. End of Document 8. Document 9. Receipt, March 30, 1524, by the wife of a reconciled heretic for her dower, from the confiscated estate. Sea a todos manifiesto que yo, doña Beatriz Despuch de Sant Boi, mujer que soy de Pere Alcañiz y presente a aquel y de voluntad de aquel de grado y de mi cierta ciencia otorgo haber habido y en poder mío recibido en la forma infrascrita de vos el magnífico Cristóbal de Medina, receptor de los bienes confiscados por el crimen de la herejía y apostasía en el Santo Oficio de la Inquisición de Valencia que sois presente. Es a saber 32 libras 7 sueldos monedas reales de Valencia, los cuales me habéis dado y pagado a toda mi voluntad en paga rata de las cantidades que yo tengo de haber y cobrar por razón de mi dote, en virtud de una sentencia dada por el muy reverendísimo doctor Miser Melchor Esteve, teniente de inquisidor y juez subdelegado de bienes confiscados en dicho Santo Oficio, que dada fue 22 días del mes de diciembre próximo pasado de 1523, que pasó ante el discreto Francisco Mudarra, notario escribano de la audiencia y judicatura de dichos bienes confiscados, y por las causas y razones en la dicha sentencia contenidas. El modo de la paga de las dichas 32 libras, 7 sueldos de la dicha moneda es este: que de mi voluntad os la retenéis por consemblante cantidad que yo os debía de los precios y bienes muebles por mí comprados del inventario y secresto de dicho Pero Alcañiz, mi marido, como parece por acto recibido por el notario infrascrito a 30 días del mes de junio del presente año, la cual confesión y apoca otorgó y hago sin prejuicio de mis derechos, por cuanto yo pretendo que los dichos bienes o parte de ellos que yo compré son míos propios, y de los contenidos en el pagamiento que el dicho Pere Alcañiz, mi marido, me hizo, porque es verdad, por tanto, renunciando toda excepción de fraude o de engaño, otorgo y hago vos la presente apoca en poder del notario infrascrito, que fecha fue en la ciudad de Valencia a 30 días del mes de marzo del año nacimiento de nuestro Salvador Jesucristo, de 1524. Señal de la dicha doña Beatriz de Spuch y de Sant-Boi, que las dichas cosas otorgó y firmó. Testimonio que fueron presentes a las dichas cosas los honrados Francisco Mudarra, notario, y Martín de Durango, escribiente, y visitadores de Valencia. End of Appendix, Document 9. Appendix of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Appendix, Document 10. Abstract of a partial statement of receipts charged against the canon Juan de Astorga, receiver of confiscations in Valencia for the year 1493. February 6. From Violante Domenega for a loan made by her stepmother, Violante Domenega, relaxed, to Jordi on a pair of gold bracelets, in which loan she had an interest of 3 ducats, 200 sueldos. From the Mallorquin seamstress due to the said Domenega, 8.1 ducats. From Violante Doranega, 20 gold coins hidden by her stepmother in a saddle, amounting in all to 319 ducats. April 19. Confiscation of Isabel Amorosa, relaxed, sale by auction of her effects as per inventory, 2.10 ducats. May 2. Confiscation of Master Anthony Tristan, sale by auction as per inventory, 137 ducats. Confiscation of Master Juan Aragonés and his wife, sale by auction of his effects as per inventory, sum not stated. September 10. Sale by auction to Gaspar Ferrol of a house of said Juan Aragonés, 1,100 ducats. Sale by auction to Simón Sánchez of adjoining house, 1,200 ducats. Valuation under commands of the king of 3 fields and 2 vineyards of Juan Aragonés, after deducting encumbrances, the fields at 37 libras and the vineyards at 53, in all equivalent to 1,800 ducats. July 23. Confiscation of Luis Sarillana, a house valued by experts at 45 libras, as the king had made a grant to Jeannot Arid Francisco Sarillana of 501, out of the estate. The house was made over to them. Confiscation of Galceran Nadal of Jativa, sale to Luis Acosta of a house in Jativa, subject to a censo of 100 sueldos per annum, 3 ducats. Confiscation of Francisco Costa of Jativa, sale to Guillén Murta of a mulberry plantation, subject to a censo of 32 sueldos, 10 ducats. August 9. Confiscation of Daniel Zapata, in virtue of a royal provision, composition made with his wife, Leonor Zapata, at his whole property for the sum of 5,000 sueldos, of which 1,500 are paid down, 1,500 to be paid in 6 months, and 2,000 in 1 year, the said Leonor having brought suit for her dower and other large sums, all of which are renounced, 1,500 ducats. Confiscation of Manuel Zapata, received from the heirs of Blay de Comes and Maria Vizcaína a balance due to said Manuel, 80 ducats. February 13. Confiscation of Bernat Mansip relaxed. Sold by auction to Juan Guillén Catalán, a censal on the Corporation of Valencia of 6,000, principal and 400 interest, payable September 14 in each year, with accrued interest for 5 months and 1 day, 6,205.7 ducats. Sold to the heirs of Mosen Juan de Peñarosa, a censal on the towns of Jerica, Las Baraguas, and Piña, of 15,000 sueldos principal and 1,000 interest, payable May 27, with accrued interest, 15,211.1 ducats. Sold by auction to Violant Catalá, a censal on the Corporation of Valencia, of 7,500 sueldos principal and 500 interest payable October 2, with accrued interest for 4 months and 12 days, 7,733.4 ducats. February 18. Sold to Cristobal de Basurto 2 censales on the town of Jativa, one of 6,000 sueldos principal and 375 interest, payable October 29, the other of 5,000 sueldos principal and 312 sueldos, 6 ducats interest, payable November 8, with accrued interest, 11,251.10 ducats. February 23. Sold by auction to the Caballero Juan Luis de Villalaza 3 censales of the said Bernat Mansip, one on the city of Valencia, of 13,000 sueldos principal, and 1,056 sueldos 8 ducats interest, payable July 14. One on the Kingdom of Valencia, of 13,200 sueldos principal, and 880 interest, payable March 30. Another on the sum of 11,250 sueldos principal and 650 interest, payable September 7. Proceeds of all 3, with accrued interest, 700 libras, 5 sueldos. February 21. Confiscation of Brígida, wife of Bernat Cortelles, received of said Bernat on account of the 1,200 sueldos which he has to pay for the dower of said Brígida, 400 sueldos. February 8. Confiscation of Miguel de Prochita, rented to Franchet Quach, a house of said Miguel de Prochita, for 12 years at 12 libras per annum, and received 6 libras, 120 sueldos. February 11. Confiscation of Miguel Andreu Rosell, relaxed, received of Francisco Verdum a debt due to Rosell, 32 sueldos. September 5. House sold to Gabriel Andreu Rosell, subject to a censal of 7,000 sueldos, also to 500 and 400 sueldos chargeable on it and to all other charges, 10 sueldos. End of Appendix, Document 10.